Chapter 31. The Clan of Emperor Hong, the Lineage of Xianyuan. In the hierarchical structure of advanced civilizations, ranks are rigidly defined, and the commands of superiors are ironclad rules. At Tianlong's command, the three motherships in the firmament simultaneously initiated their movements, slowly docking together along a specific trajectory. The action, though unhurried, was undeniably imposing. Its gargantuan form seemed to fill the entire sky, making humanity appear as insignificant as ants seen from above. This colossal behemoth was beyond the capabilities of even the pinnacle of the prisoner civilization to construct. The overwhelming pressure was suffocating. Yue observed his people, noting every emotion etched on their faces. "Are you afraid?" Whether old or part of the suicide squad Yue had brought, their gazes were resolute. They might face death, but it would be a death of consequence. Yue raised his sword towards the heavens, shouting defiantly. This defiant roar from the prisoner echoed from all directions, but it couldn't diminish Tianlong's oppressive power. "What do we do? Is the only option left to walk down that path?" Yue's clouded eyes suddenly brightened. Since Tianlang intended to destroy the prisoner along with everything else, what was left to preserve? Fight. Fight to the death. Even if they were crushed to pieces, they would drag their enemy down with them. At Yue's command, all the people rushed towards Holy Mountain. Meanwhile, the Ark was drifting through space, executing a hyperspace jump after every 9 conventional propulsion glides. Even so, it moved at a snail's pace in the vast cosmos. But the atmosphere within the Ark was far from harmonious. These were young people, prone to competition and boasting. Moreover, they came from different races, with inherent prejudices among them. Previously, in the underground world, they were all occupied and conflicts were minimal. Now, however, all their simmering tensions had boiled over. Inside the captain's control room, Executive Captain Yige was lost in contemplation. He couldn't directly contribute to the war. Even as a bystander, he was deeply affected by Yue's bravery, dreaming of responding to an alien invasion with similar valor, of being the kind of hero that truly mattered. But Yige knew it was all just fantasy. No, the imagining felt even more real than that. Although Yige's consciousness was present in this space, he could sense beings of flesh and blood, as depicted in the recorded documents on the paper. Everything felt beyond his control, and yet, not entirely. Just then, the sound of a commotion outside the executive captain's room broke through Yige's thoughts and pulled him back to the Ark. Deactivate the holographic projection. Image data will be unlocked when the new civilization meets the requirements. After giving the order, Yige opened the door of the executive captain's room, and immediately 4 or 5 young men tumbled to the floor. They were sprawled on the ground in disarray, still trying to grapple with one another. Yige frowned deeply. "Stop it. What do you think you're doing? Trying to be heroes here? Your fathers and brothers are fighting on the battlefield, and you repay them like this?" But the scene remained chaotic. Yige stepped forward, grabbing a few of the young men, slapping each one. "Speak. What happened?" They remained silent. "What's this? Brave enough to do it, but not brave enough to explain it? That's your courage? As far as I can see, you're just a bunch of vicious worms squabbling in a nest." Yige looked at the young men before him. They were about the same age, but Yige was no longer as impulsive as they were. "Speak up. Are you all mute? You were so fierce just now, but now you're like little puppies? Huh." Then a young man with long hair and a rebellious air stepped forward. Among the brawlers, he was the shortest, but in Yige's eyes, he was the bravest. "Captain, you misunderstand us." "Misunderstand? What happened?" Yige saw that the boy wasn't speaking and realized what was going on. Yige addressed the group. "Each of you go back to your rooms and rest. We haven't entered a safe zone yet. If the prisoner hadn't delayed Tianlong's attack, the Ark would already be sunk. The thing you should be doing now is to conserve your strength, because we have something even more important to do." With that, Yige closed the door, setting it to transparent mode. He knew the young men wouldn't leave easily, like bystanders at the scene of an accident. Unless the matter was resolved, they wouldn't leave. This way, they could see each other, but not hear the discussion. Yige took the 5 to the conference room, sitting at the head of the table, gesturing for the others to sit. "All right, tell me what happened. Why were you fighting?" "Captain, they were arguing about whether to return to the prisoner to fight, and it escalated into a brawl. The one who spoke was the shortest boy who had stepped forward earlier. "You're very brave. Can you tell me your name?" The boy blinked his large eyes and said, "You haven't told me your name yet either?" "I'm Yige. They call me the Traveler." "The Traveler? You're really the Traveler? That's great. Our clan is saved." "Traveler, my name is Dihong." It wasn't just Dihong. The other four were equally excited. They hadn't been present when you introduced Yige, having been asleep in their stasis pods. They had woken up to find themselves on the Ark. They had heard some news from their clansmen and had been clamoring to return to join the battle. That was how the earlier scene had come about. Yige was shocked. The boy before him was called Dihong? The clan of Xinyuan was the Dihong clan. Was this person an ancestor of his? He covered his head, feeling a headache coming on. What exactly was this prisoner space? Yige put his hands on Dihong's shoulders. "Look into my eyes and tell me your name." "Traveler, my name is Dihong." As he said that, Dihong knelt down to Yige. "Traveler, please save my clan." Seeing this, Yige quickly knelt down as well, prostrating himself. Yige was now certain that the person before him was his ancestor, Emperor Hong. Yige had previously discussed with Yumao that they only had clan names and no surnames. Yige knew his guess was right. The scene was momentarily awkward. Yige quickly stood up, clearing his throat, and without asking for anyone's opinion, said, "You guys go back and discuss your ideas. Give me your plan by this time tomorrow. Remember, if you're unsure about anything, ask Dihong. Go." The five left with complex expressions. Yige quickly closed the door, collapsing with lingering fear into the command chair. Yige had actually met his ancestor Emperor Hong. What a coincidence. If all this is true, then the prisoner space isn't just a simple game space, but holds a great secret. But what is that secret? For a moment, Yige couldn't figure it out. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Let's focus on the war and the prisoner for now. And so, the holographic projection reappeared, displaying the scene of the war and the prisoner. Tianlong's 3 motherships had transformed into a high-energy armored war god, accumulating energy to launch a deadly strike against the prisoner. Yue, using Holy Mountain as a base, had set up a large cannon. Tianlang scoffed. "Prisoner, what are you trying to do? Some kind of firework?" "Haha, Tianlong's warship could use some fireworks to celebrate." Yue shouted, "Tianlang, today you will perish along with the prisoner." "This is..." Tianlang was stunned. When the beam of radiation shot forth, he realized that today, the Tianlang advance forces would be annihilated. "Then let us all be destroyed together." Tianlang roared. Chapter 32. Fireworks of Mutual Destruction. A particle beam source? How could the prisoner possess weapons that transcend civilization limits? Launch the proton beam source immediately. It's over. It's all over. The prisoner civilization has reached the height of a breakthrough civilization. I underestimated them. These were the last thoughts of Tianlang, Supreme Commander of the Advance Forces. He didn't have time to send a signal to the main force. The conjoined spaceships were sitting ducks and had no chance to escape. In reality, when the proton beam source appeared, the entire Tianlang vanguard had given up the resistance. This was the logic of their subconscious. The advanced destroy the backward. This was the universal rule. And so, the once massive and invincible Tianlang warship became cosmic dust in the face of the proton beam source, so small they could barely be seen. Yue was similarly resigned. When he gave the order to fire, he had already directed his people to go to the prisoner's underground world. This was all he could do. But doing so would surely be useless. The doomsday clock was already ticking, and everything would march towards destruction. When the 2 beam rays reached within range of each other, both Yue and Tianlang closed their eyes. They knew it was over. Everything was finished. Boom. Rumble. The Tianlang warship and the prisoner were together consigned to silence. Yes, silence. They disappeared from this world, a result that could not be reversed. The 2 beam sources did not diminish in intensity, and coupled with shock waves, rushed out in opposite directions, like separating lovers, one to the east and the other to the west. But lovers can meet again. But it was unlikely that the civilization's greatest attacks would cross paths again. Because, well, there's no reason now. In such a vast universe, strong physical bodies will eventually absorb these 2 rays. But before that, they are dangerous, the root cause of destruction. Inside the Ark, Yige witnessed everything. The final outcome was foreseeable, and the video couldn't be displayed. Yige's heart skipped a beat, like a child losing their best friend, or someone digging a hole in their heart, a drilling sensation, which may be difficult for casual observers to comprehend. Yige knew that this was not a time to wallow, because the particle beam source that Tianlang launched was heading toward the Ark. The Ark's detection instruments showed that the source was traveling at 350 million meters per second, exceeding the speed of light. At the Ark's current speed differential, it would be struck by the particle beam source in 4 hours, and that would be the end of everything. But Yige didn't want it to end. He didn't want the prisoner's efforts and sacrifices to be in vain, and there was another, simpler reason. A man must keep his word. Death was not frightening to Yige. Dying in the prisoner's space would mean returning to the real world. But Yige had promised Yue that he would find a habitable planet for the prisoner's hope, and only then would the mission be complete. If the distance was too short, the particle beam source would be attracted by the force field and become smaller. If the distance was too great, the particle beam source would bend. The quality of the particle beam source was equal to the quality of light, and light bends under the influence of force fields over time, and so the particle beam source would too. Yige didn't care whether this idea was correct or not. He chose to believe it. Why? Because there was no other choice. Yige pressed the deeply buried red button. This button controlled the Ark's hidden drive, and before setting off, Yige had said not to press it unless absolutely necessary. Yige felt that now was the critical moment, so he decisively pressed the button. After briefly hovering, the Ark switched its propulsion system. This propulsion system was different from the conventional system, and it should have been braked by collision force. Yige didn't understand the principle, but Yige knew that the Ark was moving at a maximum speed of 400 million meters per second, which had created a certain distance between them and the particle beam source. However, this technology that used collision force for propulsion was not mature, and it would consume 50% more of the kinetic energy reserve medium. This meant that the Ark would have to find a point to replenish energy, otherwise the Ark would lose power. Yige realized this too. At its current energy storage levels, the Ark could last a maximum of 1 hour, after which the Ark would completely lose its power source. At the current speed difference, the Ark and the particle beam source would be 180 billion meters apart after 1 hour. In other words, 4 hours after the Ark lost power, the particle beam source would only need 600 seconds to destroy the Ark. Superluminal speed caused serious damage to the entire Ark's body. Continuing in this manner, the entire Ark would disintegrate without even being hit by the proton beam source. If the Ark were destroyed, then the prisoner's civilization would be over, and there would be no hope. Yige thought of many things, especially the appearance of Dihong, which filled his mind with even more ideas. What was the prisoner? Yige thought of the gods of ancient times who moved mountains and filled seas. Could they have been robots made by the prisoner? He thought of the strangely shaped modern objects under the Sang-Singdui civilization. Could they have been left behind by the people of the prisoner? He thought of the round sky and square earth in the classic of mountains and seas. And he thought of why the ancients were no less intelligent than modern people, but did not develop technology. Yige felt his head was swelling. Forget it. Stop thinking so much. Let's think about how to get out of this crisis. Yige finally chose to stop traveling at faster than light speed. The entire ship was alarming now. This was the most dangerous time for the Ark. Advancing or staying put were both paths to death. Yige had prayed for a miracle to occur and for the particle beam source to decay seriously, but this did not happen. Many speculations popped up in Yige's mind. One was that the decay coefficient did not exist at speeds beyond the speed of light. Another was that the quality of the proton beam source was so large that the decay coefficient could be ignored. Relatively speaking, Yige felt that the second guess was more reliable. A proton beam source that could destroy a planet could not destroy the planet if it was affected by the decay coefficient. This was a natural law that existed after the Big Bang. After the Ark stopped, there was a great shock that caused panic among the immigrants on the Ark. What's wrong? Why is there so much inertia? My nose had a close encounter with the door. Yes, look at the red wine in my glass. I didn't drink any of it, but it's empty. Let's go to the command cabin to see if the executive captain knows anything. Dihong and the other four headed towards the executive captain's cabin. In the event of such an accident, they had no intention of getting to those things. Maybe The remaining words were not spoken by several people. They didn't dare to say them, and didn't dare even to think them. At this time, everyone wanted to be a shrinking turtle. The prisoners would not laugh at them because they were thinking the same. Yige had just walked out of the captain's cabin when he ran into Dihong and the other four. "You guys are here. Have you finished writing the combat plan?" Dihong and the others looked at each other. "Traveler, we have written the outline of the combat plan. We didn't come here because of this, but to know what's wrong with the Arkansas." "Oh." Yige's face was very calm, and his tone was not hurried. "The few of you inform everyone on the Ark to gather in the central hall, and I will announce the news at that time." After speaking, Yige walked towards the central hall. The central hall was in the middle of the Ark, and the curved engine was at the bottom. It was generally not open to the public, unless there was some kind of all-hands activity. The central hall could accommodate 5,000 people, and the internal design was similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. It was high on all sides, and the middle was a round platform. You can transmit sound to everyone's ears without a microphone, and the design was ingenious. Yige stood on the round platform. He should have been as young and beautiful as most people on the Ark, carefree and enjoying the beauty of this world at the age of 23 or 4, and cuddling with the person he loved under the sunset, strolling on the beach, and writing down the romance of this age. But Yige couldn't. His lover was still waiting for him to revive, and he had to carry the future of these 4,000 people on his shoulders, bearing too much at an age that should not bear such a burden. People gradually filled the seats. Yige adjusted his emotions. He looked at everyone and said, "I know you don't want to, don't believe, and can't accept this news, but this news is true. The prisoner is destroyed and completely erased from the solar system." Yige looked around. He took a deep breath and continued, "Cry. I know you are uncomfortable. Then cry loudly. There are your fathers, your brothers and sisters. There are all the memories you carry. Cry, cry loudly. Release the pressure in your heart." To Yige's surprise, the entire central hall did not cry loudly, but a few girls couldn't help crying, but were persuaded by the surrounding friends to hold back. Yige's tone was very calm, like the surface of a lake without wind, and his mood was the same. "Okay, the second piece of news I want to say is, Tianlang is also destroyed and completely destroyed from the solar system. This starry sky no longer has a civilization that suppresses us, and from this moment on, our breathing is free." The central hall was still quiet. This silence was very scary. This was different from what Yige imagined. Yige imagined that these young people would cry loudly, curse loudly, cheer and celebrate to their heart's content. Of course, there was nothing to celebrate. Everything was different from what he imagined. Everything. "What's wrong with you? You are young people with flesh and blood. You are the future of the prisoners. You are not puppets, not clay figures. What's wrong with you? Tell me." Yige roared, and he also cried with this roar. This emotion drove everyone, and these people cried in each other's arms, releasing the deep-seated hatred in their hearts. This kind of resentment would be very dangerous if it was not released, and it could explode at any time, which would be very pessimistic for the Ark. Yige gave them time to cry and vent, but the particle beam source was approaching, and it would not be so kind. "Okay, I announced the last news. The particle beam source of Tianlang destroying the prisoner is heading towards the Ark, and the Ark's fuselage has been seriously damaged just now, and we will not be able to move again. In other words, we will also disappear. Now, I announce that our immigration plan has failed." After Yige finished speaking, he looked at everyone, and he didn't speak anymore, and gave the remaining time to these interstellar nomads. "Failed? No, there will be a turnaround. Captain, the Ark still has backup fighters. We can take the backup fighters to block the particle beam source. Let me go, Executive Captain. I'm not afraid of death." At this time, waiting was also death. Death was not scary. What was scary was the destruction of hope. However, this sentence reminded Yige. Everyone board the fighters and formed 2 squadrons, advancing at 45 degrees and 135 degrees. Remember, keep going until you find home. Yige stayed on the Ark alone, and the only ending waiting for him was death. 1 hour ago, the particle beam source shot in the other direction and traversed the Tianlang warship. The entire Tianlang warship was destroyed by this high-quality, high-speed shock wave, and there was no possibility of any creature surviving. After that, the beam source continued to run backwards. The prisoner's homeworld was destroyed, and the people on it also died in this catastrophe. The quality of the particle beam source did not weaken. Its speed reached 450 million meters per second, and it went straight to the anti-solar boundary. At this time, the main force of the Tianlang star system had broken through the boundary of the solar system and entered its force field area. The people on the fleet were calling the Tianlang Advance Army, but no matter how they called, there was no response. Some suggested that the Vanguard was too deep to recognize the radio waves. Others believed that the Vanguard's technology was thousands of years behind and could not keep up with the technology of the Tianlang headquarters, so it could not be accepted. There were all kinds of sayings, and no one believed that the Tianlang Vanguard had been destroyed. These advanced civilizations subconsciously believed that the confrontation between advanced civilizations and backward civilizations was like the big ghost crushing the little ghost in a poker game. This was the law of the universe, also known as the rule. Several hours passed again. The Tianlang main fleet still did not receive a response from the Vanguard, and the entire fleet launched a fierce discussion about this. In short, no one believed that the Tianlang Vanguard had been destroyed. At this time, the fleet's early warning aircraft was frantically beeping, and the entire fleet immediately became busy. Soon, the Supreme Commander of the Tianlang main army discovered that the particle beam source was attacking towards the fleet. What's going on? Convene a meeting of the elders immediately. The secretary quickly recorded the message and notified the other 9 fleets to gather at the main team. About a quarter of an hour later, the 10 Tianlang elders arrived. 1. What's going on? Our fleet's early warning aircraft scanned a high-quality beam source heading towards the fleet, and the estimated arrival time is 5.5 hours. Yes, 1. What the hell is going on? We also sensed it. The elders were very puzzled and looked at number 1 one after another. As the supreme commander of the Tianlang main army, number 1 also had a headache, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. The main purpose of calling you here is to discuss what is the origin of this high-quality beam source. The second is to discuss how to deal with it. The supreme commander frowned, and there was silence in the conference room. Some elders lowered their heads and drank coffee. Some elders looked up at the roof, and some even lay there as if they hadn't heard what number 1 said. All kinds of ugly states, but no one took the initiative to speak. Why are you all dumb? You were all so energetic when you questioned me just now, but now you are like old cats who failed to call for spring? Everyone must speak today. The Supreme Commander randomly pointed to 1. 3. You speak first. 1. I think 2 should speak first. I agree with 2's point of view. Number 2 directly refused to do it. My point of view is to agree with the meaning of the Supreme Commander and let number 3 speak first. Number 3 had no choice but to say, as people of advanced civilizations, we have developed proton beam sources, and the quality of that beam source is higher than that of proton beam sources. I think there are 2 possibilities. One is that the Vanguard has defected, and they have achieved civilization leap and their current civilization level is higher than ours. 2 is that a higher level civilization has invaded the solar system and the Vanguard has been wiped out. I prefer the latter. The other bigwigs also nodded. No wonder the Vanguard couldn't be contacted, so it was destroyed by a higher civilization. So what should we do now? So everyone lowered their heads again, fearing that they would be named again. At this time, speaking was to take the blame. They were not stupid enough to be fleet elders. Seeing this, number 3 quickly expressed his position. Commander, as for the follow-up disposal issues, I am not smart enough. I completely follow your meaning. You say what to do. The Tianlang main commander was directly angry. He patted the table. What time is it? What are you doing one after another? The face of Tianlang civilization has been lost by you. Commander, you are the commander-in-chief. What do you say we should do? Number 1 did not expect that the ball would be kicked back again. What should he do in this case? Escape? After returning, these people will definitely send him to the military court. War? That kind of high-quality beam source, even if the ship body is made of refined copper, may not be able to withstand it for 1 second. This is really a difficult problem. Chapter 33. The Trepidation of the Last Moment. The particle beam source was getting closer and closer to the Tianlang civilization's main fleet. At this time, the 10 commanders of the Tianlang main fleet were racking their brains to discuss countermeasures. This kind of discussion was the most unnutritious, so any policy would end without result, which was also the drawback of excessive democracy. The efficiency was too low. However, this meeting ended victoriously. But the crisis of the particle beam source was not resolved, and the threat in front of the Tianlang main fleet still existed. According to the spirit of the meeting, the Supreme Commander contacted the Tianlang Star headquarters, and the Tianlang fleet obtained contact with the Tianlang Civilization headquarters. The Supreme Commander wanted to get instructions from the headquarters and let them give up resistance and return to the Tianlang headquarters with all their strength, so that they would not be treated coldly when they escaped back. But things were not as simple as the Supreme Commander imagined. After receiving the news, the Tianlang Civilization headquarters was afraid of the particle beam source at the first time. They believed that the particle beam source was launched by a higher-level civilization that surpassed the Tianlang civilization. They could not guess what the purpose was, but what they could see was that the beam of light would cross the boundary of the solar system and invade the Tianlang system, so that the Tianlang civilization would also be in danger. Therefore, the Tianlang headquarters issued an order to continue to move forward, and then set up a chain on the edge of the solar system. This chain was called the Star Chain. The Supreme Commander's face was cold. How could their current warships withstand the attack of a higher civilization? But what to do if they don't execute the order? The Supreme Commander thought of an idea, a one-word long snake formation. So number 1 ordered the secretary to fabricate an order, written in the tone of the headquarters. The content of the order is as follows. It is known that you are being attacked by higher civilizations. In order not to expose the headquarters, number 1 is now ordered to find a nearby planet to settle down, and the remaining fleets will form a one-word long snake formation to enhance the attenuation of the particle beam source. You are the heroes of the Tianlang civilization, and we pay tribute to you. Your family will be respected for generations. Tianlang headquarters. A certain day, month and year. The Supreme Commander was not afraid of the headquarters pursuing their responsibility at all, because at this time, no one could care about each other. Moreover, the headquarters would also terminate contact with the Tianlang fleet in order to save themselves. At this time, it was impossible to receive the signal from the main force. In other words, the commander of the first fleet was now the king of this force, and whoever he wanted to be the first was the first. Such advanced civilizations as the Tianlang star system are actually more hierarchical and class solidified. When other fleet commanders received this order, they solemnly issued the order to execute the order. They were all playing small abacuses in their hearts, and if they could die later, they would die later. It would be nice to be able to strive for the job of stationing on a planet. So Commander Number 1 became a popular person. From being unpopular to now, the threshold was broken. This state made Commander Number 1 feel very good, but it was a pity that it was not long-lasting. Even so, Number 1 was worth it. He even had preparations for independent state building, but he needed some planning on how to plan. Just when Number 1 was drowsy, the other captains took the opportunity to send pillows, encouraging him to rebuild the country. So Number 1 pretended to send a message to the headquarters, and quickly received an approved reply, which made others find the clue. Everything was fake. Because the fluctuations of the civilization headquarters had all disappeared, it was impossible to make contact. Number 1's order was fake, so the previous order was also fake. Even everything that happened here would not be known to the civilization headquarters. If anyone could go back alive, even if he was a deserter, he might be treated like a hero. This was the robber logic of the Tianlang civilization. Therefore, these fleet commanders had huge differences, because everyone wanted to survive. Before the particle beam source approached, these fleets broke out in civil war. When the particle beam source came, these people disappeared together with the combat debris. They and their desires turned into dust. The particle beam source continued to move towards the edge of the solar system without any sign of attenuation. No one knew whether the Tianlang civilization would be destroyed. On the other side, the medium particle beam source was heading towards the ark. The prisoners' immigrants had been divided into 2 teams and scattered to both sides. No one knew what their fate was. Yige sat in the ark and waited for the final moment to come. At this time, there were only 10,000 seconds left before death. The ark's receiver received a signal at 35 degrees and discovered dark matter 4,000 away from the ark. This signal was sent by the Dihong branch, and after a brief judgment, Yige did not forward the signal to the prisoners' immigrants in the 135 degrees direction. Yige knew it was too late. Dihong, rush to that dark matter. If you succeed, you will build a new country. Remember, you are the descendants of heroes. I have stored the video of your ancestors' battles in the control room, and maybe it will be used one day. Received, Traveler. Dihong responded again, Traveler, in 200 seconds, the flight formation will enter the dark matter hole. Is there anything else you want to tell me? No. Dihong was speechless for a moment. Traveler, what should we name the new planet? Let's build a new prisoner? Traveler, I don't like this name. I want to name it Earth. Yige really felt that his brain capacity was not enough at this time. The ancestor of Xinyuan was the Dihong family, and he was also a descendant of Yanhuang. So is there a possibility that the prisoner's space was the predecessor of the Earth? Traveler, are you still there? Okay, do as you please. With that, Yige chose to end the call, and he quietly waited for death to come. The other immigration squadron had not yet sent a message, and Yige still did not intend to inform them of the news that the 35 degrees found the dark matter wormhole. After all, no one can escape from a wormhole. The escape examples in Yige's mind were all from Hollywood movies. In reality, Earth humans have not found the existence of wormholes at all. According to legend, the center of the universe is two huge wormholes, one black and one white, yin and yang balance, but no one has been there, and who can know? This time was the one time that Yige didn't want to leave the prisoner's space, because he didn't know how to face it when he went back. Yige was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and give Dr. Zhao a knife as soon as he saw him. No, he would find another car to kill him, so that he could feel more at peace. But Yige found that he had unknowingly become a member of exquisite egoism. He still had to use Dr. Zhao so that he could revive Mu Fei. Then let Dr. Zhao live for the time being. As long as he goes back to the past, Yige feels that he would give up his old life and not let Mu Fei's tragedy be staged. Perhaps, the dean's robbing Mu Fei was meaningful, and it would be clear when he found the dean. Time passed second by second, which was not accurate to say. It was accurate to say that the particle beam source was one step closer, and death was one step closer. There were only 100 seconds left, and Yige felt uneasy. If he was hit by the particle beam source, would he be able to return to the real world? Everything was unknown. It was this unknown that made Yige feel frightened, and this fright made Yige restless. In this uneasiness, Yige thought of Dihong's line that entered the wormhole, imagining that they should have rushed out and then found a new home. Yige also thought of the other one that also found a wormhole. If there was no wormhole, it would be the same as now and would die? In this uneasiness, Yige calmed down again. Although he did not complete the man's promise, he chose the most tragic way to end this mission. He died, and perhaps the prisoner's space would return to its original state, and if possible, he would stop Yue from this war. There were only 10 seconds left. Yige lay on the bed, covered with a sheet, very quiet. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Death was coming. Yige closed his eyes, and he didn't know where he would be when he opened his eyes again. Chapter 34. You're heading in the wrong direction. The final second arrived. As the fireworks bloomed and faded in the firmament, the arc became the most minuscule speck of dust in the vast universe. Yige was also pulverized, like encountering a black storm, and gradually disappeared into the void before returning to the Star Alliance. He couldn't know the ultimate fate of the prisoner space, but he could imagine how arduous it would be. Perhaps, the next time he entered that space, it would be a new setting, or an old one from before the war. None of this was within Yige's control. Yige suddenly felt that the Schrodinger's cat theory was like this. Without entering the prisoner space again, who knew what the inside would look like? The particle stream dissipated quickly, and Yige returned to Earth. Tianzhong Experimental City. Yige lay quietly on the control chair. After his body returned to normal, he took off the helmet. He didn't rush to get up, but waited for Dr. Zhao's performance. After a moment, Dr. Zhao ran to Lab 000 with anxious concern and a look of tension. Dr. Zhao's face was filled with sincerity and apprehension, like a father worried about his child. A true emotion. Before, Yige would have been deeply touched, but now he felt disgusted. One could hardly imagine that a scientist could be so hypocritical, shameless, base, and a fake gentleman. Yige didn't want to use words to describe this feeling, because it was an insult to the words themselves. Yige, are you all right? Dr. Zhao's face was filled with worry, which didn't seem fake. But Yige didn't trust him anymore. Doctor, shouldn't you be more concerned about whether technological development will destroy human civilization? Yige, You know that you are my only relative in the Star Alliance, so of course I'm concerned about your health first. Yige, don't say that again. It will make me very sad. Yige suppressed his anger, feeling an urge to kill Dr. Zhao right then and there. But reason told Yige that he couldn't do that yet. Doctor, I may have been in the prisoner space for too long, and my emotions are difficult to release. Please forgive my rudeness just now. I'm feeling much better now, so you don't need to worry. Yige got off the control chair and said, Doctor, come sit here. Let me apologize to you. As he spoke, Yige brewed a cup of clear tea for Dr. Zhao. This clear tea could calm the mind and dispel worries. Yige had relied on this clear tea during his days in the Star Alliance. Doctor, technological development may bring some negative impacts, but the convenience it brings is unimaginable. What you said about technology destroying humanity was proposed more than 100 years ago, but we are still living well more than 100 years later. The so-called awakening of autonomous consciousness in those intelligent robots is just an artificial setting, so we can now communicate with robots without any obstacles. Doctor, if robots had awakened autonomous consciousness, they would have rebelled before the establishment of the Star Alliance. During that time, our communication satellites disappeared overnight, and Earth was plunged into panic. This was the best time for robots to rebel, but they didn't. Doctor, what do you think? Dr. Zhao didn't speak, but drank the clear tea and said, Yige, although I have made mistakes and regret them very much, there are some things I can't say. You need to know that I care more about your health than the technological honor of the Star Alliance. Yige's hand stopped in midair, and he looked at Dr. Zhao with a serious expression. Yige really wanted to ask if he regretted killing Mu Fei, but he didn't say it, and instead poured more tea for Dr. Zhao. Doctor, which girl did you abandon that makes you regret it so much? Like the popular songs say, if you were together, you should have children by now, and not having children is your lifelong pain. Is that right? Dr. Zhao said, Yige, you're too indecent, making such jokes with an old man. Aren't you afraid of offending the heavens? And the matter passed. Later, Yige learned that Dr. Zhao was testing him at the time. Although Yige had matured a lot, he was still very green in front of Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao saw the hatred in his eyes, which made him very suspicious. If Yige had asked questions related to himself or Mu Fei at that time, Dr. Zhao would have definitely taken action against Yige. The story continued. Yige said, Doctor, we must carry out AI body-related research. For the sake of human civilization or for Mu Fei? Mu Fei. Yige answered very sincerely. Okay, I promise you. Dr. Zhao stood up and said, Let's go. There are some things you should talk about with those old fogies. I've found that it's not that they're not working hard enough, but that they're heading in the wrong direction. Yige inadvertently touched his pocket. Sure enough, the medium particle capsule hull had not been brought back to the real world. This was all expected, and Yige was not disappointed. He now only hoped that Zhang Fengyan, that madman, could also develop a hull similar to a medium particle capsule or find materials similar to Yige, Higgins copper. Unfortunately, Yige was disappointed. Yige followed Dr. Zhao at a leisurely pace. The camera zoomed in, and one door after another was opened. In the scene, Zhang Fengyan, Taylor, and other scientists were working day and night. Although they looked glamorous when they met everyone in front of the camera, when they put their energy into tense scientific experiments, some people were disheveled, even worse than migrant workers. Yige pushed the door open, and the busy world seemed to be frozen. A light shone over, dragging Yige's figure very long. Walking towards the center of the laboratory, Yige's shoes made a crisp sound. Meeting everyone's astonished gazes, Yige said loudly, Everyone, be quiet. I have something to say. Yige, do you know what you're doing? You're wasting your life. Wasting is equal to murder, do you know? One scientist with a face full of black. Ash released his emotions. He had failed 3 times in a row, and the 4th time had just started and exploded again. He blamed this on Yige. This person was Oldemo, one of the world's top 3 material scientists, and was currently studying metal synthesis because he knew that no single material could withstand the friction generated by such a high speed. Although this matter had nothing to do with Yige, out of respect for the elder, Yige nodded to him. What I want to say is that your research direction based on existing materials is wrong, because high-strength and good ductility materials cannot be synthesized. A mistake? How is that possible? We are all the most authoritative scientists of this era on Earth, How could we make a mistake? Nothing is impossible. Yixingchen, my father. His theory is also wrong. No, to be exact, it has flaws. Old Imo muttered to himself like a madman. It is impossible for me to make a mistake. Zhang Fengyan knew Yige. Since Yige said so, there must be his reason. So he patted Old Mo's head and said, "Hey, when this kid proposed the paradox of time concept, I had the same reaction as you. In the end, it was proved that this kid's theory was correct." Taylor also came up and said, "Old Imo, do you know why the Star Alliance trusts a young man so much? Because he is a genius. Only he can lead us to find, discover, or even invent wall-breaking materials." Old Imo stared in disbelief at the top physicists and material scientists in front of him. Yige said, "The materials on Earth cannot reach the height of wall-breaking at all. We are like pets in a zoo. Although we know that freedom is outside the cage, there are no tools to break out of the cage in the park. As for wall-breaking materials, I have already said that Jaegu, Higgins copper, is one kind. We don't know where this material is now, but what can be certain is that they are not on Earth. In addition, I also said that the medium particle capsule hull can also reach the strength of wall breaking. Fortunately, I got one from the prisoners, but unfortunately, it couldn't be brought out of that space. But I found a way to manufacture the medium particle capsule hull." Other scientists interrupted Yige's speech. "Yige, what you said is like children playing house, with no theoretical basis." "Yes, this kind of thing sounds like a fantasy, too far-fetched." The opposition grew louder. At this time, Zhang Fengyan pushed Taylor out. "You are the #1 person in materials. You should talk about whether what Yige said makes sense. Of course, you can tell lies." Taylor stomped on Zhang Fengyan fiercely. "Bullshit, what that kid said is right. I don't have to tell lies." Then Taylor said to the scientists present, "Everyone, calm down. Take a look at yourselves now. What kind of scientists do you look like? I propose to give everyone 15 minutes to sort out their makeup, and then we will hold this scientific event." With that, Taylor got up and ran to his lounge. Maybe it was because he hadn't gone back to rest for too long, so he turned back after only a few steps. "Mr. Chief Doctor, may I ask which room is my lounge in?" "Dr. Taylor, you are so humorous." "No, it should be that I'm too focused. Now can you tell me?" Dr. Zhao did not answer this question, but clicked a finger. At this time, the life assistant robots of each scientist pushed the door in and took these hardworking scientists to wash up. After these people left, Dr. Zhao looked sad. "Yige, these old stubborns are like this. Don't take it to heart." "Doctor, they are right. After all, the parameters of the prisoner's space are different from our world." Speaking, Yige came to the window and looked at the dark sky full of stars. "Doctor, do you believe that there are alien civilizations in this world, or even civilizations that surpass our human beings?" Chapter 35. Speculations about alien civilizations. "Doctor, do you believe in alien civilizations?" "What alien civilization? There is no alien civilization in the solar system at all." "What about outside the solar system? The truth that we can't see or discover in the vast universe, can't that be the case?" Dr. Zhao stared at Yige, and Yige looked at him too. Even the air was very heavy. "What is the truth that cannot be discovered?" Dr. Zhao saw the doubt in Yige's eyes and felt that Yige seemed to know something, but not really, because he was quite confident in his arrangements. "Yige, you may be too tired recently. Once people are physically lacking, they will also start to think wildly in spirit. Okay, don't think wildly anymore. Let's not talk about alien civilizations, okay?" Dr. Zhao patted Yige on the shoulder and said, "Do you still want to see Mu Fei now? After this meeting, I will let C take you to see her, but you have to learn to face it. We may not be able to verify the chairman's theory, but you must get out of the shadows. Promise me, okay?" Hearing this, Yige trembled all over. He really missed Mu Fei. In the past, Yige wanted to see Mu Fei, but Dr. Zhao always found various reasons. But what does it mean to propose this now? Soon, Yige understood. It might be that he showed it too obviously, which made Dr. Zhao start to suspect him. Thinking of this, Yige made up his mind that he must change his current state. Yige ran over and hugged Dr. Zhao in his arms, like hugging his father, and a few lines of clear tears flowed down his eyes. "Doctor, is this true? Thank you. I really want to see Mu Fei. Doctor, if we can achieve free incremental movement, I will definitely go to the Star Alliance to find you and let you and the Dean be my witnesses. Doctor. Yige cried like a child. He didn't know if this would let Dr. Zhao let down his guard, so he could only perform as much as possible, performing like this everywhere. Dr. Zhao patted Yige on the shoulder lightly and said, "Child, you have suffered. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to revive Mu. Fei, don't worry. But don't bother her now, just let her lie quietly, and when we go back to the past, she won't be lying here anymore." Sure enough, Mu Fei was not in the Star Alliance, so that video was real. Yige had confirmed that Dr. Zhao suspected him, and he felt that he was still too green and should not have written everything on his face. But he was only 23 years old. How could he be as calculating as Dr. Zhao? It should be known that those who have achieved success in science are people with pure hearts, and they have the true character of saying what they say and daring to question. Yige was such a person. Yige said, "Doctor, I will now put all my energy into the research of AI body-related technologies. Don't worry." Dr. Zhao also comforted him a few words and also looked at the starry sky. Yige also looked at the starry sky and said, "Doctor, this universe is really too big and boundless. Have you never suspected that we are not orphan civilizations and that we have brothers and sisters?" Dr. Zhao said, "Yige, you are too tired. Why are you entangled in this topic again?" Yige replied, "Doctor, I want to know how you view this issue, because it is related to the road we will take next." Yige continued, "When I was in the prisoner's space, I encountered a message that said, 'Double four-dimensional space exists. You should believe it now, right?' Doctor, what does this sentence mean?" Dr. Zhao frowned. His eyes also returned from the window to Yige's body. Seeing that Yige was very serious, he began to talk about his views. "Yige, you are right. The universe is indeed very vast. If you say that there are no other civilizations besides human civilization, no one will believe it. But we can't find their existence, and I guess there must be some kind of separation. And this separation is like the impossibility of having offspring due to physiological separation between different species, and this law has existed since the Big Bang. Yige, I now guess that we are not the original residents of the Earth. Our current civilizations should be said to have been left over after certain specific events in civilizations of the same level, just like carrots, white radishes, and crystal radishes in a fruit plate. If this guess is correct, then it is easy to explain why there are white people, black people, and yellow people under the same sky. As for the double four-dimensional space you mentioned, I think it should be accurate. This is the same principle as the breakthrough linear increment we are pursuing. I think it is precisely because of the existence of double four-dimensional and even multi-dimensional space that it proves that our research path on AI bodies is correct." Yige nodded and said, "Doctor, I think you guessed it all right, because I encountered a war of civilizations in the prisoner's space, which was an extinction war launched by advanced civilizations against backward civilizations." "Which civilization are you on?" "I found Dihong in the lower civilization, which is often said to be the prisoner's space, so I stood on the side of the prisoner." "Wait, let me sort it out." Dr. Zhao interrupted Yige, looked at Yige incredulously, and said in the same incredible tone, "Are you talking about the mother of Xinyuan, the ancestor of the Dihong family?" "Yes, I was also shocked at the time, but this is true. Moreover, the parameters of the prisoner's space are different from our world, and I was guessing that it was a game, because the people I contacted would not die, just like the NPCs in the game." "That should be a game, and you thought it was a conscious body entering, but how can people's consciousness leave their bodies?" "I think your guess is correct. That is a game that transcends virtual reality technology, and it will give you the illusion that it is like drugs that can damage your nerves." Dr. Zhao's eyes suddenly became very sharp, like an eagle's eyes. "Yige, you must have a full body examination. I'm really worried about your health. And don't enter that space next time. Let me do it. I'm old, and I'll die like that. You are still young, and there is still a lot of time and beauty in the world that you have not appreciated." The fox's tail was finally revealed. Yige was very touched at first, but now he remembered that he was being played with, like eating fly feces and feeling disgusted. However, Yige still pretended to agree happily. Because Dr. Zhao was still useful, as long as Dr. Zhao still thought he was under control, he could continue to use the Star Alliance to do things. Now Yige still has many important things to do. Of course, the most important thing now is to use these scientists to develop the technologies that he can use for AI bodies. The note said that the Star Alliance would soon find the AI body entrance, so he must develop or find the wall-breaking material before that, or at least develop the medium particle capsule. Time passed quickly. While Yige and Dr. Zhao were discussing their knowledge of the starry sky, many scientists had come to the laboratory one after another. The laboratory had been decorated into a press conference by the service staff. These scientists were wearing suits and ties. 15 minutes was enough to dress a beggar as a social elite, of course, provided you need a designer team with strong execution. This was not difficult for the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance has nearly 20,000 scientific workers, and the people who serve these elites are not humans, but humanoid robots. They use intelligent retrieval engines to communicate with humans. After a while, all the scientists came to the conference room. Yige and Dr. Zhao walked to the podium. Everyone, I know that you may not believe in our Star Alliance, but it has to be admitted that our Star Alliance has been at the forefront of the world in terms of scientific technology and theoretical research. As for why, that's because when you were looking up at the stars, we were already in the stars. However, you were lucky. Now you are also in the stars. The atmosphere of the Star Alliance is relaxed. We don't have authority here. Even if you are a 23-level novice, you can question my, Yixingchen's, and the Star Alliance's theory. These scientists were not novices, and they were very disgusted by these words. As soon as Dr. Zhao finished speaking, they started to become impatient. Enough, Dr. Zhao, don't talk nonsense. We don't care about these. These should be told to those politicians, or let them talk about it. They will talk more grandiosely than you. Yes, let Yige talk. Dr. Zhao was not angry either, and made a gesture of invitation to Yige and walked down the stage. As soon as he stepped down, he became hot with those scientists. If Yige didn't know the truth, he would definitely regard Dr. Zhao as an idol. How free and kind-hearted such a person lived. But this old man happened to be a murderer, a master of face-changing. Yige felt disgusted when he saw him, but he was enduring all this, which was too painful. However, for Mu Fei and for revenge in the future, what were these pains and grievances? Yige stood on the podium and talked about everything he experienced in the prisoner. Everyone, do you believe in alien civilizations? Of course, I mean civilizations outside the solar system that live in a four-dimensional space like us. These people did not answer. They frowned. Why would Yige start with this? So, these people waited quietly for what Yige would say next. At first, I didn't believe it either. But the following story may be too science fiction, so please be prepared. I, like Hiowa more than 100 years ago, entered an alien space, where there were civilizations that are the same as our human civilizations. When I entered there for the first time, it was still a primitive tribal society. When I entered there for the second time, they had already entered society. When I entered there for the third time, they begged me to leave behind the seeds of law. When I entered there for the fourth time, they had already surpassed our current civilization. And that is a world with flesh and blood. Do you dare to believe this is true? These scientists were shocked, and some even jumped up, and this person was Oldemo. Oldemo also realized that he was very embarrassed now. Scientists are scientists after all, and their minds are very clear. So they began to refute Yige, pretending to be discussing academics. Yige, just get to the point. Why are you talking about these alarmist words here? Do you think you want to write a science fiction novel? No, you are a scientist, not an author. Please omit the foreplay and get to the point directly, okay? Ha ha ha, Oldemo, you don't understand. What can you do without foreplay? Where does the feeling come from without foreplay? You still need Vaseline then. Taylor, you are just an old pervert. Yige watched these scientists talking dirty jokes, and his mood improved for a while. He buried the hatred in his heart and licked some soil deeply in his heart again. Everyone, the parameters of that world are inconsistent with our world, so you will be surprised. Of course, at your age, surprise is not terrible. What is terrible is not being able to accurately recognize mistakes. After Yige finished speaking, Old Mo's face flushed, and these words were spoken to him. Yige ignored Oldemo because he had been pressed on the table by Taylor, and he was given a banana to take care of him like a grandson. Yige continued, later, that civilization was targeted by another civilization, and a war to destroy the civilization was launched. In that war, there were even particle beam sources and proton beam sources that exceeded the speed of light. but they did not move in the opposite direction, but still moved in the positive direction. So I said that Yixingchen's theory has flaws. Then how did Yixingchen disappear? Did your Star Alliance kill him and silence him? If this is true, then how should we explain being imprisoned for so long? How can we explain how much we have paid? Yige, you must be responsible for what you say. Yige said, everyone's understanding of AI bodies is correct. It is precisely because this kind of four-dimensional space that exceeds the number exists that the AI body theory has a theoretical framework. Of course, I have to mention the wall-breaking material. I think everyone has seen the machine when Yixingchen disappeared. At this time, someone began to recall the scene when Yixingchen disappeared. In that scene, they remembered that what disappeared with Yixingchen was that machine. Yes, it was that machine. That metal was not the sequence we have already explored. It was like a metal from outer space. Yige, we already know that metal cannot block the friction of primitive speed. So how can we verify the theory of inverse positive motion? This is what I'm going to talk about next. Yige paused and continued. I said at the beginning that besides the special materials, there is the medium particle capsule sphere, and then I will go straight to the topic. We have even recognized quarks through collision experiments, but this is the ultimate result. Sometimes the ultimate is not necessarily perfect, especially various speculations generated under the collider. The medium particle capsule is a special material discovered by the prisoner civilization under imperfect collision. Its structure is similar to C60, and the cumulative structure has both compressive resistance and ductility. It is precisely this material that is the wall-breaking material we need. These scientists whispered to each other. Now that the Star Alliance has just applied quantum mechanics to practice, it has already reached a wall. This is already a ditch that humans can hardly cross. So how can we talk about particles and protons? Although these people were stubborn, they were now those in which what they think about AI is all from what Yige says. He can be regarded as their student. The teacher has set everything in motion, and the student then starts to do the same. Soon, these people understood the truth and recognized Yige's views. Yige was not good at material science and mathematical model building, but these scientists were very good at it. Yige did not worry that they would be lazy, because they respected science very much. Yige then talked about what he had seen and heard in the prisoner's space, and these people were dumbfounded. What did you say? There are living species on Sirius? This news was too shocking. With the development of technology, human beings have explored the entire solar system, and there is only one human civilization in the entire solar system. Later, human beings turned their attention to neighboring star systems and did not find an environment suitable for human habitation, so they denied the existence of civilization on Sirius. Are the creatures of the Sirius civilization also human beings? Yes. Then why haven't we found any signs of human survival now? Maybe it was destroyed in the war. Speaking of this, Yige recalled the war again. The end of the war was very tragic. Yes, it must be like this. The proton beam source destroyed the Sirius civilization. War is really terrible. No, what is terrible is not war, not technology, but human greed. Without greed, technology would not become a slave to war, and it would not destroy the war. Silence. The scene was very quiet, so quiet that you could feel each other's breathing for you. Soon, a scientist got up. Oldemo, what are you going to do? I just realized that the previous scientific hypotheses had shackles. Now it seems that this is a conspiracy. What robots will rebel? It is people who made them rebel. In that case, we will create robots that do not rebel. But you are engaged in materials, not robot research. I know, so I want to experience the feeling of speaking without back pain. At this time, Taylor also got up, came to Yige, and clinked glasses with him. Yige, do you believe that there are silicon-based civilizations in this world? Yes, but we haven't found it. Some people Chanyan that the necessity of human existence is to cultivate a group of programmers and then become the key to silicon-based life forms, which is the appendage of silicon-based civilizations. What do you think? Yige was silent for a while. He thought of the message on the note and said to Taylor, Mr. Taylor, don't believe what you hear or see, because this is what someone wants you to hear and see. You can ask your heart if it is worth it to do so, because there is no right or wrong in the laws of this world, just like time, that is imposed by human beings. Taylor turned and left, and Yige believed that he had found the answer. Zhang Fengnian got up and said nothing. Yige's four-dimensional space that exceeded the number gave him a lot of inspiration, just like an elementary school student entering the third grade and being enlightened, opening up an unprecedented space. Dr. Zhao and Yige looked at each other. What are you going to do next? I want to go back to Earth, back to Donglu to see, Doctor. How about you? I will sit in the Star Alliance for you. When you come back, how about we take the capsule for a time-space trip together? Okay, that's settled. I want to find Mu Fei first, and then let her be my bride. Oh, okay. It's good to be young. Chapter 36. Embarking on an Earth Journey. Yige had too many mysteries to be solved, and the key to solving these mysteries was on Earth. Dr. Zhao agreed to Yige's request. In the lounge, Yige was packing his belongings. Because he had not seen the children for too long, Yige prepared gifts for each child. At this time, Yige found a notebook lying on the bedside table. Yige was very familiar with this cover. It seemed to be the one in Laboratory 000. How could this diary be lying here? Yige himself couldn't figure it out, so he picked up the diary and looked at it. It was still the original content. Turning to the last page of the notebook, Yige felt that the last sentence in this notebook was not nonsense, because this notebook was useless at all, and the bottom structure of the AI body recorded in it was a lie. Yige smiled. His father was so ridiculous. After reading it once, Yige threw the notebook aside, only to find that there was a piece of paper in the notebook. So, Yige took out the piece of paper again and read the contents carefully. Yige wanted to laugh but had to hold back, because he knew who had concocted this piece of paper. Yige, my only friend in the Star Alliance is Dr. Zhao. You can go to him when you have difficulties or miss me. He is your only trustworthy friend in the Star Alliance. Yixingchen. Yige knew that Dr. Zhao must be monitoring him, pretending to be very recognizable and expressing acceptance. He didn't forget to write a sentence on the paper. Dad, I know. I will listen to the doctor in the days when you are away. This sentence successfully deceived Dr. Zhao and pretended to fall asleep. Covering his head with the quilt, Yige took out the real piece of paper, and when he saw the contents on it, his pupils enlarged. How is this possible? Could it be that Yixingchen has been here? The piece of paper I marked is gone. Who left this piece of paper for me? The handwriting is different from the previous piece of paper. This matter was getting more and more confusing. Yige even felt that he was like the protagonist in the game, going everywhere to decipher, but this was not a scientist's thinking. Yige looked at the contents on the paper and soon found that there should have been problems with his thoughts just now. He should have seen this piece of paper somewhere, but he didn't remember it at all for some reason. The contents of the note were written like this. Yige, when you see this piece of paper, it means that you have completely escaped that damned space. Since you are back, enjoy the current time. By the way, if I guess correctly, you will go to Dean Suing, but I still advise you not to return to Earth, because a major disaster will occur on Earth within 7 days. Of course, you will definitely go. Please make sure to bring the jade pendant and the dagger with you, and don't let them leave you at any time. Finally, maybe someone has already reminded you, don't trust anyone in the Star Alliance, including any notes. Because they come from different periods of time, it is impossible to give you accurate guidance. The letter was finished, and the signature was empty, with no one's name and date. Suddenly, Yige remembered who this note belonged to, and it was very similar to his note. Could it be that Yige felt absurd about what happened afterwards? How could he write a letter to himself? Yige folded the quilt, and he should also set off to return to Earth. As soon as he got to the door, he felt that he should believe this paper. So he turned back and put the dagger in his backpack, together with the toys he gave to the children. Sitting on the force-driven aerospace spacecraft, Yige was wearing casual clothes and leaning against the window, looking at the dark night sky and the thousands of stars like pearls and gems. What kind of natural disaster can be predicted with today's advanced technology, unless there is one? That is, sudden global crustal movement. This sounds like science fiction. The Earth is still in its youth. How can such a huge geological disaster erupt? Thinking of this, Yige stopped thinking about it. Yige put the blanket over his body and leaned on the seat to sleep. There is a protective shield on the periphery of the Tianzhong experimental city, which can effectively reflect cosmic rays, and the material of the aerospace spacecraft can also reflect cosmic rays, so you don't need to wear protective clothing in the spacecraft at all. Therefore, Yige only needs to wear casual clothes. In Tianzhong experimental city, Dr. Zhao, the chief scientist of the Star Alliance, opened a bottle of ancient brewed wine, preparing to taste it, only to find that all the instruments he usually used poured the wine outside. Dr. Zhao frowned. He believed that someone had been to his lounge, otherwise the wine-pouring instrument would pour the red wine into his wine glass without any error. This was a wine-pouring device developed by Dr. Zhao himself. The wine bottle was placed on a curved groove, and the wine would slide along the wall of the glass, as graceful as a girl's yarn. However, this was not the case today. But when Dr. Zhao carefully reviewed the video surveillance, his frown became even tighter. No one had been to his room, so what was going on? Suddenly, Dr. Zhao seemed to realize where the problem was. He ran out of the door without even bothering about his shoes. Running all the way, Dr. Zhao was already panting. Seeing the data on the gyroscope, his eyes widened. Even though he had already guessed this fact, he was still shocked now. The orbit of the Tianzhong experimental city had shifted again, and this time the angle was much larger than before. Dr. Zhao could not predict what the consequences would be, but what can be asserted is that this must not be a good sign. Dr. Zhao came to the highest conference room. He was going to report this news to those bald men. This was no small matter. Everyone, the orbit of the Tianzhong experimental city has shifted. No one can predict what will happen next. What can be asserted is that it is definitely not a good thing. Maybe it will disappear mysteriously like those near-Earth satellites, so everyone should make plans early? What these bald men cared about most was life, of course, only their own lives. Old Zhao, are you implying something with this sentence? No, I'm just stating a fact. After all, this matter is not a small matter and concerns everyone's life. I should have made it very clear by saying this. Old Zhao, has the cause been found out? No, but I guess it's related to Yige. Then where did Yige go? He went back to the ground to deal with something and asked for 7 days of leave. After all, he is a young man, and it is not realistic to want him to concentrate on scientific research. Dr. Zhao said this on purpose, and his purpose was already self-evident. Of course, these giants had obviously been tricked. Prepare a spaceship for us. We are also going back to the ground. Dr. Zhao got up and said, "Okay, I will go back with you." These bald men refused his proposal on the grounds that the Star Alliance could not leave Dr. Zhao. So, a spaceship carrying the highest investors in the Star Alliance sailed to the ground. This spaceship was known as the safest spaceship in the world. Chapter 37. That Abandoned Alleyway. The aerospace spacecraft departed from Tianzhong Experimental City and, after cruising for a while in the endless darkness, plunged directly into the atmosphere towards its designated destination. Due to the effects of the Earth's magnetic field deviation, a minor incident occurred when the aerospace spacecraft penetrated the atmosphere. The entire fuselage shook violently, and the passengers inside began to scream in terror. "Dear passengers, our spacecraft has experienced a slight disturbance. This is a normal phenomenon. Please rest assured that everything is under control." Just as the somewhat magnetic voice finished, the entire fuselage returned to normal. After flying in the stratosphere for a while, it flew towards its destination. The people in the cabin were no longer panicking, and some couples even became amorous again. But Yige's heart was surging. He looked at the clouds outside the window, lost in thought. What's going on? Aerospace spacecraft have long been adapted to the atmosphere. How could it shake? Could it be that the Earth will really have a major disaster in 7 days? Well, but everything looks too calm. It doesn't look like a disaster is about to happen at all. That's right, everything looks normal. But Yige always felt that something was wrong. In the end, Yige could only comfort himself. Maybe that message was just a prank. After all, who would receive a message from themselves? Before Yige could think too much, the aerospace spacecraft quickly landed at Shanghai Aerospace Airport. The aerospace airport is an important carrier linking Tianzhong Experimental City and the ground. After the near-Earth satellites suddenly disappeared collectively that year, after the completion of Tianzhong Experimental City, the United Guard opened 10 aerospace airports on the ground, of which Shanghai Aerospace Airport is the largest airport in the world. After the aerospace spacecraft landed, a huge curtain isolated the spacecraft, followed by a stream of liquid sprayed over, the purpose of which was to eliminate the cosmic rays on the surface of the aerospace spacecraft. The cabin door opened, and Yige followed the crowd out of the spacecraft, feeling a little unaccustomed to the land for a while. After about a minute, Yige adapted to the Earth's magnetic field and walked like a normal person. Shanghai, for Yige was Shanghai, Wounded Sea, a sad city. Yige didn't choose to return to the orphanage immediately because Yige had more important things to do. Yige only had one purpose, which was to see that girl. If the girl really exists, then it proves that that recording is real. Yige followed C's perspective to that ruin. But Yige couldn't find that alley at all. Could it be that that video doesn't exist? As soon as he finished speaking, Yige felt a woman pass in front of him. When he looked again, the woman had disappeared. So, Yige hurried to follow. But where was there any figure in front of him? Yige had just turned the corner along the road and was subdued by someone. The woman's foot was on Yige's back. Say, what are you doing sneaking behind your grandmother? I came here to look for someone, and I got lost, so I wanted to catch up and ask for directions. Yige continued, Girl, I have no ill intentions. Seeing that Yige didn't look like a bad person and was so weak, the woman relaxed her guard and threw Yige out. Yige didn't care about the indecent posture, hurriedly got up and rubbed his arms and legs, dusted off the dirt on his body, and was dumbfounded when he looked up. The woman in front of him looked extremely inconsistent with her voice. Her voice sounded like a woman in her 20s or 30s, but her appearance was in her 40s or 50s. While Yige was stunned, he heard the woman say, Hey, what are you looking at, kid? Yige said, I didn't see anything. I just think you women are too mysterious. I didn't expect your voice to be so nice. Okay, if you dare to say the words behind me, I'll tear your mouth apart. The woman put her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Say, what are you doing sneaking behind me? Yige instinctively swallowed the words, looks so ugly, and changed his words. I remember there is an alley nearby. I want to go in and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Yige shouted, It hurts, it hurts. Let go, let go. The woman looked at Yige angrily, but her hands were very strong. Yige hurriedly shouted, Grandma, what are you doing pinching my ear? Who told you not to learn well? I'm teaching you for your mother. The woman said, My mother? You actually know my mother? Yige didn't care about the pain and grabbed the woman's hands. Grandma, please tell me where my mother is. I haven't seen him since I was sensible. The woman suddenly paused and stopped mechanically like a puppet. Yige hurried forward and accidentally touched a place that should not have been touched. By coincidence, the woman recovered again. The woman actually blushed and said angrily, Get out! Stop taking advantage of me! You haven't told me who my mother is yet? Yige's eyes showed determination. Your mother? How could I know your mother? The woman's eyes rolled around. Are you missing a girl? Speaking, the woman hooked Yige's neck with her hand and put it in front of her chest. Hey, little brother. How about I charge you 1,000 earth coins and then I'll take you to find a girl? A soft feeling came, and Yige blushed. If this continued, Yige really couldn't stand it, so he hurriedly broke free from the woman. Yige gasped for breath. Grandma, I'm not going to find a girl, but is there an alley in this place, a place similar to a slum? Yes, of course there is. Grandma understands. Everyone has come from your age. I said that if you want to go to that alley, you can, but you have to give me 1,000 earth coins. Even if Yige was stupid, he could hear what the woman meant. But he wanted to enter that alley so much. If he couldn't find that girl, Yige wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Okay, but I have to know what your name is. Elena, what about you? Yige took out 800 earth coins from his body and gave them to Elena. Elena, your name is quite foreign. My name is Yige. E is the E in Yige, and Gu is the Gu in Yige. Elena counted left and right and found that there were only 800 yuan. Yige, is your math teacher taught by a PE teacher? I said it was 1,000 yuan. Why is it 200 yuan less? That's right. Didn't you know my name? Yige walked forward with his hands on his head. I charge 400 yuan for others to ask my name. Now I charge you 200 yuan, which is a friendship price. Let's go. Stop dawdling. Elena stomped her feet angrily behind her, almost disgusting Yige. Grandma, you are in your 40s or 50s. Can you stop acting like a little girl? I find it disgusting, and if I really vomit, you have to give me compensation for mental damage. Elena was so angry, but thinking about her current pretense, she spared Yige. Elena said unhappily, Come back. You tell me to come back, so I come back? I'm not your husband. Why should I listen to you? Okay, then continue walking forward. I estimate that you won't find that place in your whole life. You're just a little kid and you're learning. From adults to have fun. I really don't know what your family thinks. I'll count to 3. If you don't come back, I'll take the money and leave. These words worked very well. Seeing Yige run back wagging his tail. In fact, Yige's mood was very bad now, but he didn't know why he had a different feeling when he saw Elena. That feeling was very easy, like the piano sound of Dean suing, allowing him to get rid of the burden. Of course, Yige didn't realize this. He was still immersed in it. Yige followed Elena. From the back, Elena's figure was well maintained, and a 22 or 23-year-old girl would be nothing more than this. Elena turned her head and roared at Yige, "You, don't stare at my body, otherwise be careful of this." Seeing Elena holding up her fist, Yige made a face and looked at the sky. The two continued to walk. After passing through a deserted factory, Yige trembled all over. He knew that the alley was coming soon. Yige especially wanted to see that girl now. He just wanted to confirm one thing, and this thing was very important to Yige. Drilling in through a dog hole, and then turning left and right, he came to an empty room. There was a secret door on the north wall of the room. Elena pushed it with her hand, and the entrance to the alley appeared. Elena turned back and told Yige again, "Kid, you are here to have fun. Don't interfere with anything you see inside. Do you understand?" Yige nodded and followed Elena in. "Grandma, where did you get this gigolo? Go, go, go. He's here to take a driver's license test. Hurry up and call out your daughters. Today, whoever is chosen will have to give a red envelope. Could it be that he is?" Ha ha ha. The air was filled with the laughter of these women, looking at Yige as if they had found a treasure. That look was cannibalistic. Chapter 38. Traveling through different spaces. The people here are dressed strangely, and the clothes they wear look like products from more than 100 years ago. "Grandma, where is this?" "This is the alley you're looking for. I can't tell that you kid's mouth is quite tricky, huh?" Elena misunderstood Yige a little. Yige ignored Elena and continued walking. The contrast between the small alley and the metropolis was stark. It was hard to imagine that when technological civilization was about to reach the barrier, some people were still living in such an environment. The ditch was full of turbid sewage. There were cockroaches and rats in the sewage. The smell of rotten vegetable leaves and the stench of hormones were mixed together, making people dizzy. Yige followed Elena, dodging left and right, looking like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. These women were shouting dirty words, and their hands were not clean. It seemed that they were very happy to teach Yige how to drive. But Yige really didn't come here to have fun. He now wanted to confirm whether that girl existed or not. Elena also felt that Yige was different from those prostitutes, and suddenly stopped, staring at Yige with her hands crossed and her right hand on her chin. Yige accidentally bumped into Elena, and that feeling was very soft. Elena just frowned, hooked Yige's head with her hand, put it in front of her chest, and said in a somewhat proud tone, "You're really not here to have fun?" Yige nodded. Elena smiled and said, "There are white crows in this world, which is strange. There really are white crows in this world. They were discovered in Japan more than 100 years ago, and then disappeared. However, if you want to study this, I can recommend you an animal encyclopedia." "Bullshit, you're just an idiot. Yige, is Grandma discussing crows with you here?" Elena pulled Yige's ears angrily. "Are you trying to show off your knowledge here? If Grandma knew this, would I still be messing around in this alley?" "Then what are you talking about?" Yige looked innocent. He really didn't understand. "I don't have time to talk to you." Elena put her hands on her hips and shouted, "This virgin is mine. Everyone take good care of him for Grandma. If anyone dares to touch him, Grandma will seal that thing off." Suddenly the women on both sides of the alley dispersed, throwing melon seeds everywhere, crossing their legs, and saying dirty words. That scene was suddenly very consistent. "Grandma, you are in your 40s or 50s. Do you still like this? Do you still have that function?" Ha ha ha. All kinds of foul language came, and Elena roared, and then disappeared without a trace. Yige was subdued by Elena's momentum, and secretly determined not to provoke her. Elena still had prestige in this alley, so no one really bothered them. Yige saw that Elena stopped. "Why don't you go? What did you come here for?" Elena asked instead. Yige pondered for a while. "I came here to find a little girl. She doesn't know me, and I don't know her either. I just want to see how she is now." "Is she your lover? You must have a problem with your ears." I said she is a child. Oh, I understand. She is your child? Yige was completely speechless. He remembered a sentence. It is best not to talk about logic with women, because logic has nothing to do with them. Yige took a few steps and found that Elena didn't follow, turned around and asked, Grandma, why don't you go? You go by yourself. I don't want to go to that alley. Why? Grandma, I don't want to go. Is that a reason? Yige walked forward in doubt, and a light curtain appeared in front of him, but he did not notice anything unusual. Elena quietly watched Yige's figure. So it really is him. So his name is Yige. This is my future husband. Elena just watched until Yige completely disappeared in front of her. At this time, Yige had crossed the light curtain, and the decorations of the people in front of him were no different from the current style. Yige was very shocked. What's going on? Yige hurried back, but he didn't see the alley when he came, and he was at the entrance of the alley. Elena and those people in ancient clothes had long disappeared without a trace. Yige could only walk along the alley. At the end of the alley, Yige found the house. Standing at the door, Yige's heart was very uneasy. He didn't know what kind of mentality to face this family. He shouldn't point to the woman and say that your husband killed my wife. Point to this daughter and say that everything you have now is what your father exchanged with his life. He is a good father, but he is a murderer, right? Who? Yige breathed a few breaths, and his mood finally calmed down. Although he had hatred, it didn't involve his family. Otherwise, what was the difference with that murderer? After a fierce struggle, Yige decided not to disturb this family's life. Just as Yige was about to turn around and leave, he heard a tense and hurried voice from the house. That voice was obviously someone bullying this mother and daughter. Yige couldn't help it anymore. He rushed into the room with a surge of blood. Yige wanted to see what kind of person was so vicious. In the room, the little girl rolled down from the bed and stood in front of her mother, yelling childishly, No, don't hit. Little girl, this is none of your business. The bully said to the woman lying on the ground, Since you promised me, you shouldn't break the contract. Now that I've caught you, I'll let you fulfill the contract in front of you. The woman on the ground hugged the little girl in her arms. Her eyes were hollow, like dead, lifeless. But when she looked at her daughter, her face was full of pity. Girl, today is your birthday. That damn drunkard said that he would let you stand up today, but he doesn't know where to pretend to be drunk. Poor child. The woman looked at the bully and said, What I promised you is tomorrow, but you insist on today, so I ran away. I don't want that kind of thing to happen today. What's the difference between tomorrow and today? Are you still caring about the time for the dirty deal? No, today is my daughter's birthday. I don't want anything to happen today. If you force me, I will die. Hee, what are you pretending to be in front of me? Don't you know what kind of person you are? After leaving this sentence, the bully wanted to do that evil thing. At this time, Yige was trembling all over, not knowing whether it was because of the Star Alliance's broken promises or because the little girl really existed. Maybe Yige himself didn't know, but at this time, the sense of justice in his heart was burning. Bullying her mother in front of someone else's child was something that even animals couldn't do. Yige picked up the shovel on the ground and smashed it hard on the bully. The bully fell to the ground in response. Yige hurriedly stepped forward, picked up the paralyzed girl, and pulled the woman with empty eyes to run out. The bully got up and chased out, his face full of anger. Damn kid, you're looking for death? Stop for me. Hearing this, many thugs ran out of the alley, pulling up their pants while chasing Yige. Yige was small and not an athlete or superhero. Now holding a 20 or 30-pound girl was already very difficult. After running a few steps, Yige, who was already panting, was surrounded by several people. The bully stared at Yige fiercely, grabbed Yige's hair. You want to be a hero with this small arm and leg? Ha ha ha, brothers, come and see. I'm really opening my eyes today. Speaking, the bully spit a mouthful of thick soup at Yige fiercely. Seeing that Yige was about to be spit on, the woman with dead eyes stood in front of Yige and blocked it for him. The bully was angry, and he grabbed the woman's hair again and spat a few mouthfuls of thick phlegm fiercely. So you like this? Okay, I'll satisfy you. Yige kicked the bully's crotch hard. It could be seen that this kick almost killed the bully, because the bully was rolling on the ground and wailing. Seeing this, Yige picked up the child and pulled the woman to run, but found that his hand was empty. Yige had already rushed out a few meters, turned around and looked at the woman hugging the bully. Just as Yige was about to go back to save her, he heard the woman say, "Young man, take Yaya and run. Just take it as I beg you." Yige turned on the communication equipment and negotiated with the bully. If Yige did this, the woman would definitely be beaten to death. But if Yige did this, it would be difficult for him to escape, so he could only hope for the United Guard. Everyone, what would you do if you were you? Chapter 39. Silent Paternal and Maternal Love. Yige knew he was no match for these men. Seizing his chance, he broke free from the encirclement. Yige pulled out his handgun. Bang! The loud noise silenced the entire alley. How do you have a gun? Come on, give me the gun, or you'll go to jail if the United Guard catches you. The thief treated Yige like an idiot, cautiously moving forward. In truth, the thief was the fool. The United Guard explicitly forbade individuals from carrying firearms, except for those with outstanding contributions. In other words, possessing a firearm was a symbol of high status. So what was this thief doing? Don't move. If you move again, I'll activate the laser mode, and you won't even know how you died. Yige pointed the gun at the approaching brute. Then, Yige signaled the woman to take her child and run. Yige turned and ran with them, but before reaching the intersection, he was struck on the head with a club by a thief lying in ambush. In his days, Yige regretted not killing these thieves. Now, the mother and daughter were sure to face a terrible fate, and Yige gradually lost consciousness. When Yige woke up, he was lying in bed. Looking around, it was clearly a girl's bedroom. The door opened, and a graceful figure entered. As she got closer, Yige recognized Elena. "Grandma, you saved me? Thank you." "Thank me? Okay, give me 1,000 earth coins, just as a thank you gift." Yige was speechless. "What? You're not willing to?" "Sigh, if I'd known you wouldn't, I would have just left you to those thugs." "No, Grandma, why do you talk about money all the time?" "What, do you have a problem with that?" "No, I wouldn't dare have a problem. I just think, how is my life only worth 1,000 earth coins? Haha, I can't count if it's more. 1,000 is 1,000. Just think of it as me taking a loss." Elena held out her hand to ask Yige for money. Of course, Yige didn't give it, so his ear was in trouble again. Of course, Yige eventually willingly gave Elena 1,000 earth coins, and the matter was settled. Yige then tentatively asked, "Grandma, how did you deal with those thugs? You didn't just abandon those two poor people, did you?" Elena pulled Yige's ear again. "Is your grandma that kind of person?" Yige quickly begged for mercy, but looking around, there was no sign of the mother and daughter. At this time, Elena said again, "They can't get in here. So you're saying you didn't throw them away?" Seeing Elena about to pull his ear again, Yige quickly shut up and began to beg for mercy. "Grandma, they are very pitiful. Please let them in. Otherwise it will be worse than death in the hands of those bad guys." Elena didn't explain. "Why can you enter this alley? And how did you get out? Didn't you bring me here and let me go?" Yige was very puzzled. That's not what I meant. Forget it. Never mind what you don't want to say." Then Elena changed the subject. "That woman is also very pitiful. Her husband died, and she did this kind of work. Why is she being bullied? She clearly doesn't want to, but she still has to sleep with different men, and still has to show a joyful expression. But when she is alone, her eyes are so lifeless. Why is that?" The first time Yige saw Elena, he thought she was a pimp. But after entering this alley, he realized that Elena was just a pimp. But hearing these words from Elena's mouth, Yige felt it was necessary to re-examine Elena. If your child is sick and needs a lot of money, what would you do? If there was a way to make money quickly, with hundreds of yuan coming in just a few minutes, would you do it? At this point, Yige seemed to understand why that woman's eyes were lifeless. She was already dead when she chose to succumb to money. Yige also understood why that brute was so depraved. Maybe at some point, he met her, but he could do nothing. Because the child needed a lot of money to stay alive, but he lost his job. In this case, the brute could only choose to get drunk. Yige also knew that both the woman and the brute loved that child very much. From the time that girl was born, they had loved her. Perhaps this was just the instinct to continue human civilization. Love is love, and no one can take it away. Although their methods were all wrong. If we put ourselves in such a role, I think we may not be so strong, or we would have chosen to end ourselves long ago. After all, such things have happened before. Yige told Elena these words, and Elena's expression was very heavy. At this time, Yige realized that he had been led astray by Elena again, so he returned to the topic. What was the end of that mother and daughter? They were taken away by an old-fashioned plane, Elena replied. What? An old-fashioned plane? What exactly is going on? Yige's voice trembled a little. Are you talking about a helicopter driven by an internal combustion engine? Elena nodded. Why are you so excited when you hear about an old-fashioned helicopter? Did you really see it? Yige asked. Which direction did they go? North, Elena replied. Yige was very shocked. What's going on? Why did that plane take away this mother and daughter? Do they also have some secrets, like Mu Fei? Elena noticed Yige's abnormality. Have you seen it? Yige nodded in agreement and was silent. He was too familiar with that plane. At this time, Yige bit his lip tightly, suppressing the pain and remorse. Yige didn't want to face this feeling, but he had to face it because it was already engraved in his bones. Elena got up and brought Yige a towel. Well, wipe your face, it will feel better. Yige took the towel and put the hot towel on his face. Yige never planned to take it off again. His body trembled. After a long while, Yige took off the towel. At this time, Yige's eyes were already wet. Then what happened? Later, the Star Alliance guards rushed over. They arrested those bad guys. Then they searched everywhere for you without success and left. Did you help me hide? No, I just brought you here, and they can't get in either. Yige stared at Elena. Why are you looking at me like that? Does Grandma have flowers on her face? Yige shook his head, his expression very serious. Grandma, your place shouldn't be in the same time and space as Earth, right? Elena shook her head. I don't know. I've been here since I had memories. Yige continued, Grandma, thank you for saving my life, but I have to leave. Where are you going? Donglu. Some things must be clarified. I want to go too. In the end, Yige couldn't resist Elena and took her to the orphanage. Just after coming out of Elena's house, Yige smelled dirt and sourness again. Yige thought to himself, it seems that this alley is really a different space. Wait, is this the so-called multiple four-dimensional space? A train sped along. Yige brought Elena to the orphanage. As soon as he entered the door, Dean Suing was waiting for him. Yige, you're finally back. Chapter 40. The Dean actually knows Elena. Yige, you're back. Yige stepped forward and hugged Suing tightly, mumbling, Dean Mu Fei. Mu Fei is gone. Dean Su's eyes also began to turn red. Although she had never married in her life, she had long regarded these orphans as her own children. Okay, let's not talk about it. Dean Su patted Yige's shoulder, and at this time Elena entered Su Ying's field of vision. You came out? Elena nodded, and the two should know each other. Yige said, Dean, do you know Elena? This matter is a long story, but it should be your good fortune that she can leave that place. Cherish it. With that, Suing took Yige and Elena to the tea room. The tea room was Su Ying's favorite place to stay, and it was also the favorite place for those children. When he was a child, Yige and Mu Fei always liked to stay. In this place, not only could you drink fragrant tea here, but you could also listen to the dean play the piano. Thinking about that time was the happiest time. But now everything has changed, and the so-called beauty is long gone. Yige missed people and things, and his voice was crying. At this time, the children of the orphanage also came to the tea room, clamoring for Yige to give them gifts. Fortunately, Yige had prepared early, so he let Elena take the children to the yard. At this time, only Yige and Su Ying were left in the tea room. Yige asked, Dean, I have a lot of questions to ask you. Okay, tell me. Su Ying picked up the teacup in her hand and sat quietly. Dean, were you there the day Mu Fei died? No. But I heard your song Stopping Water and Flowing Goblets in a recording. There are many people who can play this song, not just me. You may have heard it wrong. I can't be wrong. I'm too familiar with that song. I've heard it since I was a child. That charm can't be wrong. That's strange. Yige and Su Ying spoke one sentence at a time, and Yige did not find the result he wanted. Come, taste this cup of tea. Yige picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. His expression was very painful, but he swallowed it hard. Is it bitter? Yige nodded. This tea is your current life. You are too obsessed with the past, so there will be illusions. This tea is not bitter at all. You are bitter. You have been too tired recently, and you should have a good rest. In fact, Elena is also a good girl. You can try to get along with her. Yige looked up at Su-Ying with an incredulous expression. Dean, I can't forget Mu Fei. I can't forget. I want to revive Mu Fei. This is my hope to continue living. Fool. This person is dead. How can they be revived? I can. The Star Alliance is researching the immortality plan. As long as this plan is successful, I can go back to the time and space where Mu Fei was alive. Immortality plan? Hee hee. The Star Alliance is really getting more and more crazy after Yixingchen disappeared. As soon as the words were spoken, Su-Ying realized that she had slipped her tongue. Her eyes met Yige's, and she saw the words surprise in the other's eyes. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with that kind of look? Dean, did you know my father? Su-Ying nodded, continued to drink tea, and didn't care about Yige's surprised eyes. Dean, why? What why? Yige, come and drink tea. Yige didn't move. His whole body was shaking. Dean, you know my father. Why don't you take me to see him? Do you know how much I've hated him and missed him for more than 10 years? So do you hate him or miss him? Both. Okay, stop this topic. There are many things you shouldn't know now. Do you have any other questions? If not, just drink tea quietly. Yige continued to ask, Dean, have you been to the prisoner? Su-Ying's teacup stopped in midair, her expression serious, and said, Have you seen me in that space? No. Yige replied crisply, but after the war broke out in that space, I saw that helicopter, and the teacher's piano sound came from that plane. I'm not sure, so I came to you to verify. Have you entered that space? Well, you haven't been back to the orphanage for a long time, and those little guys miss you very much. Su-Ying didn't answer Yige's question, which made Yige even more questionably. Since Su-Ying was unwilling to answer this question, Yige got up to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Su-Ying stopped Yige. Child, I haven't hugged you for so long. Let the teacher hug you. Yige walked forward with a puzzled look and hugged Su-Ying. You have suffered these days. Su-Ying said similar words of concern, but wrote on Yige's back with her fingers, Chat in the basement at night. You may be being monitored now? After that, Su-Ying released Yige. Yige looked puzzled, and Su-Ying patted Yige on the shoulder again to reassure him that this person might just want to get some information and did not intend to harm Yige. Yige seemed to think of someone, and this person was likely to be Dr. Zhao of the Star Alliance. It is estimated that there is no one else but him. Now is not the time to turn against Dr. Zhao, and Yige can only bear it now. At Su-Ying's suggestion, Yige came to the backyard, where the orphanage's children were playing. It could be seen that they liked the gifts Yige brought very much. You can imagine how excited these children were. Yes, this was all the instinct of the children, and that excitement was not fake. Elena was also very happy. She smiled at Yige and pulled Yige to join in the fun. Night fell quickly, and Yige went to bed early, or at least that's how it looked from the outside. In fact, Yige had already come to the basement of the orphanage through the secret basement. Su-Ying was already waiting for Yige here, and as soon as Yige came in, he said, Dean, why is this place built to look like the end of the world is coming? There will be a major disaster in 7 days. At that time, I want to try my best to protect the children. Su-Ying's face was full of worry. This word was very shocking for Yige. If it wasn't for that piece of paper, Yige wouldn't have known that Earth would have a disaster in 7 days. Now that Dean actually said these words, how can you not be shocked? Dean, how would you know? If I said that Yixingchen told me, would you believe it? Believe it. Why? Because I also received such a reminder in Yixingchen's notes. Dean, what will be the disaster in 7 days? I don't know either. Yixingchen told me to look for you, and to stay by your side no matter what. If you didn't come to me, I would have come to find you. Find me? That's right. Su-Ying stopped talking. Yige continued, Dean, it seems that the disaster is really coming in 7 days. Should we report this to the United Guard? Su-Ying shook her head. Forget it. They won't believe it, and even treat us as lunatics. If they realize the problem, they may come to you. Look for me? Am I that important? Yige looked incredulous. Of course, you are Yixingchen's son. Su-Ying continued. Although Yixingchen is not a qualified father, he is a responsible person. When you see him in the future, I hope you don't hate him. He has his own difficulties. Dean, do you know Yixingchen well? Can you tell me his story? Seems like I can't. Suing stared straight at Yige. What do you want to ask? Just ask. It's safe here now. Dean, don't you really know about the prisoner space? This is the first time I've heard of this. Tell me about it in detail. So, Yige told Suing the story of the prisoner. Suing asked doubtfully, game? Helmet? Virtual reality technology? Suing said, I seem to know what you were talking about. Chapter 41, The Secret of the Helicopter. Yige was extremely excited. Director Su, do you know about the cage? No, I've just been exposed to similar simulations. But that old helicopter you mentioned, I do know a few things about it, though it's all based on what I've read in some ancient texts. The appearance of that aircraft shattered many existing understandings. The theories we currently have simply can't explain it. Su Ying's eyes seemed to have witnessed a very long journey. That year, I had just graduated from university and was working in the library. There was this young man who came to the library to read every single day. You know, we usually access knowledge through supercomputers, but this young man was different. He liked to read physical books. One time, I asked him why he liked reading paper books. He said that books were the essence of human civilization. The documents and theories processed by those supercomputers aren't all that safe. As she spoke, Su Ying's eyes lit up. The look in her eyes was like she had seen through everything, or like she had just discovered a new world. Yige, do you know? That was the first time I heard that artificial intelligence wasn't safe. You have to understand, the education we received since we were children was all about how to use AI to serve us. We never thought AI could be unsafe. But from that moment on, that seed was planted in my heart. Suing was completely absorbed in the story. She was like a tour guide, leading Yige into that story. That young man, I later learned his name was Yixingchen, and Yixingchen was your father. Suing continued, do you hate him then? After all, he abandoned you when you were 5 years old. Yige didn't say anything. Who wouldn't want to act spoiled in front of their parents? But he could only live cautiously, if it weren't. For meeting such a good director, Yige really didn't know if he could have survived to this point, let alone go to university. Director Su, maybe that's what you call fate. I'm so lucky to have met you. You take care of me like a mother, so my personality hasn't become skewed. Suing nodded and said, actually, he had many difficulties. Yige said, what difficulties could such a heartless person have? There's nothing more pleasurable in this world than abandoning your wife and children, right? Suing said, perhaps one day you'll understand him. Yixingchen once said that the world seemed to be controlled by something, influencing our thinking and the way things happen. We've become accustomed to the convenience brought by high technology, but we've forgotten the skills of survival. We even need robots to operate the planting of grain. Even working is the same. All of this is morbid, because over 100 years ago, a philosopher said that humans are social creatures. What they need is socialization, the connection of souls, not laziness, indulgence, and self-isolation. Suing continued, I have to say Yixingchen was so wise. I had never been exposed to this kind of knowledge. I searched for the knowledge he mentioned online, but the result was a 404 error. Yige could see the shock written all over Su Ying's face. He didn't interrupt her, but chose to be a quiet listener. I once asked Yixingchen what was going on. Yixingchen quickly deleted the search history and then looked at me very blankly. Speaking of this, Suing had a slightly awkward expression. Yixingchen told me not to be an idiot and search for these things, because we were already accustomed to that way of life. If you search, you'll be tracked, and may even disappear from this world for no reason. Later, Yixingchen answered my question. He gave me a book and told me to consult these paper books if I didn't understand something. These are the essence of human civilization. Su Ying's gaze returned to the present. She looked at Yige with affection. Hee, have you been waiting long? We're getting to the main topic soon. Yige smiled and didn't say anything. Maybe old people tend to ramble, but this kind of rambling is only for their descendants. Now it seemed Suing was treating him like her child. Suing continued, later, I found records in the literature. About 100 years ago, a helicopter disappeared while on a mission. No one knew where they went, and the news was quickly blocked. I thought the matter was over, but then the aircraft reappeared. Soon after, A little girl disappeared from this world without any warning. At that time, the United Nations, which is the predecessor of the current Joint Guard, searched for the helicopter and the missing girl globally, but there was no clue at all. After that, the United Nations chose to give up. They defined the event as a UFO incident, pushing all unexplained questions to alien civilizations. They even blocked the news, prohibiting discussion of the matter globally, but it was fully recorded in the books. Yige found it incredible. Director Sue, why is this? Such news should be disclosed to the entire public. They have the right to know the truth. Yes, they have the right, especially since civilization has developed to such a highly advanced level. But what would be the consequences? It would spread without regulation or limitation. The little girl's parents were very sad, but who would care about that? The drunks on the street, or the businessmen? No one would care about her parents, except for her parents' parents. Yige nodded. He understood and agreed with Su Ying's point of view. Director Sue, I think it should have been blocked at that time. If it wasn't blocked, I don't know how certain authors would have imagined it to be. Now, I'm even wondering who the father of science is. The father of science? What kind of concept is that? Su Ying asked. Yige smiled. That's our nickname. We call philosophy the mother of science. Since there's a mother, there must be a father. Even hermaphrodites have to follow this law. That's why Lonin produces, Lon Yang doesn't grow. This is a Chinese proverb, Gu Yin Seng Gu Yang Bu Zhang. Ha ha ha, Yige, you're really making me laugh. You weren't like this at the orphanage. Now you've become so humorous. That's good. At least humorous people have a sunny heart, right? So, what is the father of science? You wouldn't say it's literature, would you? Yes, but the word literature is too broad and covers too much. More accurately, it's science fiction novels and online literature. For example, the science fiction masterpiece The Three-Body Problem from over 100 years ago. Without this novel, there would be no technological civilization today. We even need such imagination to reach a breakwall civilization. Well, you're right. Imagination is truly the father of science. Director Sue, shouldn't we continue to discuss the ancient helicopter? Yige was really impressed. Women's logical abilities were too powerful. You'd get sidetracked while talking to them. Yige suddenly remembered a saying, never reason with a woman. You're no match. With a relaxed mood, Yige's mind became clearer. It seemed the world wasn't what we saw with our eyes. Chapter 42, The Secret of the Helicopter, 2. Su Ying smiled. My story is over, but you weren't listening carefully. Yige was speechless. Yes, no matter how old a woman is, you shouldn't argue with her, because it's impossible. Su Ying continued. What are you thinking about again, kid? The helicopter you encountered should be that ghost plane. It took away Mu Fei first, and then it took away others. Oh, by the way, when you encountered it this time, did anyone disappear? Yige thought for a moment and said, it seemed to have taken away a mother and daughter. You said this plane has been flying for over 100 years? But are there any living things on it? Flying for 100 years may just be our idea. Perhaps it came into contact with a certain rule, and then it could change its trajectory. It may have only actually been flying for a few days, or even a few months or years, but it seems like 100 years to us. What do you think? I used to think it was a myth, but now I think there's a possibility. Our universe is constantly moving and advancing. Our present is someone else's past. Or maybe it found a portal to different four-dimensional spaces. Yige and Su Ying were lost in thought. The basement suddenly became quiet. Suddenly, Yige thought of a question. He hadn't even told Su Ying that he had encountered the plane again. So how did she know? Could it be Elena told Director Sue? That wasn't impossible since they knew each other. Yige wanted to ask, but Su Ying spoke first. Yige, what's this about multiple four-dimensional spaces? This is a concept in physics. At first, I didn't believe it, but after meeting Elena, I thought this world might really have multiple four-dimensional spaces. Su Ying didn't say anything. She quietly looked at Yige, just like when he was a child, her eyes filled with maternal love. Yige continued, Director Sue, you know Elena, so you should know where she comes from, right? Su Ying nodded. I forgot you're an architectural genius. Your logical ability is much stronger. I do know where Elena comes from, and I believe this world isn't lonely. Multiple four-dimensional spaces exist, but where are their doors? Why can you travel between her space and our real world? I think I understand now why Yi wanted me to find you. Yige said, I don't know either, but it really happened. I think this portal should be called the AI body. At least that's what Yi notes say. AI body? A humanoid robot or something else? Director Suing became interested. Regarding the AI body, I think many people, as soon as they hear this concept, misunderstand it like you do. Because as soon as AI is mentioned, people think of artificial intelligence. But that's not the reality. The Star Alliance's latest explanation of AI body is a natural law. As long as you master the AI body and can withstand the friction at extreme speeds, you can achieve free movement. So, I think that plane must have found the entry rules of the AI body. Yi did a lot of research in this area. At first, he left a notebook with clear records of the AI body's manufacturing process. Later, he completely denied the contents of that notebook through various hints. The logic is simple, similar to Schrödinger's cat. What's being said now may not be what you encounter in the future, because once a person predicts the future, it's likely that those things won't happen. It's like knowing tomorrow's lottery numbers and buying a lot of tickets today, but tomorrow those numbers definitely won't appear. The principle is the same. Our universe seems to be controlled by an invisible hand. Of course, Yige didn't mention breakwall materials to Suing. He knew that would take even more explanation, because the director's strengths were in humanities and music. Suddenly, Yige seemed to remember something, but he couldn't quite grasp it. He unconsciously picked up his tea. The tea wasn't so bitter anymore. Yige asked, Director Su, did Yi ever mention the AI body to you? Director Su said, he never mentioned it. This is the first time I've heard the concept of the AI body. Could the AI body be a conspiracy? Yige's eyes were now bloodshot, as if he was possessed by something. Suing wasn't in a rush to answer this question, but got up and played a piece of music for Yige. After listening to the music, Yige felt very relaxed, and it was this song that reminded Yige of the plane he encountered in the final moments of the cage. Yige said, Director Su, you just said you'd seen a similar game. Is that true? Yes, I once entered a game. When I entered, the whole screen was a scene of future battleships. The sky was full of spaceships being destroyed, and the place where I appeared was a helicopter, and this plane was not damaged. I even suspected at the time that the game developer must have known about the story of that ghost helicopter from over 100 years ago and got inspiration from it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put an internal combustion engine plane in the universe. As for whether that scene is the cage space you mentioned, I don't think so, because it was just a game. My conscious mind didn't enter it at all. Hearing this, Yige was very surprised. What? Your conscious mind didn't enter it? Did you enter that scene yourself? No, I said it was just a game. I was bored at the time and was playing the Gujing in front of the computer. I never wear a helmet for this kind of virtual reality game. So, the zither music I heard in the cage space came from there? That's probably the case. Director Su, can I see that game? Of course. With that, Yige was led to the computer. Suing opened the holographic projection screen, and then called up an icon of a round sky and square earth, and said, This is the game that simulates space. However, this game is very boring. There aren't even any NPCs in it. Well, you can experience it yourself. Yige was about to put on the helmet when his phone rang. The caller ID showed Dr. Zhao. Yige was about to answer the phone when he suddenly remembered what the director said about being monitored. So he said, Director Su, it seems our conversation has to end here. I have to go back and answer a phone call. Soon, Yige returned to his room. He pretended to fumble around for a while and then answered the phone. Star Alliance Dr. Zhao was watching the monitoring screen. At first, he thought Yige was asleep, so he didn't pay attention. But Yige had been in the same position the whole time, so something seemed wrong. Dr. Zhao wanted to test if Yige was really asleep by calling him. Of course, Dr. Zhao had already thought of a reason. At this time, Yige got up from the bed and answered the phone, which made Dr. Zhao very puzzled. Was this kid really sleeping? So, Dr. Zhao quickly changed the subject. Yige, a big thing has happened in the Star Alliance. Do you know about it? Something happened to the Star Alliance? Yige was very shocked. If something happened to the Star Alliance, who would study the breakwall materials or the alternative materials? Yes, Those bald guys encountered an unknown air current on the way back to Earth. Their spaceship crashed into the Mariana Trench. I don't think anyone survived. How could this happen? Our spaceship is the safest spaceship in the world. Yige mourned for a while, pretending to be very sad and indignant, and said, Doctor, the Star Alliance will rely on you to lead it in the future. You must be strong. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and hung up the phone. Dr. Zhao was secretly overjoyed. From now on, he would be in charge of the Star Alliance. How else would he be able to fool these people back to Earth? But Dr. Zhao still had to put on a show. Yige suddenly remembered an important thing. Although it wasn't clear yet, it concerned the entire Earth. So, he called Dr. Zhao again. Yige said, Doctor, Earth may face a major disaster in 7 days. Has the Star Alliance discovered any anomalies? Dr. Zhao said that no anomalies had been found. This was just a lie from Dr. Zhao. In fact, Dr. Zhao had already discovered the magnetic anomalies, and even the trajectory of the entire Sky City experimental city had shifted, but he chose to hide it. Only he knew the purpose of doing so. Dr. Zhao's voice was very anxious. Yige, what is going on? Explain the matter clearly, and you'd better know that once this matter is a false alarm, the impact will be immeasurable. No one can take such responsibility. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling it might happen. Yige felt he had fulfilled his obligation by telling Dr. Zhao. As for whether he believed it or reported it, that was not his concern. What you said might be right, but we must study this matter further. How about I launch an academic conference in the name of the Star Alliance, and then bring up this point of view and see what the Joint Guard's attitude is? Okay, Doctor. The two hung up the phone. Yige only casually mentioned the disaster that the Earth would face in 7 days. As for what the Star Alliance would do, he had no idea. Dr. Zhao could no longer restrain himself. He boarded the spaceplane back to Earth. He had to report this matter to the Joint Guard. At this time, Yige openly came to the basement and told Suing what he and Dr. Zhao had talked about. Suing said, Yige, you did the right thing. No one knows what will happen next second. I hope nothing will happen, but if it does, it will be a great test of humanity for 4 billion people. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going to inspect those little rascals. They're even more mischievous than you were when you were a kid. You should experience that game. I hope it will be helpful to you. After Suing left, Yige prepared to enter that game to check if it was the cage space he had entered. At this time, a line of small print appeared on the screen. Space has been destroyed. The new order will unlock all permissions. What does that sentence mean? Yige didn't understand it either, but he resolutely put on the helmet. But at this crucial moment, another accident happened. Chapter 43 turns out I'm number 4. When Yige entered the game, he ended up on the developer page, and Yige's facial expressions suddenly became rich. Damn it! Yige cursed again. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or intentional. The development date of this game and the development date of the cage were the same, his birthday. Could it really be the same space? Although Yige really wanted to enter it, he could only wander around in the developer interface. Yige was about to curse when he was attacked by an unknown electromagnetic wave. Yige was familiar with this scene. He didn't expect that voice to come at this time. Yige, you're not bad. You actually came to Earth without that information interference. Now that you've come here, and the movement pattern of the AI body's appearance has started, this matter can no longer be stopped. I've advised you so many times, but you still insisted on going on. I don't know what you'll do after you know the truth. The truth? Are you saying the AI body is a conspiracy? Why not? I don't believe it. Who are you? What kind of hero are you? Hiding your head and tail. If I said I was you, would you believe it? Yes. So, I want to know where you come from. The electromagnetic wave didn't expect Yige to answer like this. After a moment of silence, it said, Right, I forgot that your space-time has found the quantum theory. In that case, I come from uncertain space. Do you understand? I've only seen it recorded in documents, but I myself don't understand quantum theory. Since you come from uncertain space-time, then whose hypothesis is correct, Copenhagen's or Einstein's? I don't know what their hypotheses are. Doesn't your space-time have these two theories? Are there no physicists? Physics doesn't exist. We call it rules. But you can tell me their guesses, and then I'll give you the answer. Aren't you the greatest scientist of this era? Really? Fake. Yige was speechless, and the other side was also speechless, but they both regarded each other as fools. Okay, since you're here, it's not a violation to see him, is it? Number 2? Number 2? What number 2? And who was talking to number 2? Just as Yige was wondering, another unknown wave entered here. Before Yige could react, the original electromagnetic wave, referred to as number 2, said, "Number 3, why are you here? If my space-time hadn't broken out in a civilization war, do you think you could interfere with number 4 for so long?" But he doesn't seem to believe what we say. I don't know who he believes. Number 3, do you know? It should be Yige. After speaking, 2 humanoid bodies that looked exactly like Yige appeared in front of Yige. Yige knew these 2 people. They had argued in front of Yige before. Yige recovered from the shock, and the 2 black and white figures appeared in front of Yige. Who exactly are you? We are you. The 2 said in unison. You can call me number 2. I oppose your research on the AI body, said Black Yige. You can call me number 3. I support your research on the AI body, said White Yige. Yige was stunned, but he followed this line of thought and asked, then what number am I? What number did you mark on the paper? Said Black and White. Yige said, number 4. At this time, Black and White Yige exclaimed at the same time. You're actually number 4? Good heavens, we're actually interfering with you. Remember, don't believe what anyone says. Including you 2? Aren't you my quantum bodies? Why can't I believe what you say? Yige was very puzzled, so he asked this question. If he didn't ask, he would probably be even more confused. Because we are in different space-times, so our understandings are different. In my world, I found the law of the AI body, and later found that the AI body was going to destroy our civilization. They used our curiosity about the universe to destroy us. Number 2 looked at number 3 with a frustrated expression. What about your space-time? On the contrary, we used the law of the AI body to surpass the breakwall civilization, but when we broke through interstellar space, we were captured by a higher civilization. They carried out a dimensional reduction strike on us. If we had contacted the AI body 300 years earlier, then our level of civilization would definitely have been able to create dimensional weapons or dimensional shields, so we wouldn't have been in this situation. Number 3 also fell into silence. Yige listened to the 2 people's conversation and fell into deep thought. What is the AI body? At first, Yige gave me the answer, that it was a simulated space similar to virtual reality technology, but the human body could enter it, so it was called the AI body. Later, he recorded in his notes that all of this was fake. Later, we understood the existence of the AI body through these things. But why do I think the AI body is like a black hole? But from your 2 conversations, I think all of this is wrong. So what exactly is the AI body? Number 2 and number 3 looked at each other. What we tell you now and what you encounter should not be the same. This should be related to our interference. The AI body is similar to what you think. Should be a key that uses wormhole technology to complete parameter revisions. Your world should be close to contacting the AI body. No, there are already life forms starting this, faster than you think. Is that in 7 days? About the same. Will that be the end of the world? You have too many questions. I can't stand it. Yes, I want to go back and save my space-time. Number 2 left directly. Number 3 looked at Yige and said, no, that's just a natural disaster. But Earth itself cannot cause large-scale disasters. There must be a mastermind. Also, don't believe what anyone says. It's not that someone is lying to you. But they may be from different space-times or civilizations like us. But they are hiding among us, and we cannot detect them. They may also be useful to us. But because they have different understandings of the singularity rules after the Big Bang, their views are different. When you truly enter that world, you will find that the rules are different from what you know. Do you understand that? I understand. It's like Einstein's theory of general relativity is to the concept of space-time, but quantum entanglement complements general relativity. Are those theorists also breakwallers? I don't know, but I know you will go far. You should know all of this soon. Can you tell me what the AI body is in your world? Number 3 was silent. When his figure was about to disappear, he said, that is a traversal tool from a higher civilization. I don't know what the intention is for letting us discover the AI body, but I can tell you to be careful of one person. Who? Yige. With that, Number 3 also disappeared. Yige recalled these words. He seemed to understand something. Some things must come, such as the earthquake in 7 days. Perhaps the AI body will also appear on that day. With the disappearance of number 3, that space also gradually opened. Soon, Yige's consciousness gradually entered the game space. He could now confirm that this was also the entrance to the cage space. That ghost helicopter entered from here, and the person on it was Su Ying. Then, what about the other 2 times? Was the director lying? Thinking of this, Yige gradually lost consciousness. He knew that he had truly entered the cage space. What was the cage space like now? Were they still alive? For some reason, Yige missed Yu Mao and Yu Yi a little. Chapter 44. The Early Days of New Earth 1. Yige was certain. This space was the cage he had entered before. However, the scenery here had changed drastically. The crimson earth was gone, replaced by a landscape of lush greens and deep blues. After landing, Yige felt a pang of disappointment. He hadn't encountered any familiar faces. It seemed Yu Mao and Yu Yi were truly dead. Weren't they? Supposed to be immortal? Didn't they live on as long as he remembered them? Perhaps that was just wishful thinking, a flawed understanding of the theory. Suddenly, dust plumes rose in the distance. A crimson colt was racing towards him, followed by a white one. Yige felt a surge of excitement. So, Yu Mao and Yu Yi weren't dead after all. They were coming to get him. He started running steadily, like a child returning home after many years. Soon, Yige could make out the figure on the crimson colt. It wasn't Yu Mao, nor was it Yu Yi. It was Emperor Hong. Yige stopped dead in his tracks, tears welling up in his eyes. This time, he truly believed it. Yu Mao and Yu Yi were gone. Emperor Hong dismounted and bowed to Yige. Yige quickly prostrated himself on the ground. No matter how reckless or clumsy he was, he couldn't allow his ancestor to bow to him. Emperor Hong was visibly surprised. "Traveler, what are you doing? Is this a new rule or custom?" "Yes," Yige said, allowing Emperor Hong to help him up. He brushed the dirt off his clothes without elaborating. Instead, he asked, "Emperor Hong, how did you escape?" "Traveler, come back to the tribe with me first. This isn't the place to talk." Emperor Hong led a white horse to Yige. "This is a descendant of Bai Long. It should recognize you." Yige approached the white colt and reached out to touch its coat. Just like before, he could feel that the colt was a living creature of flesh and blood. It was as miraculous as it had been in the caged space. The white colt didn't resist. Instead, it obediently knelt before Yige, neighing as if inviting him to ride it and roam this new world. Yige said, "Perhaps your blood carries its genes, which is why you are so friendly to me. Since we are destined, I will call you Bai Long once more, shall I?" With that, Yige mounted Bai Long. Under the blazing sun, they whinnied, galloped, and roared into the distance. Emperor Hong, riding the crimson colt, followed closely behind. Emperor Hong's tribe was located along the riverbank, where the water was sweet and the soil fertile. In the distance, lines of men tilled the land, planting crops. Closer to the mountains, mulberry trees were planted, and groups of women raised silkworms. It was a typical agricultural civilization. "Emperor Hong, weren't the resources I left behind passed on?" "No, I hid them in the sacred mountain. Perhaps no one will be able to unlock them in the future. Let our people and the descendants of the Sirius live like this. Technology can remind people of hatred, and peace is so much more beautiful." Yige stood with his hands clasped behind his back, experiencing this scene. He was indeed just a passerby, and a passerby should have the awareness of being one. "Traveler, you should understand that while all of this is real, it exists for you. Our future development depends on you. After the civilization war, you lamented that if the seeds of civilization hadn't been spread, the entire cage might not have been destroyed. This time, I only passed on agricultural knowledge. Otherwise, we would be like the savages in books. Of course, the surrendering tribes are like that. Maybe one day, we will pick up those resources again. Maybe one day, our descendants will intermingle with the continuation of other civilizations, and then we will activate those resources. But no one knows what the result will be." These words were a wake-up call for Yige. He had just learned from Su Ying that someone in his world was pushing for technological development, and although the motive was unknown, it was certainly not pure. Now, as soon as he entered this space, He had already gleaned such insights. Yige thought of the interference that number 2 and number 3 had made in his life, and guessed that this time someone else might be trying to interfere with him. But who was this person? Yige had no idea. Emperor Hong, aren't you afraid of being bullied if you develop like this? We are not afraid. We greet friends with fine wine, and we will beat the jackals to death with our fists. We are the descendants of heroes. Yige felt that Emperor Hong was more suitable to be a tribal chief than Yu Mao and Yu Yi. He had a leadership ability and vision that others lacked. Soon, Yige followed Emperor Hong to the center of the tribe. The thatched huts here made Yige feel nostalgic. The furnishings inside were the same as Yu Mao's had been, showing how much Emperor Hong cared about Yige. Emperor Hong, was this thatched hut also preserved? Yes, by long, the thatched hut and the sacred mountain were all preserved. Can you tell me what you have experienced? Of course. With that, Emperor Hong moved 4 stools from the side and placed them around the fireplace. It was summer, so there was no fire in the fireplace. Usually, people would dismantle the fireplace to allow children to play more freely, but this house didn't need to. Its existence was just a spiritual support for the survivors, a connection to their ancestors. Yige sat opposite Emperor Hong, quietly listening to Emperor Hong tell his story, hoping to find answers in it. Emperor Hong looked at the 2 empty seats. Have they come? Yige said, does it matter whether they are here or not? You are the main character of this story now, aren't you? Emperor Hong stood up and bowed. I was caught up in appearances. Returning to his seat, Emperor Hong began to tell his story. Traveler, after we entered the wormhole, we encountered gravitational tearing. The mass of dark matter was far greater than ours, and we saw light being swallowed. The entire spaceship was torn apart, and we felt the fear of death. At that moment, the spaceship's emergency equipment activated automatically. Most of us were enveloped in a protective shield. Later, we learned that it was the intermediate particle capsule, escape pod left behind by the creators. Without the intermediate particle capsules, our lineage might have long since become cosmic dust. Intermediate particle capsule? I remember Yu Mao, Yu Yi, telling me that there were only 3 intermediate particle capsule ships in the entire cage. How did these escape pods also have them? That's right. It should have been a pre-arrangement by the creators of the Ark battleship. No one knew when it would be needed, so they might have concealed it from the leader. Maybe. Saying that, Yige touched his pocket, hoping for a surprise. But the capsule hole didn't appear. Emperor Hong continued. After we left the wormhole through the intermediate particle capsule, we found ourselves in a magical galaxy. We were overjoyed, thinking that this might be the home where we could create a new civilization. So, the surviving intermediate particle capsules recombined into a spiderweb-like capsule spaceship, and we accelerated along the direction of the light. We were faster than the speed of light, and soon reached the edge of the galaxy. At this time, reality gave us a harsh lesson, because we were back in the solar system. We wandered around the solar system, carefully advancing according to the coordinates of the cage and the mother star, because we were afraid of being hunted by the Sirius civilization. In fact, we were too worried. The journey was unusually calm. The entire solar system was empty except for us. The spaceship continued to move forward. At this time, the entire face of the solar system appeared on the system's holographic projection screen. The original 3 planets had become 5, and then we named them according to the knowledge left behind by the cage. They were water, metal, earth, fire, and wood. But our original cage and mother star were gone. But we still didn't give up. We had to go to the coordinates from that year to take a look. When we got there, it was empty, with only some meteorites left. Traveler, do you know how much our hearts ached at that time? The pain of losing our homeland was simply unbearable, like a child losing its mother. Yige got up and patted Emperor Hong's shoulder. I know how you feel. I experienced that feeling of wandering when I was 5 years old, and I just experienced that feeling of losing a loved one a few days ago. I can understand how you feel very well. Okay, it's all in the past. We live for new beginnings and hope, don't we? Emperor Hong got up and wiped away his tears and continued to tell the story. We turned off the power equipment of the spiderweb capsule spaceship and drifted in the vast universe. At this time, an unknown force pulled the entire spaceship into its force field. At the same time, several other spaceships entered the planet's force field. Yige could clearly feel that Emperor Hong's aura had changed. He had become very violent, uneasy, and even full of anger. Yige got up and appeased Emperor Hong before asking, "Were those spaceships from the Sirius civilization?" "Yes, not only them. The spaceship of the human mother star in the cage also appeared." Emperor Hong's eyes were full of red light, showing how much he hated them at the time. Yige asked again, "Did a war break out between you?" Chapter 45. The Early Days of New Earth, 2. Emperor Hong shook his head. "Traveler, there was no war between us. It wasn't that we didn't want to, but that we couldn't." Yige thought that if Emperor Hong had killed the enemy at that time, he wouldn't have this expression now. Yige continued to ask, "What happened then?" Yige clearly felt Emperor Hong's body tremble, and that expression was full of fear. He looked at Yige, and then this fearful expression became even more obvious. "Traveler, you were there at the time." "I was there too?" Yige was very surprised at first, but later he thought it shouldn't be him, because the appearance of number 2 and number 3 completely changed Yige's view of this world. "Yes, just as our 3 spaceships were engaged in a fierce war, you appeared in front of us driving a very old plane. At that time, the people on this plane wanted to stop this fight, but the Sirius civilization's fleet did not buy it, relying on their advanced weapons to fight this plane. In the past, this plane would not have been able to withstand the attack of the Sirius fleet at all, but that was not the result. The Sirius fleet seemed to have been pierced by some weapon, and the entire fleet ran away in all directions. Those survivors were taken in by us in the cage mother planet." Yige was also uneasy at this time. That ghost helicopter also appeared. Hearing this, Yige's pupils dilated several times. He murmured, "Emperor Hong, do you mean that I was also on that plane? And I mediated this dispute? How is this possible? I didn't enter this space at all at that time." "Traveler, the helicopter was facing our spaceship from the side. So we saw you. So we didn't attack." Speaking of this, Emperor Hong was a little embarrassed. Yige understood. "If you do it, what's the difference from those invaders? We are for revenge." Emperor Hong saw that Yige did not react and then said, "If your enemy is standing in front of you, and someone advises you not to do it, how would you view this person?" "Okay, there is no philosophical thought born in the cage, but I didn't expect his descendants to use it to the extreme." Yige was very speechless. "You continue." Emperor Hong said again, "Later, the people who escaped from Sirius were very afraid of you, but you did not kill them all, but let us and the mother planet's fleet take in these people, and followed your plane to the 3rd galaxy of the solar system." Speaking of this, Emperor Hong was very puzzled. "Traveler, do you know how slow your plane is?" "How slow?" Yige said, "That plane is an internal combustion engine, which can't be compared with your force field-driven equipment." "Okay, don't complain about what you shouldn't complain about. Seize the time to talk about the key points. Otherwise, the guest will complain that you are writing filler." Emperor Hong swallowed. "After arriving at the 3rd planet, you let us settle here and create a new civilization." "Okay, the story is over." Yige wanted to kill Emperor Hong. This time he didn't write filler, but directly sent the outline as the main text. Yige said, "Have you seen the people on the plane clearly? Besides me, who else?" "There is another woman." Emperor Hong was frightened. "Traveler, what's wrong with you? Don't say these useless topics. What does that woman look like? Is she alive or dead? Did you hear what I called her?" Emperor Hong had never seen Yige so out of control. "Traveler, what's wrong with you?" Yige got up and grabbed Emperor Hong's collar. Tell me everything you know. I want to hear the truth." At this time, the tribal guards outside the thatched hut heard the sound of fighting in the thatched hut and rushed over. They opened the curtain and just saw the scene just now. They pointed their spears at Yige without hesitation. Emperor Hong waved at them to let these people leave. "Traveler, calm down. I guess that plane is very important to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so out of control." Emperor Hong continued. "The woman above is alive. She looks very perfect. Without some of the defects of human beings, it is difficult to have such a perfect person in this world." "What's that person's name?" Hearing this, Yige had already lost hope. From Emperor Hong's description, this woman could not be Mu Fei. Mu Fei. Yige's lost eyes were filled with hope again, and then he looked at Emperor Hong suspiciously. "What did you say her name was?" "Mu Fei. That's how you called her at the time. She is really too perfect. She doesn't look like a human woman at all, but like an image imagined according to people's minds. Yige was silent. He knew that Emperor Hong did not lie. Because in three-body, Luoji imagined that red-dressed woman was so perfect, at least in line with all his beautiful cognition of women. Then did they say that they have anything to deal with in this space? In fact, Yige wanted to express the cage space, but the cage space had completely disappeared from this universe. Emperor Hong replied, "Help us rebuild our home. The environment we are in now is what you helped us set up. Don't you know all this?" I said, "That person is not me. Since the last civilization war, I have never set foot in this space again." Emperor Hong, how many times do you have to say it before you understand? Yige really couldn't control his emotions. He got up and walked back and forth in the thatched hut, looking very irritable. Maybe Yige had realized his gaffe, so he came to the table, wanting to use pouring water to cover up the current embarrassment, but he was surprised again. "What is this? Tea? Where did it come from?" "You gave it to us after you helped us rebuild our home." Emperor Hong changed his words again. "It was the person who looked very much like you." Emperor Hong was really afraid that Yige would lose control, so he hurriedly stopped. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to forgive himself if something really happened to Yige. Yige was also awakened by these words. He thought of meeting number 2 and number 3 who looked very much like him before entering this space, and he was number 4. Then the person Emperor Hong saw should be number 1 or some other number. Yige made a cup of tea for himself. "This tea tastes so familiar. Emperor Hong, do you want a cup?" Emperor Hong smiled and said, "Traveler, that person said to keep this tea. He will come back to drink it." Yige's hand holding the tea froze in the air. His behavior was guessed again. Damn, who is this person? This feeling makes people very unhappy, but after tasting it carefully, this tea is the tea he often drinks. Could it be Dean Suing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dean Suing would never lie to me. It seems that this world is really being controlled by an invisible hand. Maybe the truth is about to surface. Yige took another sip of tea, and another sip unwillingly. He wanted to find out what was different. But this is what he had been drinking since he was a child. The taste would never be wrong. This is the tea fried by the dean himself. Seeing this, Emperor Hong was very worried. "Traveler, are you okay? That woman is on the holy mountain. Why don't you go see her?" Hearing this, Yige trembled all over. "What about the person who looks very much like me? Is he also on the holy mountain?" Chapter 46. The Early Days of New Earth 3. Go to the holy mountain? Saying that, Yige got up and walked out of the thatched hut. Emperor Hong stopped him. "Traveler, you can't go to the holy mountain now, because the road to the holy mountain will only appear when the snow is falling. Also, the person who looks very much like you is not on the holy mountain." If Emperor Hong was not the ancestor of Xinyuan, Yige would want to go up and give him a few slaps. This person's mouth is too old. The two men sat awkwardly in the thatched hut. At this moment, the entire tribe began to boil. They surrounded both sides of the road with their own brewed wine, picked fruits, hunted meat, cheering, jumping, shouting excitedly. When the sedan chair came, these people prostrated themselves on the ground, very devout. In the thatched hut, Yige looked at Emperor Hong. "What's going on?" "Mu Fei is here." Emperor Hong looked calm. He was used to this scene. Yige suppressed the excitement in his heart and said calmly, "Is it the perfect woman in your mouth? I want to see if she is Mu Fei." Yige threw open the curtain of the thatched hut and ran out directly. "I want to see who you are. Why are you impersonating Mu Fei? Did the man who looks the same as me also come?" Yige ran to the side of the road and just looked directly at the flower sedan chair in the middle of the road. He could not see anything through the curtain, but Yige just looked at it like that. Even if the breeze came, blowing the curtain, he could see the people inside clearly. However, there was no wind at all that day, as if the air was still, and the atmospheric pressure in the entire area tended to be balanced. However, the flower sedan chair stopped in front of Yige. The curtain opened, and a person wearing a blue floral dress and wearing a bronze mask came out. There were blood stains on the floral dress, like yesterday. "Mu Fei, it's really you, Mu Fei." Yige couldn't control himself anymore. He wanted to hug her into his arms. The red lips and cinnabar no longer existed, and tears were already streaming down his face, shedding all the thoughts in the world. Yige murmured and walked forward, clearly close at hand. But like the end of the world, In his obsession, Yige didn't care so much anymore. He couldn't wait to run to Mufei now. At this time, that ghost helicopter came again, and the melodious sound of the zither came, gradually restoring Yige. This song is water flowing and stopping sorrow. Now Yige has determined that Dean Suing is on that underworld helicopter. At this moment, Yige didn't think much. A shout by Long neighed and came. Yige turned over and got on the horse. He ran towards that ghost helicopter. In the basement of the orphanage, Yige put on his helmet and Pa Fu on the tables and chairs. Seeing that the other party was crying, Suing played a zither song. The sound of water flowing and stopping sorrow spread throughout the basement, and Yige's emotions gradually calmed down. Suing got up and stroked Yige, but she didn't expect that this time it brought a different feeling. Suing felt as if something was changing her consciousness. Could it be that the current virtual reality technology is so advanced? This was Su Ying's last feeling. When she woke up, she was already on that ghost helicopter. There was only Suing on the helicopter and her ancient zither, and her task was to play the zither. From the plane screen, Suing saw Yige, watching Yige jumping off the cliff. Although Suing felt that this was just a space experience game, their role would not really die. But Suing did not dare and could not bear to let Yige jump off the cliff. Who knows what would happen? So, Su Ying's water flowing and stopping sorrow came out, and Yige woke up as expected. Suing looked at Yige chasing below and sighed secretly. I hope he doesn't misunderstand anything? Forget it. This worry is unnecessary. He is someone I watched grow up. Even if he misunderstood, he can quickly explain it clearly. But where is this plane taking me? A sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously, and Suing sat on the ghost helicopter, letting it fly. She saw the farmers working in the fields, the well-trained soldiers, and the merchants running between the tribes. These people lived and worked in peace. Maybe they had no troubles? As soon as she finished saying this, these people began to complain to each other and envied each other's professions, which made Suing laugh and cry. People, no matter what era they are in, are so dissatisfied. It seems that desire is the root of turmoil, but how can people who eat grains not have desires? The plane continued to move forward, and the scenery below also changed. Wars also broke out between the tribes. Suing watched Yige following Emperor Hong and forming an alliance with another big tribe, becoming one of the biggest tribes in this land. Later, there were stories, but Su Ying's mission was completed, and she returned to the basement of the orphanage. Suing looked at Yige and smiled. How many secrets do you have, kid? This world is so amazing. In 7 days, can you save this world? Bai Long galloped away, but the shadow of that mysterious plane was long gone in the sky. Yige had no choice but to give up and return to Emperor Hong's tribe in a daze. Now there are more and more mysteries. Yige always feels that a pair of eyes are staring at him, as if knowing his trajectory. Now thinking about it is really terrible. Yige thought of the relevant descriptions of the theory of special relativity and felt that he was being coitan. His past, present, and even future were under surveillance. Now it can be confirmed that this is real. Otherwise, how could there be number 2 and number 3, and he is number 4? Then will there be more numbers of himself appear? Why did they appear? Why did you say that you are the one who has walked the longest? Thinking of this, Yige felt a chill all over his body and almost fell off Bai Long. Could it be that I am monitoring myself? I must be from the future or the past or some uncertain space-time node. That node encountered a huge crisis, and I need different Chanthoa to gradually modify specific conditions, and I am not as good as number 2 and number 3 who have not mastered this information. That is because I have not found the law of AI body. In this way, everything is explained clearly. However, Yige quickly denied this idea. Maybe only fools would think so. Yige returned to Emperor Hong's tribe. At this time, the flower sedan chair had already left, and the village returned to normal. Emperor Hong. Was Mu Fei sitting on that flower sedan chair? Flower sedan chair? What flower sedan chair? I don't know what you are talking about. Yige frowned. He stared at Emperor Hong. His eyes were very sharp and able to dongchan everything. Emperor Hong felt a chill and sat down on the chair in fright. Traveler, are you okay? Did you see something unclean? Do you want me to ask the wizard in the clan to give you a jangto, so you can rest assured? Saying that, Emperor Hong walked out. Yige stopped Emperor Hong. Did you just see the helicopter? Emperor Hong shook his head. Traveler, I have already expressed my position. We will not develop a technological civilization. Don't worry. No one in this world can master those knowledge except me. Why? The people who escaped from the cage with me died long ago, and I am still alive. Maybe it's like you met Yu Mao and Yu Yi back then. Yige nodded. Yige said, I just saw Mu Fei. She was sitting in the flower sedan chair, and your tribesmen worshipped like worshipping gods. I saw her get out of the flower sedan chair, wearing a bronze mask, wearing the light blue floral dress that had an accident. Do you know? That's really Mu Fei. Emperor Hong said, Traveler, you must be hallucinating. Maybe you are too tired. I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything? Hallucinations? Yige sat decadently on the grass, greedily breathing the air. Don't you respect the gods? Gods? What is that? Emperor Hong shook his head and said, We rely on labor to obtain the necessities of life. What do we need gods for? Traveler, can you tell me their stories? Yige frowned. If Emperor Hong is his ancestor, then this space is likely to be the hundreds of thousands of years when human civilization disappeared, and later generations called this era the mythological era. Now it seems that the people living in that era are the same as the people now. They are working hard and trying to live. This is the gene in the bones of the Chinese nation, and it will be passed down for a long time. Emperor Hong, do you have a totem? That is faith. Yige had to change the topic. His thinking was just messed up. Maybe it was really interfered with by someone. Yes, our belief is to let the people of the tribe have clothes to wear, houses to live in, food to eat, and not get sick. Whoever can do this is everyone's belief. If Mu Fei comes, will you kneel down to her? Traveler, you are still an obsession. What you see may be what you think in your heart, just like the empty chair you left behind. You hope they are still there. In fact, they are still there, but they are not with us on a node. Emperor Hong, have you seen the theory of relativity I left behind? Traveler, I really don't know what you are talking about. Isn't this universe in motion? Motion is a process. It will not disappear. For example, the sun in the morning, at the same time, it has just risen on the coast of the East China Sea, but it is still cold before dawn on our side. When we see the sun rising, it is already noon on the East China Sea, right? Will this sun disappear? No. It's just that we meet him at different time nodes. And I'm thinking, like our intermediate particle capsule spaceship, surpassing the original speed of the Earth's movement, then our time will be fixed at a certain point. Of course, this is just my guess before. Later I figured it out. This theory is not valid at all. We cannot fix space-time. We can only be consistent with the time node. Isn't this exactly Yi Xingqian's reverse positive theory? Yige now also has doubts about that theory. No, this theory is not necessarily wrong, because although Emperor Hong observed the original speed invariant conjecture and special relativity, he did not know the AI body. Yige wanted to discuss the concept of AI body with Emperor Hong, but reason told him not to. Now this space does not need the seeds of civilization, and it is not a bad thing to let it be cultivated by slash and burn. After all, the hatred of the cage should not be passed down. Emperor Hong saw Yige pondering, and was afraid to disturb Yige, so he got up and left. Yige said at this time, Emperor Hong, can you take me to the Holy Mountain? No, there is no road now. Emperor Hong returned to his seat again. Then why did you ask me if I wanted to see Mu Fei? Yige said, I'm just curious. Are you the person who helped us rebuild our home? Emperor Hong said, Is this so important? What if it is verified? Yige asked incomprehensibly. I want to do the same thing as you. Emperor Hong got up. His eyes were firm. Yige was silent. But even if you go back to the cage, you can't stop anything? Yes, I will kill Yu Yi, and then take the clan to migrate as a whole. Emperor Hong's tone was very pengda. Have you seen the video I left behind? Yige asked back. Yes, people are curious, aren't they? I think the traveler will also take risks out of curiosity, so I watched that video. I learned about the things that happened back then. Emperor Hong replied. But Yu Yi gave you a way out. Why do you still want to kill him? Yige said. I don't know, but I feel that Yu Yi is already dead. Even Yu Mao died long ago. If they don't die at that time node, no one knows what will happen. The whole process may be rewritten, right? There was no hatred in Emperor Hong's eyes. Just as Yige had evaluated, he was more suitable to be the tribal chief than anyone else. Hearing this, Yige's pupil shrank. He seemed to understand. Why was it that only he saw Mu Fei's flower sedan chair just now? Because someone wanted him to die. Maybe it's like Emperor Hong said, I should have died at point D, but I died early at point A. Then the subsequent trajectory will definitely change. Yes, it must be like this. But who wants him to die? Number 2 and number 3 have no intention of killing himself, only to make himself change his understanding of technology. Through the dialogue, I have already learned that number 2 is against the development of technology, and their civilization was destroyed because of technology. Number 3 is encouraging the development of technological civilization. If they had broken through the wall-breaking civilization 300 years earlier, then they might have been able to fight in response to the alien civilization's attack, and they would not have had to make a global escape. The Earth world I am in now should be the world of number 3, and their ancestors restricted the development of civilization. But who wanted to kill himself just now? Could it be himself? Yi Xingqian? Or that invisible black hand? Thinking of this, Yige hurriedly shook his head. What are all these things? People will definitely not kill themselves, only when sons are unfilial to their fathers. Have you heard of fathers killing their own sons? Wait until I go back to my world and ask Suing to know who is saving me. Yige looked at Emperor Hong. Can you give me a copy of the technology of the intermediate particle capsule now? Our world's research in this area has been stagnant for nearly 100 years. Emperor Hong scratched his head. Traveler, it's not that I don't give it to you, but I can't get it out either. Those technological theories and technologies are all sealed in the dark river under the holy mountain, and no one can find them now. Oh, you, how should I say you? How can you stop eating because of choking? Yige paced back and forth in disappointment. If the person in front of him was his descendant, he would definitely go up and give him a slap. Unfortunately, the person in front of him is his ancestor. What if other tribes come to Daniman with technological civilization? The descendants of Sirius directly sank the results into the sea, and even Ya in the sea with the city. Even if later generations want to find them, they can't find them. The people of the mother planet are even more ruthless. In order to get rid of the memory of that humiliation, they directly Tongai the memory of the clan. And now the humans surviving on this planet have reached a consensus, that is, not to develop technology, it's good to be able to eat and live. Emperor Hong replied, Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you lie down like this? Yige said, This is called life, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, looking at the stars when nothing happens, thinking about your ancestors, and choigano with your wife and children. How to beat rabbits today, how to beat wild boars tomorrow. How can this be called lying down? Lying down is a vegetable. Don't worry, there is no one in our tribe. Emperor Hong patted his chest. Yige was too lazy to say more. It was useless to say more. Yige left the wooden house. He did not let Emperor Hong follow, but led by Long alone. He wanted to see if he could meet the road to the holy mountain. Mu Fei, are you really in this world? Mu Fei, I miss you so much. Chapter 47. Stabbed by a subterranean silicon being. Filled with longing for Mu Fei, Yige wandered through this world alone with Bai Long, like a lone sail adrift, unsure of its destination, able only to move forward according to the dictates of fate. Emperor Hong wanted to provide Yige with several attendants, but Yige refused. I don't belong to this world in the first place. If I die, I'll just return. There's no need to arrange them. They have wives and children. I wouldn't be able to bear that. Emperor Hong persisted, but Yige's attitude remained firm, and Emperor Hong finally gave up. Giddy up. Nay. The pair disappeared into the horizon. Before Yige lay a vast mountain, covered with pines and cypresses, with layer upon layer of peaks, shrouded in clouds and mist. It was a rare sight. For some reason, Yige felt compelled to venture into the mountain. So, Yige released Bai Long to graze on the grassland at the foot of the mountain, and he set off alone into the depths of the mountain. As soon as he started up the mountain, the sedan chair appeared before Yige again, maintaining the same elusive distance. This time, Yige followed it cautiously. When the sedan chair stopped, Yige quickly caught up, his heart pounding in his chest. Then, the girl in the light blue dress stained with blood stepped out, her bronze mask facing Yige. Yige recognized the figure instantly. It was Mu Fei. Yige had long forgotten that the sedan chair was a trap designed to kill him, but Yige still threw himself forward without hesitation. Mu Fei didn't speak. Her eyes filled with icy coldness, But Yige didn't notice any of it. Tears had already blurred his vision. He ran quickly and embraced Mu Fei. In that moment, his longing was infinite, but the next second brought piercing pain. Mu Fei pushed Yige away, looking at him with disgust. At that moment, a dagger was protruding from Yige's chest, blood dripping down. Why? You desecrated me. This is the consequence. Desecrated? You are my wife, the one I long for day and night, the one I would sacrifice everything to find. Ah, Mu Fei, I miss you. Mu Fei removed the bronze mask, revealing the most perfect face in Yige's mind, but her eyes had changed. Who exactly are you? That's not a question for you to ask. Now, you can die. With that, Mu Fei lunged at Yige again, dagger in hand. Yige, relying on his bare-handed skills, quickly knocked the dagger away. Mu Fei was stunned for a moment, and Yige took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Fueled by the pain, Yige regained his composure and turned to run down the mountain. Yige wasn't some unparalleled master. Calling for help wouldn't be too embarrassing at this point. At that moment, Bai Long galloped over, and Yige mounted and fled the mountain. This injury hadn't taken Yige's life, or he would have returned to his original world. Now, he could only recuperate in this world. Yige felt that this person must know something. Although the figure and appearance were very similar to Mu Fei, that look in her eyes was too terrifying, too unfamiliar. Yige was certain that that person was definitely not Mu Fei. Yige kept all of this in his heart. The only person he could trust in this world was Emperor Hong. So, he rode Bai Long towards Emperor Hong's tribe. Yige overlooked one thing. Since the other party knew him so well, they would be able to anticipate his thoughts. They would definitely lie in ambush on the way back. After Bai Long leapt over a hill, it neighed constantly, unwilling to take another step forward. It sensed danger. A huge crack appeared in the road ahead, with shadowy figures lurking in the fissure. Seeing that Yige wasn't advancing, they shed their disguises. Yige vaguely made out the figures and mistakenly thought that Emperor Hong had come to rescue him. He quickly waved his hand, but instead, they shot arrows fiercely in his direction. If it weren't for Bai Long's intelligence, Yige would have been riddled with arrows. Seeing this, Bai Long had no choice but to carry Yige in another direction, but they were already surrounded. Yige completely lost consciousness. Bai Long, no longer running, pawed at the ground, digging a pit. It laid Yige down in the pit and then laid itself on top to shield Yige from the arrows. It had to be said, Bai Long was incredibly intelligent and empathetic. Although these people were humanoid, they weren't the same as the humans of New Earth. This difference wasn't in skin color or body type, but a general disconnect, like two different species. They were all one color from head to toe, like white silicone. If Yige were conscious, he would think they looked like the subterranean silicon beings from movies. Indeed, these people were subterranean silicon beings, one of the species born on New Earth. At that moment, these silicon beings were closing in on Yige. Unless something unexpected happened, Yige was definitely going to die this time. If he died, he would return to Earth, but Bai Long would have sacrificed itself in vain. Bai Long also sensed the threat of death, but it remained lying there, neighing constantly, its voice full of sorrow, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. These silicon beings were less than 100 meters away from Yige. At this point, they could easily kill him with arrows, but it was clear that they wanted to capture him alive. As for their motives, no one knew. Bai Long stopped neighing and closed its eyes. Protecting Yige was a tradition etched in its blood, and now it had done its duty. Was this the end? Bai Long closed its eyes, tears streaming from the corners. Perhaps this was as far as it could accompany Yige. In the distance, shouts rang out, filling Bai Long with a sense of familiarity. Its playmates were among those steeds. Bai Long stood up and neighed towards the distance. In the distance, sunset, spears, slaughter. Blood splattered, reflecting the red clouds, the air thick with the smell of blood. This was the blood of the humans of New Earth. The hooves trampled forward, crushing the silicon beings underfoot. Their blood was white, making it clear they weren't the same species as humans. These people actually dared to harm the traveler. The entire tribe would not allow it. Bai Long was excited. It wanted to join the battle as well, but looking down at the unconscious Yige, it could only stay here to protect him, neighing to cheer on its comrades. The silicon beings were numerous, but their overall combat strength was very low. Soon, the Yoxiong tribe had wiped out these silicon beings. Those who hadn't died fled for their lives, returning to the underground along the cracks. The cage had an underground world, and New Earth also had one. Emperor Hong took Yige back, but Yige remained unconscious. Back on Earth, after careful consideration, Dr. Zhao decided to report the disaster event to the United Guard, because the orbit of the Tianzhong experimental city had deviated by nearly 15 degrees. If the cause couldn't be found, the Tianzhong experimental city would likely break out of orbit and be flung into outer space, which would be catastrophic for the experimental city. Because the bionic gravity system and protective shield of the Tianzhong experimental city were designed to be constant on a geocentric orbit, if the deviation exceeded 30 degrees, the entire Tianzhong experimental city would completely become a living hell. What Dr. Zhao didn't understand was why the United Guard didn't adopt the Star Alliance's recommendation. It was so contrary to common sense. It should be known that the existence of the Star Alliance, in addition to providing technological support to the Earth, was more importantly to monitor the changes on the Earth. This was one of the main goals of establishing Tianzhong experimental city after the loss of near-Earth satellites. Now the United Guard did not adopt the Star Alliance's opinion. There must be something happening here, and Dr. Zhao was still in the dark. So, Dr. Zhao also returned to Earth. As soon as he arrived in Shanghai, Dr. Zhao contacted C. Has the girl's injury been treated? C had already forgotten about these things. When he heard Dr. Zhao mention it at this time, he hurriedly knelt on one knee, dripping with cold sweat. Without waiting for C to report, Dr. Zhao had already guessed what was going on. Dr. Zhao said, "The Star Alliance cannot do this. You must remember to do what you promise others. At least maintain the positive image of the Star Alliance on the surface. Okay, go do it. This matter must be done well." After Dr. Zhao finished his instructions, he got up and went to the headquarters of the United Guard. He had to figure out what happened to the entire United Guard. New York, since the beginning of the industrial civilization, has been the location of the United Nations headquarters. After experiencing technological civilization, the walled civilization, the United Guard still placed its headquarters here after its establishment. In addition, there are 5 branches in the 5 continents of the world, and their status is equal. New York is only the nominal base of the United Guard. This setting is to avoid a situation of no leader when the Earth is invaded by alien civilizations. This time, Dr. Zhao went straight to New York. Inside the United Guard building, in a high-level conference room, Dr. Zhao shouted angrily at the service staff, "Where is General Meredith Paul? What is he doing? Why haven't I seen him yet?" "Sir, please have a cup of coffee. The general will be here soon," the secretary-dressed person said respectfully. "I've had 3 cups. How busy is he? Is he busier than global destruction?" Dr. Zhao's face was full of anger. The secretary didn't dare to neglect. "Please wait a moment. I'll ask the general again." At this time, Meredith Paul was finishing a call with General Lin Feng of Greater China. The video was not disconnected yet, and the secretary ran in a hurry. "Dr. Zhao, the chief scientist, is here. He wants to see you." The secretary whispered in Meredith Paul's ear about Dr. Zhao's remarks about the impending global disaster. When did this happen? How long has he been waiting? Meredith Paul's brows furrowed at the news that Dr. Zhao had been waiting for himself for 3 hours. Without thinking too much, he pressed the red button in front of the table. After the video was connected, Meredith Paul summoned the 5 generals to New York for a meeting, and then hurriedly went to see Dr. Zhao, the chief scientist of the Star Alliance. Dr. Zhao could no longer wait. He wanted to go to Meredith Paul's office to see what these guys were busy with. As soon as the door opened, the two collided head-on. Meredith Paul was nearly 2 meters tall, with dark skin and strong muscles, standing there like a human tank. Obviously, the petite Dr. Zhao was directly bounced back. Meredith Paul reached out and grabbed Dr. Zhao and said, "Doctor, I'm really sorry. I've kept you waiting. What did you just say? The world is about to face a major disaster. Is there any basis for this?" Before Dr. Zhao could open his mouth, Meredith Paul took the lead in asking. Dr. Zhao pushed his glasses. "I originally wanted to hold a global climate scientist forum to discuss these issues, but I felt it was too late. So I sent a letter to the United Guard in a timely manner, but you didn't believe this was true. So I came in person." Dr. Zhao told the whole story, and then he realized that the high-level officials of the United Guard had not received the information at all. Then who replied to himself? Meredith Paul, who came from a social work background, determined through Dr. Zhao's description that there was a mole in New York. Thinking of the phone conference with the 5 generals just now, Meredith Paul couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Doctor, please calm down. Our 5 generals are already on their way to New York. I suspect that there are moles here in New York, then the entire United Guard may have many moles. After the generals arrive in New York, we will start a secret meeting, and then everyone will discuss this issue together." Hearing this, Dr. Zhao also felt that he was reckless. He even guessed whether there were moles in the Star Alliance. Fortunately, those oligarchs were buried at sea, and the entire high-level officials should be able to rule out moles. Thinking of this, Dr. Zhao finally understood why Yi Xingchen didn't use electronic products to record things. Only paper records were the safest. New Earth, inside the Emperor Hong tribe. Yige has been in a coma for 7 days. During this period, Emperor Hong tried everything, but Yige still showed no signs of waking up. On the 8th day, Yige miraculously woke up. The weak Yige greedily drank water, but the tribes which doctor only fed 1 tablespoon at a time, which made Yige very uncomfortable. It wasn't until the 10th day that Yige resumed the liquid diet, and his body gradually improved. Emperor Hong came to visit every day. On the 15th day, Yige finally recovered, and he began to get out of bed. This time the injury almost took his life. Yige had a feeling that if he died now, it would be a real Xiaowang. Maybe this was just an illusion. Another day, Yige's body was completely recovered. He sat in the thatched hut, quietly drinking tea, imagining the image of Yu Mao or Yu Yi in his mind, wondering if they would appear this time. Emperor Hong sat aside with his eyes closed and rested, not disturbing Yige, because he could not answer the questions raised by Yige. After all, those humanoid races with white blood were too mysterious, even subverting his 3 views. There really are living things under the ground. Yige thought for a long time, but the empty seat was still empty. Neither Yu Mao nor Yu Yi came. In fact, Yige already had the answer in his heart. The appearance of those people was no different from the Silicon people in Hollywood movies, but from Emperor Hong's mouth, this planet was formed after the Cage Civilization War. So where did these Silicon people come from? Even if Yu Mao and Yu Yi came, they could only prove that these Silicon people had lived in the underground world of the Cage, and they might not know how they came. Yige sighed, "Maybe you shouldn't have appeared, and I don't want to disturb your life anymore. Let's say goodbye, my heroes in my mind." At this moment, the curtain moved. Yige's face was full of excitement. He knew his heroes were coming. Emperor Hong said, "Are they here?" Yige nodded excitedly, looking at the 2 people on the empty seats, very excited. "Are you all okay?" Chapter 48. The King of the Subterranean Silicon Beings. In Emperor Hong's view, Yige was like a neurotic patient, but he did not dare to criticize the traveler. First, the traveler saved the cage humans, allowing the fire to continue. Second, the traveler had too many secrets on his body. Maybe he was superficial? At this time, Yige got up to add a cup of tea to his 2 old friends, 2 heroes who fought against heaven and earth, and sat down peacefully, talking to himself at the empty table. Emperor Hong was about to get up when Yige said, "He is very good. Your tribe has been continuing, all thanks to his credit." Emperor Hong's scalp was numb, but he bowed to the 2 empty chairs. "I have seen the 2 leaders." Perhaps Emperor Hong also entered that state. He suddenly felt that there were indeed people on the empty chairs, and the 2 got up and returned the li, which was his recognition. Emperor Hong did not want to disturb Yige, and turned to leave. He still has many things to deal with, such as the subterranean Silicon people, such as the Sirius tribe in the west, and the barbarian tribes in the east, and even the Mother Planet tribe in the north. Among them, the Mother Planet tribe is easy to clean up. They have Tol Shangju in their bones. Only Yige was left in the thatched hut. Yige poured out the tea in front of him and filled it again. "Old friends, long time no see." Yu Mao and Yu Yi nodded hello. Yige told them about his experiences. Yu Mao and Yu Yi were like the most loyal listeners, never interrupting Yige's narrative. "Are there subterranean Silicon people in the Cage world?" Yige asked. Yu Mao said that there were subterranean people in the Cage world. When they discovered the underground world, they encountered them. Those people had super reproductive ability, but their combat power was garbage. After the Cage human race built the sky elevator, those subterranean people disappeared, and no one knew where they went. "Sky elevator?" Yige asked. "How come I don't know about this?" Traveler, you have sat on this sky elevator. The channel from the holy mountain to the underground world is it that time with the particle capsule hull? Yu Mao and Yige nodded. Yige also said, can you give me a copy of your intermediate particle capsule technology? I need them now. Yu Mao and Yige waved their hands to say that they were powerless. They were not from a technical background. They could not remember those things at all. Yige was very disappointed. Yu Mao said, there may be records deep in the stone walls of the holy mountain. Those scientists like to record the most important things on it, so that future generations can remember their great achievements. Yige understood. When he looked at Yu Mao and Yige again, the already empty seats were even more empty. Yige got up. He wanted to find Emperor Hong. He wanted to ask where the holy mountain was. Because the intermediate particle capsule is too important, it is the wall-breaking material that can resist Chen and twisting in the AI body. The Earth disaster will come in 7 days. Yige has a strong feeling that the AI body will appear that day. Without the introduction of foreign technology, even Taylor, the world's chief material scientist, would not be able to apply intermediate particle technology in 7 days. The AI body will soon appear in front of them, but Yige has no way to enter it. Missing this time means that the next time I don't know when it will be. Then what about Mu Fei? Yige will never allow this to happen. Why is he enduring Dr. Zhao? Isn't it waiting for the AI body to appear? Yige can use the power of the Star Alliance to achieve reverse positive movement, change the original linear increment, and return to Mu Fei's side. Yige did not find Emperor Hong, and at this time he met several big-headed soldiers. Yige stepped forward to ask these people but got the news that Emperor Hong should have gone on the expedition and said, the leader may not have gone far. If you want to find him, we can lead the way. So, Yige was taken out of the tribe by these big-headed soldiers, but the more he walked, the more wrong it was. If Emperor Hong had not gone far, they would have caught up long ago, but after walking for most of the time, they still did not see Emperor Hong's shadow. There is something fishy about this. Yige pretended to go to the toilet, but the other party stopped him. Just as Yige was arguing with them, these people showed their feet. It turned out that these people were subterranean people. What do you want to do? The 4 fat-headed soldiers tore off their disguise and roared at the earth in a voice that Yige could not understand. At this time, huge cracks opened in the ground, and then thousands of subterranean people poured out. Yige could only surrender. Yige did not know what these people wanted to do. He could only say that they did not intend to kill him. Yige was put on a hood, and he did not know who gave him a stuffy stick, which suddenly made Yige fall into a coma. When Yige woke up, he was already in the underground world. This world is not as dark as everyone imagines. There are rongdong everywhere, and there is soil everywhere. But a real world. Here there is the sky, there are white clouds, there are sunsets, there are moonrises, there are flying birds, there are trees, and it is not much different from the New Earth world. Just like the underground world in the cage space. The only difference is that this is a square world, and 4 large pillars are erected on the 4 corners of this square world, which are the support of the entire world, and in the center there is a huge mulberry tree, which is radiant and full of fantasy colors. This is the living space of the subterranean people. Yige was looking around, but the subterranean people did not let him act freely, but bound him in a cage, just like entering a zoo, a big iron cage. At this time, a noble subterranean person came to Yige. She was about 1 meter 8 tall, standing in the crowd in one word, that is, Hurli Jichin, very outstanding. You are the traveler they speak of, said this subterranean person. Who are you? Yige asked back. I am the king of this world. They all call me Xiong. Of course, you can also call me that. Xiong said. Yige stared at Xiong. Why did you catch me? We want the seeds of your technological civilization. We want revenge. We want to return to the surface. That is our home. Xiong even became angry when he said this. I don't have the seeds of technology. You found the wrong person. This was Yige's second lie. After experiencing the Cage Civilization War, he did not want to arbitrarily interfere with the progress of the entire event. Xiong did not believe Yige's words. Our race once suffered a massacre, and the accomplice was you. If you had not left the seeds of technology for the cage world, then our ancestors would have lived happily in the underground world. But those people are like robbers, invading our home, massacring our people, and driving us to the Shi. Do you think this is fair? Yige chose silence. She didn't know how to answer this question. If what Xiong said is true, then what is the difference between Yu Mao and them invading the Cage Mother planet and the Sirius invasion? There is no difference. There is no difference at all. After a while, Yige said, I can't give it to you. That is to die. Xiong had no patience at all. Yige's life ended like this. The starlight dissipated, and he gradually returned to the Earth world. Xiong said, Are you an undead zoo? Yige just smiled faintly and did not answer her question. He could not answer anymore. The consciousness gradually dispersed. Then, return. Chapter 49. The United Guard's Mole. The moment Yige returned, the basement door happened to open, and Elena cautiously poked her head in. Elena had woken up that morning wanting to call Yige out to play, but she couldn't find him no matter how much she called. She pushed the door open, and Suing told her that Yige was probably playing games in the basement. That Yige is really something. I treat him like a good friend, but he doesn't even call me when he plays games. Humph, I'll see how I teach him a lesson. But when Elena entered the room, she found that Yige didn't seem to be playing games, but more like having a nightmare. She hurried over. At that moment, Yige had just regained consciousness. He felt a pain in his chest and lay immobile on the table. This was a consequence of being stabbed in the chest within that space. The intense pain made Yige suspect that he had entered a real world this time. Soon, he dismissed the thought. If it were a real world, he would simply be dead after dying. Therefore, it was still a virtual simulation world. Yige, are you okay? Elena's hurried, anxious, and sweet voice reached him. Yige was in too much pain to respond. Elena came to Yige and knelt on the ground, gently stroking Yige's chest. Seeing that Yige was somewhat relieved, she used all her strength to help Yige up and walk towards the bed. When they reached the bed, Elena lost her balance, possibly because Yige was too heavy, and they both fell onto the bed. Yige landed on top of her. About 30 minutes passed before Yige regained his senses. So soft. That was Yige's first feeling. Then, his expression turned horrified. He was actually lying on top of Elena, and in a position that couldn't be described in words. The position was very easy to misunderstand. At that moment, the basement door opened again. Suing walked straight in, pretending to be flustered. Am I interrupting something? In fact, Suing had long seen what was happening inside through the basement's camera. The reason she said that was to tease Yige. Ever since Mu Fei's death, Yige had been in constant grief and longing. If it continued like this, even a spring might break. Hearing this, Yige shot up. Dean, it's not what you think. Oh, what do I think? With that, Suing came to the bed, staring at Elena with a smile. She didn't expect that a robot would actually blush. Yige was still trying to explain, but Elena was already blushing, even covering her face with a pillow towel. Suing laughed heartily. The farce ended there. Yige asked, Dean, I saw you again in that space. Did you enter this time? Yes, I was going to pour you a glass of water, but I found that you were not in a good state. I want to help you, but in that second, I entered that helicopter you mentioned. Suing touched Yige's head with concern. Child, you know the rest of the story. I won't say more. Mu Fei has already left you. You should move on. Yige sighed. Dean, if we find the AI body, we can enter that time node. Then Mu Fei won't die. You're too tired, Suing said, then pulled Yige back to the dining room for dinner. Yige also felt that he was too tired, so tired that it had affected his judgment. After dinner, he went back to his room to rest. The generals from the 5 major regions of the United Guard all arrived in New York. Today's meeting was very special. No one had disclosed it to the media in advance, because the United Guard might have been infiltrated by the enemy. In a conference room, all communication devices were confiscated from everyone who entered. General Meredith Paul of the Americas region said, Dr. Zhao is the chief scientist of the Star Alliance. He discovered anomalies during routine inspections and deduced that the Earth may experience a devastating disaster within 7 days. Now, Dr. Zhao will explain what he knows. Dr. Zhao reported to the 5 generals about the changes in the Tianzhong experimental city, as well as the possibility that the Earth's axis of rotation might also shift. This could lead to changes in the Earth's magnetic field and gravity, and the Tianzhong experimental city might be thrown out of its near-Earth orbit. Even the moon's trajectory might be affected. Ha ha ha, this is really ridiculous. General Meredith Paul, have you been reading too much science fiction? to actually believe this. Yes, we're all very busy. If we're called to a meeting because of such unfounded rumors, it's an extreme irresponsibility towards the safety of the Earth. Meredith Paul looked at the generals from the European and African regions with a grim face. They actually still thought it was a joke. That was the real extreme irresponsibility towards global safety. Enough? Is that all you were taught? Dr. Zhao is the chief scientist of the Star Alliance. He has contributed to the progress of human civilization and the convenience of life. Is this how you treat a scientist? Scientist? General Paul, it's not that there's a problem here, but that there's a problem here. The general of the European region continued, when alien civilizations invade, who is it that gets on the warplanes to meet the enemy? Is it us or these scientists? They're just shirking responsibility. You and I both know that the Earth is currently in a period of stable development. How could a major natural disaster occur? Tell me, what kind of natural disaster is it? A meteor from space or a tsunami thousands of miles high? Meredith Paul slammed the table in anger. Enough. I want to hear General Lin Feng's opinion. Lin Feng got up and saluted the generals. With a square face and an upright air, he said politely, Dr. Zhao is an expert in this field, and the purpose of the Tianzhong experimental city is to monitor, predict, and warn of the occurrence of danger. Since Doctor has discovered something, we should calmly think about these issues, instead of just going straight to the top and arbitrarily labeling people. If a disaster really happens, what will we use to deal with it? Lin Feng's words were convincing to everyone. He had a self-restraint, temperament, heart, insight, and logic that others did not possess. Lin Feng indicated, General Meredith, I think we should give Dr. Zhao more space to show his thoughts. What do you think? Meredith Paul nodded in agreement. Then he pressed a button, and the 5 generals were enveloped in a light curtain. They could all hear Dr. Zhao's voice, but they couldn't hear each other's voices. This was technology from their own people, without any eavesdropping capabilities. The reason Yige invented it was because there were too many senior executives in the Star Alliance, so he set up this thing. Later, this tool for focusing on meetings was given to the United Guard by Yige for free and made great contributions to the meetings of the entire Blue Star. Dr. Zhao continued to say the whole story and finally concluded, We have been infiltrated? This was explosive news. Who has infiltrated the United Guard? At this time, the light curtain was withdrawn, and the 5 generals understood the whole story. Now the most important thing was to find out who the mole was. Next, the 5 generals discussed a plan. Soon, the message to investigate the mole spread throughout the United Guard headquarters, and the data then identified a person. So, the guards quickly surrounded the mailroom. The mole's mask was about to be unveiled. Chapter 50. A ruse to lure the tiger from the mountain. At the United Guard's mail office, guards surrounded the area. Not even a fly could fly out. The guards had locked down the location of the person through thermal imaging equipment, confirming that the spy was still inside the room and had not left. The demolition team was assembled. The arrest team was also on standby. Everything progressed in an orderly manner, waiting for the generals to issue the order to act. Action! Meredith Paul issued the order, and the entire guard acted quickly, coordinately, and consistently according to the arrest plan. Bang! Boom! The door was blown open. The action team moved in quickly, but when everyone entered, they didn't find the spy. There was only a human skin mask, and the spy had disappeared. David Sinel, the leader of the action team, was a seasoned agent. He rushed into the room at the first opportunity, pretending to observe, but it was very professional in the eyes of the team. After carefully observing the condition of the house, David Sinel found the situation. He glanced down at the glass curtain wall and shouted, Quick! He ran to the street along the drain pipe. Everyone come down with me. We must arrest the spy and bring him to justice. Everyone knew that if the suspect ran into the street, it would be a very difficult job to catch him again, and no one wanted to take this risk. Under the leadership of Leader David, the entire action team ran downstairs in unison. No one was willing to fall behind, and no one wanted to take the blame. At this time, on the street, a thief was stealing bread to eat. When he saw a group of people surrounding him, he was so scared that he urinated. He ran and shouted, My goodness, I just haven't eaten for 3 days, and stealing a piece of bread has caused such a big battle. This is too unlucky. The thief hurriedly turned and ran into an alley. As soon as he ran, the United Guard had identified him as the spy. In this way, the members who had originally planned to ambush were also seduced by the thief, or rather, the entire action team of 100 people were chasing this thief. This battle was definitely the ceiling of the thief world. On the other side, in the highest level conference room of the United Guard, the 5 generals and Dr. Zhao had learned the whole story through real-time photography. Their faces were very ugly, especially Meredith Paul. This was his territory, but he didn't expect that 100 well-equipped guards couldn't even catch a spy. That human skin was like a slap in the face of Meredith Paul. Meredith Paul picked up the walkie-talkie. "David, no matter what, you have to catch that spy for me. I'm about to lose all my face." Except for Lin Feng, the faces of the other generals were full of schadenfreude. Lin Feng looked serious. What he was most worried about was really going to happen. Dr. Zhao said, "From the current point of view, this infiltrator should not be human. Otherwise, he would not put on a human skin bionic mask." In addition to Dr. Zhao, others had already understood when they saw the human skin that the spy was not human, but came from the subterranean civilization outside of human civilization. This secret was only Changwu by people of the level of the 5 generals, and others had no right to know. At this time, those who were gloating also realized the seriousness of the problem. Human civilization and the subterranean civilization reached an agreement. Humans would no longer overexploit underground resources, and the subterranean civilization must stop infiltrating human civilization and withdraw all spies. Now it seems that the subterranean civilization is going to break the contract, and thinking of Dr. Zhao's warning, sweat appeared on everyone's faces. This was too scary. The 5 people looked at each other and, after receiving permission, told Dr. Zhao this secret. Meredith Paul said, "Doctor, the owner of that human skin mask should be from the subterranean civilization. They are silicon people. Although they are called silicon people, they are not human, but creatures living in the underground world. They are all silver-white in color, and their blood is also silver-white, as if injected with mercury. They signed a contract with human civilization, and now it seems that this is a breach of contract, so we are so shocked." Dr. Zhao was shocked and his words trembled. This news completely subverted his 3 views. There is still a human race existing underground? Dr. Zhao pushed his glasses and said, "This is really amazing. There are still living things under the ground we step on every day? What do they breathe with? Are they lungs?" "Yes, the United Guard has captured a subterranean silicon person, and their body structure is completely similar to that of humans. The only difference is that their self-healing ability and reproductive power far exceed humans." This is unbelievable. Dr. Zhao was still in deep shock. This matter completely subverted his cognition. He had thought that only human civilization existed alone in this vast universe, as bright as a pearl in the night. Now he actually knew that there was another civilization existing on Earth. "Okay, now we should discuss the next plan." Meredith Paul turned to look at Dr. Zhao. "Doctor, you also participate in this meeting." The camera turned. In that office, it was empty at this time, without any staff and guards, and even the entire floor was empty. At this time, the vent on the roof turned twice, and there was no sound. A minute later, the vent moved a few more times. This time the action was much stronger than the first time, and then stopped for 4 or 5 seconds. After that, there was a violent bumping sound, and with a clang, the protective fence of the vent fell to the ground. After a few seconds, a silver-white head protruded from it. After looking around to make sure that there was no one, he jumped down from the vent and hurriedly put on the bionic mask, without any of the previous caution, and swaggered away from the United Guard. This silicon person is called Ryan, and his codename is SI-123, and he is a spy who was inserted into the United Guard by the subterranean silicon people. He himself does not know how many such people there are in the United Guard. His Sangshan is David Sinel, the leader of the action team. When the United Guard issued the order, David Sinel notified Ryan in time. When he received the notification, he had already been locked in the office, and it was impossible to escape from the door. So Ryan took off his human skin mask and put some hot water bottles inside, so that he could escape the scan of the thermal imaging technology, and also provided convenience for his escape. Ryan did not expect that these hot water bottles from the small commodity city played a great role at a critical time. Ryan pushed open the window, and he planned to escape along the sewer, but instead of running underground, he came to the roof along the sewer, and then returned to his room along the ventilation duct. So there was the scene just now. After leaving the United Guard headquarters, Ryan went straight to the slums of New York State. The slums hide the dirt and are suitable for spies like them to hide. Ryan came to the end of the road along the alley, looked around, and after seeing that he was not being tracked, he walked into the house. Ryan has been lurking in humans for many years. If it were not for caution, he would have been exposed long ago. Ryan was alert just after taking 2 steps. The door lock of his house had been touched. So Ryan took out his ruwuchi and tentatively walked into the house. When he entered the house, he realized that it was a false alarm, and there was no smell of humans in the house. The sense of smell of the subterranean silicon people is particularly sensitive. They can identify 72 kinds of smells, especially the smell of humans. They are the most sensitive. After confirming that he was not visited, Ryan swaggered and lay on the sofa. He learned to drink red wine like humans, shaking the glass, facing the sun. That Shenyan color and taste, deeply stimulating his taste buds. If possible, he would like to be a human being for the rest of his life. But now this may not be realistic. He has just been exposed in the United Guard, and in the next period of time he can only hide like a mouse. Ryan discovered something on the table through the wine glass. He usually did not have the habit of putting things on the glass, and at this time Ryan could be sure that his house had definitely been entered. Ryan put down the wine glass and walked straight to the table. There was a piece of paper on it, and the paper was painted with a special symbol, which was their year of the subterranean people and human civilization, and the meaning of this symbol is a trustworthy person. Ryan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The one who came to his house must be his own. But except for David Sinel, no companion knew his room. Now David is taking people to arrest him. How did he enter this room? Obviously, the visitor was not David. Ryan's pupils exploded immediately. This place was no longer safe. Out of curiosity, before escaping, Ryan still read the note. The note recorded this. SI 123. You don't need to know who I am, but you must leave New York State, and if you are unfortunately captured, you should know what to do with the pills on the table. We will take care of your mother and sister. Of course, you can also find me at 267 Times Square. This letter did not have a signature, but the other party was definitely a subterranean silicon person. This does not need to be guessed. Because Ryan knew that not many people knew that he had a mother and sister, even David did not know. Then there were only 5 people who could know this, and Ryan even guessed who the visitor was. Ryan burned the letter in his hand. Ryan returned to the table, poured the red wine from the bottle into the decanter, shook it a few times, and then picked it up and poured it straight down, wasting it like an old cow chewing muda. Ryan drunkenly lay on the sofa. He slammed the decanter hard on the ground. He hated others threatening his family the most. Hate is goyir, but Ryan had no way to do it. Ryan got up and picked up the pill, and then wobbled towards the bedroom. Under his bed was a secret passage. Although it was Puajiu, it was Beio Shinji after Ryan's transformation. Following the passage to the end, it was a sewer, and after walking about 100 feet along the sewer, you could see a cave, and climbing up along the cave was Ryan's other residence. After Ryan came to the ground, he loved human civilization very much. There was too much knowledge here. The method of Jiaotuthanku was still seen by Ryan in a children's book. This was a manor. Ryan's identity was the owner of this manor. The manor was very large, which shows that Ryan knew how to enjoy life. In Ryan's own words, when you come to the world, you have to enjoy it. Soon, Ryan put on a new human skin mask, and in the respectful eyes of the servants, swaggered to the Fanhua Chur in a luxury car. Ryan came to the street near the United Guard headquarters. At this time, the thief had been forced to a dead end. He was holding his head in his hands and squatting in the corner of the wall. In front of him were more than 100 fully armed United Guard Doyan, and behind him was a 5-meter-high wall. He could not understand how just stealing a piece of bread would alarm the United Guard. The thief cried and complained in his heart. If he was given another chance, he would never steal that piece of bread. At this time, David Sinel squeezed out from the crowd and stood by Chi on the front, with his younger brothers on both sides, pointing their uruchi at the thief. David carefully inquired about the thief's family situation. When he heard that the other party was an orphan, he had the plan to use this guy as a scapegoat. David knew very well that he had already released Ryan, and if he did not take this person to Dingbal, then he would be the one who died. He clearly felt that Meredith Paul was already angry. Yes, in the just action, the United Guard was like a monkey being played, which made Meredith Paul lose face in front of other generals. If this matter was not resolved perfectly, David Sinel could foresee his ending. If that day really came, he would definitely be exposed. But it was not easy to let the person in front of him commit the crime, unless he could not speak. Thinking of this, a fierce light appeared in David's eyes, and he stared at the thief, like a wolf staring at a sheep. David waved his hand, and his younger brothers immediately stepped forward and grabbed the thief. The thief had already been frightened and his legs were weak, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. "Officer, please spare me. I won't dare again. But I'm really starving. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I just stole a piece of bread. You believe me? It's really the first time for me." The more the thief said this, the more disgusted David became. David signals Chang'er to chew a shuttle at the sky, attracting everyone's attention to him, so no one cared about what the thief had just said. David stepped forward and kicked the thief hard. The thief was kicked and flew directly to the corner of the wall. David took out a biso and stared at him fiercely. "Kid, aren't you good at running? Run. Why don't you run anymore?" Saying that, David was about to step forward and cut off his tongue, but pretended to say, "Who sent you here? You won't say it, then don't tell me." David wanted to cut off the thief's tongue with a biso, and even cut off his tendons, so it was perfect. Unfortunately, the thief opened the sewer cover when he fell. Taking advantage of the United Guard's inattention, the thief ran into the sewer in a puff of smoke. It was full of Xingqiu Wei, and the rats were as big as cats, but compared with death these were nothing. The thief lay on the ground greedily chawing chi. The taste here was Xingqiu and unpleasant, but it was free. The United Guard had long been spoiled and used to ease. They did not dare to enter these places at all. But David Sinel did not speak, and they did not dare to leave, so they could only guard the entrance of the cave in a decent way. If they had read elementary school reading materials, they would know the story of Choujian from the boat, and they would not be waiting here, Sa. You must know that the sewer is through Tungbada. It is useless to guard this cave mouth alone. David Sinel's face was Tiaching. He came to the main street and ordered all the nearby sewers to be arranged for people to guard them. It seems that he, like Ryan, especially likes to read Chungyur stories, so he is not so Sa. However, he was thinking about how to hand it over. Just when David Sinel was Fancho, a luxury convertible stopped in front of him. This person was Ryan. He put on a new human skin mask and sprayed perfume to cover the smell on his body, so that David Sinel could not bamboo him. Ryan saw David sneezing all the time, a cold smile in his heart, but he said polite words with concern on his mouth. Ryan said, "Hi, buddy. How do I get to 267 Times Square?" After speaking, Ryan was very disappointed with David's reaction. It seems that that person did not even know David Sinel. Who was that person? Chapter 51. Incompatible Paths. Ryan sped away in his car, not heading to 267 Times Square, but back to his own estate. Ryan felt that he hadn't been exposed yet. Since the note said to only go to that place when exposed, it was perfectly reasonable for him not to go now. Actually, these were all excuses Ryan made. The real reason was that he was afraid. He was afraid that once he went to that place, he would never come out again. For the silicon-based beings from the Earth's core, this was the only way to ensure the safety of other silicon beings. However, Ryan was sure of one thing. Before he was exposed, both he and his family were safe. Ryan returned to the estate, constantly pondering whether he should leave New York. David Cern, watching Ryan speed away, slammed the baton in his hand heavily on the ground, rolling it away before it lay motionless. Now, David Cern regretted being Ryan's liaison. He truly couldn't understand how Ryan had been exposed. If he knew the truth, he estimated he'd have the impulse to tear Ryan to pieces. Ryan was exposed because, out of laziness, he casually rejected a document. That document just happened to be the disaster warning message sent by Dr. Zhao, which aroused Dr. Zhao's dissatisfaction, leading to the story that the audience already knew. David Cern was also struggling internally, wondering if he should sacrifice Ryan to protect himself. Knowing that things would turn out like this, he should have just killed Ryan. That way, he wouldn't be the one suffering. However, David was just thinking about it. He wouldn't dare betray a teammate. Otherwise, even if he survived on the human side, he would be executed upon returning to the Earth's core world. This kind of trouble was hard to understand because Joan had too many methods for punishing traitors. In the end, David reported the situation to Meredith Paul. He was ready to face a storm of criticism. Meredith Paul simply reprimanded David a few times and told him to continue capturing this spy. This wasn't Meredith Paul's mercy. It was because they had realized the seriousness of the problem. They didn't know how many spies the entire Unified Guard had been infiltrated by. Inside the conference room, Meredith Paul, Lin Feng, the other 5 generals, and Dr. Zhao looked at each other in silence, feeling very awkward. Dr. Zhao said, "To be on the safe side, let's all verify each other. This isn't a lack of trust, but if one of us is a spy, then the entire Unified Guard is not trustworthy." Meredith Paul and Lin Feng took the lead in expressing their support. After hesitating for a few seconds, the other 3 also agreed. After testing, none of them were silicon-based beings from the Earth's core, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Meredith Paul said, "All right, let's not waste any more time. Now that the silicon beings are hiding around us, what we need to do is to dig them out. I have a decision. To announce the silicon beings' invasion to the public, leaving them nowhere to hide. What do you think?" "Announce it to the public? Ha ha ha, that's too rash. My dear General Meredith Paul, how could you come up with this idea? If I were you, I would definitely be ashamed." The speaker was the Unified Guard General from Oceania, a woman in her 50s named Eileen Mara. She had been holding back, but this time she couldn't bear it any longer. Because Eileen Mara also held another position, the spokesperson for the Unified Guard. If this decision was passed, she would be the one to announce it. She knew very well that doing so would concentrate all the contradictions and focus on her. Seeing this, the Unified Guard generals from Africa and Europe also took the opportunity to mock Meredith Paul. After a round of ridicule, everyone turned their attention to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "I think the world should know about this. Not only the Silicon Beings incident, but also the disaster Dr. Zhao mentioned. If this is true and we hide it, we will be sinners to all of humanity, even to Earth's civilization." Meredith Paul and Dr. Zhao promptly expressed their agreement. Eileen Mara mocked, "If this is fake, everyone will be alarmed for nothing, and then everyone will laugh at me like that? You men are more cunning than us women. I can see it clearly. Either way, you won't lose anything, but because of this announcement, I'll become a laughingstock for the whole world. And at that time, will I still be one of the 5 generals?" Eileen Mara finally roared, "I will not agree to this." The others looked at each other. They didn't want to stir up trouble either, and in the end, they turned their attention to Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao said, "I plan to release this information under the name of the Tianzhong Experimental City, but I seriously underestimated this matter. It must be released by the official authorities. Even people in high positions like you don't believe our warnings, so ordinary people are even less likely to accept them. Therefore, this must be released by the official authorities." After these words, they began to argue again. In short, the plan could be announced, but the person announcing it couldn't be themselves. The entire conference room was noisier than a market. "Enough." General Lin Feng slammed the table. He stood up and straightened his uniform. "I will release this information, but I have a condition. You must persuade those financial tycoons not to raise prices, hoard goods, and make a fortune off the disaster at this time. I'll give you 30 minutes. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" These generals had a good relationship with those capital tycoons. A more accurate term would be colluding with each other, with countless intertwined industries behind the scenes. But Lin Feng was not that kind of person. His ideals and beliefs didn't allow him to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up to bravely take on this burden when the world was facing such a great crisis. Lin Feng looked at them, waiting for an answer. If these people agreed, then in 30 minutes, Lin Feng would stand before all of humanity and announce these 2 pieces of news. If they didn't agree, Lin Feng would set off back to China and then discuss how to disclose this information. Time ticked by, every second filled with the sound of the ticking clock. Soon, these people gave their answer. Lin Feng can release the news, but they won't persuade those financial tycoons. Such a reply was simply playing dirty. Lin Feng was completely speechless. He stood up and said to Dr. Zhao, "I need to rush back to Shanghai. What about you, doctor?" Dr. Zhao also needed to return to Shanghai. It would be a very pleasant thing to return to China with General Lin Feng. After all, the ground control center for the Tianzhong Experimental City was located in China, and having a good relationship with Lin Feng would be infinitely beneficial. "General Lin, I admire your courage. It would be my honor to be on the same aircraft as you." Dr. Zhao stood up and followed behind Lin Feng. On the aircraft, Lin Feng and Dr. Zhao sat facing each other. The flight attendant made them Longjing tea harvested before the rain, the fragrance filling the air. Dr. Zhao said, "General, what do you plan to do next?" Lin Feng said, "I believe this matter will definitely be announced. We will also suppress those illegal merchants. Doctor, do you know what this disaster will be?" Dr. Zhao recounted the events Yige had told him and the changes in the Tianzhong experimental city, this time telling it in great detail. After confirming that he had not omitted any details, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng listened attentively. "Doctor, is that Yige a meteorologist or a geologist?" Dr. Zhao shook his head. "No, he's an architect, and his research in physics and computer science is also outstanding. He's a young genius." Lin Feng suddenly became interested in Yige. "Doctor, can I meet Yige?" Chapter 52. Yige, you're too tired. After Dr. Zhao spoke with Yige, learning that he was currently in Donglu, he felt inexplicably relieved. He then conveyed General Lin Feng's desire to meet him. After thinking for a while, Yige agreed. At this time, Yige had just finished lunch and was lying in a wheelchair in the garden, basking in the sun. Elena and the children were running and playing in the yard, occasionally disturbing Yige's nap. Dean Suing was drinking tea in the tea room, watching everything. Life like this was very pleasant. Yige was probably too tired. He hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. Before long, he fell asleep on the lounge chair. Elena went back inside to get a blanket for Yige. When she returned, the children from the orphanage were drawing big cats on Yige's face. Elena took a closer look and immediately burst into laughter. Elena felt sorry for Yige. She didn't know yet that she wasn't human. Of course, she wasn't a silicon-based being from the Earth's core either. She was a rather strange bionic human, a type of intelligent robot. However, she already possessed thinking and reasoning abilities, and also had human emotions and desires. As for why this was the case, no one knew except her designer. After chasing the children away, Elena carefully wiped the big cat off Yige's face. Suing watched this scene with a meaningful look. "It's really interesting. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing that you created her, but she's very good to your son." Suing put down her teacup and looked into the distance. "Back then, you chose Yixingchen. We were all quite envious of you, but now we think you weren't worth it. All these years, are you doing well?" Suing took Yige in, not because of Yixingchen's face, but because Yige's mother was her good friend. Suing didn't want to mention the story of Yige's mother. She also felt a little confused, so she wanted to play a piece of music. About an hour or two later, Yige woke up. Elena was about to secretly kiss Yige, but at this moment, their eyes met, and she could only stop. "Yige, you're awake?" Yige nodded. "Elena, I have a wife. She's Mu Fei." "Oh, I know. Why are you telling me this for no reason? I was just checking if the big cat on your face was wiped clean. You're so strange." Elena had a deceptive face. She was clearly very sad inside, but her face showed an expression of, "What are you talking about?" Very strange. Saying that, Elena skipped away like a young girl. When she was out of Yige's sight, her face was already covered in tears. No one knew about this. Suing got up and came to Yige, tapping him on the forehead a few times. You, Elena is still a girl. You should pay attention to your words. What do you think Elena will think?" Yige said, "Dean, I don't want to hurt Elena. She's a kind girl. I'm not suitable for her. Don't tell me these things. I'm not interested in your love life. You're not like Yixingchen at all." "No, there is one thing that's similar," Suing said. "What is it?" "Hee, you two have the same luck with women. Is that even hereditary?" Yige just smiled wryly and didn't speak. "That doctor should be the murderer who killed Mu Fei, right? Do you still hate him?" Yige looked at Dean Suing suspiciously. "Boy, you're shouting about killing him in your dreams." "I'm not stupid, of course I can guess." Suing thought for a while. "Will you kill him when you see that doctor later?" Yige shook his head. He was very confused. He didn't know how to interact with Dr. Zhao when he saw him later. He had already chosen to endure, but could he hold back when they met again? Yige didn't even know himself. Back then, in the Tianzhong experimental city, Yige endured. Even if he couldn't help it, he didn't have a chance. But what about now? Yige's mind was full of such questions, almost driving him crazy. He lay on the ground, hugging his head and rolling back and forth. No, I must kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Dean Suing shook her head. Fool, fool. I really hope you can come out and see the beauty of this world. Suing went forward and helped Yige up. All right, child. It's okay, let's just endure it for now. When you can control the Tianzhong experimental city, we'll kill him then, okay? Woo-woo, Dean. Mu Fei died so tragically. She died because of me. What should I do? Dean, you tell me to come out, but I can't come out. I really can't come out. Every time I close my eyes, it's Mu Fei. I miss her. I miss her so much. Okay, let's take it slowly. It will be better slowly. When you enter the AI body, you can find Mu Fei then. Then I'll go and officiate your wedding, okay? After Yige vented, Dean, I feel much better, thank you. On the other side, Lin Feng's vehicle safely stopped at Hongqiao International Airport. Doctor, I still have some things to do in Shanghai. Let's contact each other again in an hour, and then we'll go to meet the genius boy you mentioned. I'm very interested in him. Okay, General, I'm at your disposal. Lin Feng and Dr. Zhao parted ways at the airport, each going to take care of their own business. Dr. Zhao returned alone to the Xingming branch in Shanghai, where Si was already waiting for him. The door to the conference room opened, and Si hurriedly stood up to greet him. Dr. Zhao calmly walked past Si and sat down at the desk, casually signing documents. All right, you can all go out. Remember, without my order, no one is allowed to enter this conference room. Do you hear me? No one can come in. Dr. Zhao no longer had the subservience he showed in front of Lin Feng, nor the kind demeanor he showed in front of Yige. At this time, he was terrifying. Even a strong man like Si, who was 1.80 meters tall, unconsciously took a few steps back. Dr. Zhao motioned for Si to come forward. Afterwards, Dr. Zhao slapped Si hard a few times. You've disappointed me too much. Si just stood there. His face was burning, but he didn't dare to move, fearing that Dr. Zhao would be unhappy and bury him alive. Sure enough, Si received a few more slaps. The sound was very loud. So loud that the bodyguards guarding outside saw shock in each other's eyes. Pa. A few more slaps, until Si felt his eyes were seeing stars before Dr. Zhao stopped. This Dr. Zhao was too scary. Speak, what's going on? Hearing this, Si felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He told Dr. Zhao the whole story. What? The person is missing? Chief, I checked the surrounding video and found Yige's figure. Then, Si told Yige the whole story, which made Dr. Zhao very angry. Dr. Zhao looked at Si lying on the ground and said, How did he get to that place? What did he do there? What did he say? You trash. Why can't you do even the smallest thing well? Dr. Zhao grabbed Si's collar. Go investigate. Find out what happened. If you can't do it again, don't even think about replacing others. You should first weigh your own position. Dr. Zhao came to the window, looked into the distance, and couldn't help but mutter to himself, He knows everything? No, it shouldn't be. He's just a child. If he knew everything, wouldn't he be risking his life for me? But, if Yige didn't know the truth, how could he have gone to find that girl? Damn Si, damn it. If Yige really knows, then Si can only take the blame. AI body, when will you appear? If I had mastered your secrets earlier, would I be so concerned about a little kid? Damn it. Chapter 53. Yige has matured a lot. An hour later, Dr. Zhao still hadn't figured out why Yige had gone to that alley. Si had gone to great lengths to find a clue, which was that Yige wanted to go to a brothel to listen to music. By mistake, he entered the alley, because it was difficult for outsiders to enter the alley without a pimp leading the way. So Si excitedly brought the news back. When Dr. Zhao saw the news, his lungs were about to explode. Tell me, do you even have a brain? Would Yige do such a thing? Si's excitement hadn't disappeared yet, and he was already facing Dr. Zhao's storm of slaps. Is your brain a pig's brain? I told you to heal that little girl. What did you do? You actually put the money in your own pocket. You've lost all the face of our Xingming. Tell me yourself, am I wrong to beat you? Si didn't dare to answer, because he was afraid his teeth would pop out, so he could only nod. Soon, Si was beaten into a pig's head by Dr. Zhao. In fact, Si was indeed wronged. Yige was initially lured into that alley by Elena, who mistook him for a lecher. Of course, this was just the surface. Dr. Zhao was angry because he had not kept his promise, and he was even more worried that Yige would find out about that incident. However, the video was indeed not fake, and Yige did take out 800 yuan and followed a woman into the alley, which Dr. Zhao didn't understand. Yige clearly loved Mu Fei so much, and even stooped to find the AI body. How could such an infatuated person go to that kind of place? Dr. Zhao suddenly felt better, which also showed that Yige didn't know about that incident, but just happened to pass by. I'll spare you this time. Next, I'll give you a task. Investigate whether there are silicon-based beings from the Earth's core in the Xingming Guard. Remember, I want them alive. With that, Dr. Zhao left in a hurry. The time he had agreed with General Lin Feng had arrived. The two had agreed to go see Yige. Doctor, do you think Yige will help us? General, Yige is a very excellent person. It's understandable that such a person has a bit of a temper. However, when it comes to the civilization of the Earth's core, I think he should also be curious, so he might help us. Dr. Zhao thought of the scene when he invited Yige to Xingmeng, but how could he tell Lin Feng these things? If Yige performed poorly and Lin Feng was angered, then he would come out to smooth things over. So wouldn't Yige be completely devoted to him? Lin Feng smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Which young man isn't arrogant? Everyone has come from their youth. It's good to have a temper. Only with a temper can there be real ability." After that, the two smiled and chatted as they headed towards Donglu. Donglu was already covered in dark clouds at this time. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the black clouds were pressing down on the city. From a distance, the black clouds were connected to the ground, which was very depressing. Immediately afterwards, purple lightning flashed across the sky, and a rumbling thunder came. Bean-sized raindrops poured down, and the dull weather was replaced by coolness. Before long, the grass was covered with puddles of water. It was only May, and Donglu was still controlled by the high-pressure belt, and it was impossible to form rain at all. Moreover, the rain was rare and heavy, which was a bit abnormal. The children playing outside could only sulk under the eaves, staring fiercely at the rain. Elena was also with the children, sighing. Yige began to be curious about this girl. She fought so fiercely, had so much strength, but now she was like a little sheep, and even took care of me so carefully. I really don't understand this girl. Yige passed by Elena. "I'm going to find the dean for tea. Are you going?" "No, this rain is really making me irritable. I have nothing to do. I'm going to sleep." Yige saw Elena walking away before turning to walk towards the tea room. Suing said, "They should be here soon. Are you sure you want to meet that doctor?" Suing had watched Yige grow up. This child was good at everything, but he couldn't hide things in his heart. Moreover, Yige's emotions had been very abnormal recently, and Dean Su was really afraid that Yige would do something after seeing Dr. Zhao. Yige said, "Dean, I almost revealed myself when I was in Xingmeng. At that time, I buried all the hatred in my heart. And the reason why I endured was not because I was cowardly, but because now is not the time to break with Dr. Zhao. I must use the advantages of Xingming to create Zhongli capsules so that we can use AI to achieve reverse positive movement and return to that node." Speaking of this, Yige cried. He hugged Suing tightly and cried very sadly. Suing hugged her child and comforted him. "Okay, the past is all in the past. I'm worried about you like this. Mu Fei is also worried. Cheer up for her, okay?" Yige thought of meeting Mu Fei in the New Earth space, and then wiped away his tears and said, "Dean, I want to go to the New Earth space again. They said Mu Fei appeared there, but she doesn't seem to recognize me and wants to kill me." "Okay, let Elena accompany you when we're done with this. I'm relieved with her there." Suing didn't know the story behind Yige and thought that Yige was just too tired and hallucinating. Suing looked at the sky in the distance, and the rain hadn't stopped. Suing said, "Yi Xingchen broke through the linear increment. How did he do it? Could it be that he had already mastered scientific technology that surpassed this world?" "No, father shouldn't have mastered Zhongli technology." Yige thought for a while and continued. Father's demonstration of using AI to achieve reverse positive movement should have been his first attempt. He used that machine to realize his idea, but that machine can no longer be created or realized. Later, I found a novel material, Zijintong, in the cage space. It has high ductility, but it can't be brought to the real world at all. I didn't understand the reason before, but now I understand that only this jade pendant and sword can be brought out, and nothing else can be brought out. Dean, that's why I chose to bend over at Xingmeng. Only Xingming can let me return to the pastime node to save Mu Fei. I have no choice. It's not that I don't want to kill Dr. Zhao, but that I dream of killing him to avenge Mu Fei. But in that case, I will forever lose Mu Fei. Okay, Yige. I know your heart is bitter. You're really going to get sick like this. Listen to the Dean's advice. You're really going to collapse like this. Let's give up revenge. Forget Mu Fei. Okay? Let's start over. No. Yige shouted heart-wrenchingly. I can't forget. I just can't forget. Mu Fei is my wife. I'll never forget him in this lifetime. Yige ran into the rain, and his mood was like the rain. Sometimes torrential and sometimes drizzling, very chaotic. After a burst of venting, I realized that my heart was much more comfortable. Returning to the tea room, Suing asked Yige to change his clothes, while she looked at the rain and fell into deep thought. From Yige's words, Suing understood that the so-called AI research or the mysterious machine regarded as AI were all Yi Xingqian's tricks. As for what the purpose was, Suing couldn't guess, but she seemed to recall something, and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground. So, the disaster 6 days later is because of Yige. Yi Xingqian, what are you doing? Are you going to destroy this world? No. Maybe something has transcended your control. You have encountered trouble? But is that really the case? Su Ying's thoughts gradually returned, because Yige had already changed his clothes and walked in, looking a lot more mature. The rain outside began to clear, and Yige's mood began to calm down. He seemed to understand everything. That is, everything could not wait, and everything would have an answer when the AI appeared. As for the global range equating AI with artificial intelligence robots, let them draw it. At least this will reduce a lot of trouble. Suing said, you can control your mood now, which shows that you are mature. I still want to confirm, if you meet Yi Xingqian, will you hate him? Dean, I have answered many times. My childhood was unfortunate, but my childhood was happy when I met you. I am not psychologically twisted, and I don't hate him with the hatred of an enemy. But if he did something sorry for your mother, would you still think so? Mother? Yige heard the word again. He was also born of his parents. He didn't pop out of a stone like Sun Monkey. He also asked Yi Xingqian why other children had mothers when he was a child, but Yi Xingqian would give him toys and fool him every time. Yige turned sharply, Dean, I'm grown up and need to know about my parents. You'll tell me, right? Suing looked complicated. She came to Yige. You did a good job. A man should be like this. Although he is surprised, he shouldn't write it all on his face, so that people can't guess whether he guessed right or not. What do you think? Yige was about to speak, but Suing interrupted Yige. Okay, I'll tell you the whole story. But now, let's welcome those two first. Chapter 54. The General and the Dean's Past. Yige followed Dean Su's gaze into the distance. A green off-road vehicle was struggling its way towards the orphanage. Located in the mountains, Suing had refrained from paving the roads to preserve the natural environment, so the area remained in its pristine state. After the rain, the difficulty for a vehicle to navigate the mountain roads was considerable. Sigh. Yige sighed. Suing asked, should I turn them away? No. Dean, I believe I can handle this. If you refuse them this time, I'll only expose myself to him later. Having said that, Yige went out with the Dean to greet the visitors, a custom the Dean had instilled in him since childhood. After a few simple pleasantries, they all went to the tea room. Yige, following behind the Dean, couldn't help but feel that the Dean's expression had been unnatural when she had first seen Lin Feng. Dr. Zhao said, General Lin, this is Yige, the one I mentioned to you. Our Star Alliance's greatest and youngest scientist. It was he who first sounded the alarm about the impending disaster. Yige stood up and shook hands with Lin Feng, but he noticed that Lin Feng's eyes kept darting to the Dean. Yige thought to himself, something's not right here. There must be a story. Could it be? He didn't dare to complete the thought. If it were true, the plot would be too cliché. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to go there. Lin Feng said, Yige, what are your thoughts on the disaster event? Is it real? Yige said, I'm just speculating. It could even be a case of persecution paranoia, but I believe that a major disaster will strike the entire planet in 7 days. Lin Feng said, how can you be so sure? You need to realize this is not a joke. Yige fell silent. He thought to himself, This General Lin and the dean definitely have an unusual relationship. Lin Feng seems to be the one who was dumped, though. Lin Feng's face showed displeasure. After all these years, this was only the second time someone had disregarded him like this. Seeing Lin Feng's annoyance, Dr. Zhao stepped in to smooth things over. Yige, how can you speak to General Lin like that? He's a general in the Asian sector of the Allied Defense Force. You're not a child anymore. Quickly apologized to General Lin. Then, Dr. Zhao turned to Lin Feng. General Lin, Yige just has this kind of personality. Please don't take it to heart. His behavior was just like that of Yige's parents. Yige suppressed his anger. Suing gently patted his hand, signaling him to stay calm and let her handle it. Enough. Doctor, I've raised Yige since he was a child. I know what kind of temper he has. Even though you're his colleague, you can't denigrate such an outstanding young man. Besides, even if Yige hit Lin Feng today, would Lin Feng dare to lift a finger against him? Dr. Zhao looked embarrassed. General Lin, what is going on here? This has nothing to do with the Star Alliance. Enough. Have you made enough of a scene? Lin Feng said angrily. Dr. Zhao immediately perked up. Dean Su, what's your attitude? What are you doing in front of General Lin? If General Lin gets angry, this orphanage will be razed to the ground. All right, for Yige's sake, I'll plead with General Lin. Yige quickly apologized to General Lin. Don't worry. I'm here, you'll be fine. Lin Feng, you want to blow up my orphanage? Who gave you the gall? You'd better explain yourself today. Su-Ying completely abandoned her usual demeanor, now resembling a furious lion. Dr. Zhao was about to speak, but Lin Feng stopped him. Lin Feng glared. Doctor, I'm talking to you. I said that young people should behave like young people. This is none of your business. I think it's getting late. You should go back to the Star Alliance, right? This was an eviction notice. Dr. Zhao had expected Lin Feng to discard him after he had served his purpose, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Due to Lin Feng's authority, Dr. Zhao was unwilling, but he had no choice but to leave. Yige got up and followed Dr. Zhao outside, pretending to see him off, but actually wanting to give Lin Feng and Su-Ying a chance to talk. Doctor, why do you behave like that towards him? You're throwing away all the backbone we researchers have. Yige was quite angry. But Dr. Zhao smiled and said, Yige, you're still young. The existence of our Tianzhong experimental city depends on the support of the Allied Defense Force. To conduct research, you have to learn to endure, don't you think? I can't endure it. I say whatever's on my mind. Doctor, you don't have to leave. This is my home. I make the decisions. Yige casually asked, I wonder if that guy Taylor has managed to crack the intermediate particle capsule technology? Do you think this is as simple as buying vegetables at the market? How is that possible? Dr. Zhao continued, Yige, do you have any other ideas? Yes, in the space I went to, they've already developed the application of protons. However, due to the war, they've returned to a primitive society. It's impossible to replicate the intermediate particle technology now. What? You can enter that space on Earth too? Yes. Ever since the cage exploded, that space seems to have opened access. Now their planet is called New Earth. Are you saying they are like us? Dr. Zhao was so excited that he couldn't speak. Doctor, it's probably not what you think. In the solar system in that space, there are only 5 major planets, which doesn't match our 8 planets at all. If possible, you can also enter and experience it. Dr. Zhao refused with feigned politeness. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a quarrel coming from the tea room. Lin Feng, who do you think you are? You're not welcome here. Get out. Su-Ying, do you hate me that much? Tell me, is Yige your and Yi Xingchen's child? Is he? Tell me and I'll give up. Yes, now are you satisfied? Get out. Hearing this, Yige was also incredulous. He looked at Dr. Zhao, who was equally shocked. Doctor, are you still leaving? Yige, I think you're right. Researchers should have backbone, shouldn't they? So, with tacit understanding, they crouched down and hid under the window. Shh, don't make a sound. That General Lin definitely has a complicated relationship with your dean. Yige nodded knowingly, understanding in his heart. So that's why the dean didn't want to see them. She should have told me earlier. I would have refused them directly. Sigh, these middle-aged and elderly people's thoughts are too hard to imagine. After a flurry of commotion, Lin Feng finally calmed Su-Ying down. All right, let's not fight, okay? I'm not fighting with you. You were the one being nasty to Yige first. Besides, Yixingchen is your good brother, and Linjing is my best friend. You know all this. Forget it. Why am I telling you all this? Suing got up to find Yige. At this moment, Yige and Dr. Zhao hastily stood up, both falling in the corridor. Weren't you seeing the doctor off? Why are you lying on the floor with the doctor? Explain yourselves. Clearly, Su Ying's anger hadn't subsided. The air was still filled with tension. Yige shuddered and said, well, the floor is cool, and the doctor and I were resting for a while. Suing then realized she had just lost control and even let things slip, but she was pleased with Yige's reaction. Come on, get up. Suing stepped forward to help Yige up, whispering, you heard everything? Don't worry. I promise to tell you about your parents, and I won't go back on my word. Don't worry. Yige was stunned. Dean, you're amazing. You've even managed to win over a general? Go, go, go. I know you're upset, but you must hold back later. Lin Feng said that this doctor isn't simple. Don't let anything slip. You hear me? Yige smiled and turned to Dr. Zhao. Doctor, since it's raining again, how about we discuss your issues? Suing quickly cleaned up the tea room. They sat down in the same positions as before, but this time, there was no initial awkwardness. Only Dr. Zhao was sitting there, smiling awkwardly. Uncle Lin. Yige quickly changed his address in pain. General Lin, are you saying that the Allied Defense Force has accepted that a disaster event is going to happen? Hearing this, Su Ying let go of Yige's ear. Yige quickly rubbed his thigh, surprised that the seemingly gentle Dean actually had such strength. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, at least I've accepted it. That's why I'm here to see you. Can you tell me now how you made your predictions? Yige didn't rush to speak, but turned to Dr. Zhao. Doctor, has the Star Alliance made any discoveries? Like changes in the Earth's climate? Dr. Zhao said, the entire atmospheric system hasn't changed, but the Earth's axial center seems to have changed. To be more precise, the geomagnetic force has changed because the Tianzhong experimental city's trajectory has shifted. Earth's core? Yige murmured. Could it be that his world and the new Earth world are connected, but at different time points? Lin Feng then said, the most important point is that the subterranean silicons have appeared in New York. You might not know much about the silicons because this is a global top secret, but they really do exist. Yige nodded. I encountered subterranean silicons in a simulated space game. A game? Yige, I'm discussing a very serious matter with you. You're actually talking about games? However, Lin Feng quickly changed his tone because Su Ying was glaring at him fiercely. Lin Feng continued, Yige, please continue. I think what you're saying makes sense. So, Yige told the story from the cage world to the new Earth world. Lin Feng couldn't smile anymore. As one of the 5 generals of the Allied Defense Force, he had far more knowledge than Yige. The game Yige described was simply a miniature of Earth's civilization over billions of years, especially the Sirius civilization, which closely matched some ancient records. Yige, what is the name of this game? No, just tell me who its developer is. Yixingchen, and the game's development time was the day I was born. Chapter 55. The Secret of the Subterranean Silicons, 1. Yixingchen? Lin Feng didn't know why his breathing became heavy. Then I understand. So all of this is true. Yes, what he said is all true. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Mentioning Yixingchen, Yige's emotions also changed, even more so now that he also knew another name, Linjing. So he did have a mother, so he wasn't abandoned, but entrusted to someone's care for some reason. Yige remembered Dean Su Ying's strictness and love, his body trembling. Dean, please, can you tell me about my mother's story? Su Ying pondered for a moment, closing her eyes and reminiscing about the past, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, Su Ying opened her eyes, her expression gradually softening as she looked at Yige with love. Yige, I promise to tell you when the time is right, and now it would only hold you back. Su Ying knew Yige's temperament. He was too stubborn, the kind who couldn't be persuaded no matter what. So, Su Ying continued, all right, let's drop this matter for now. Lin Feng and your colleague are here. I'll tell you when the opportunity arises. You're a man now. You should shoulder your responsibilities. The most important thing now is how to deal with the disaster event and the subterranean silicons event. If we don't handle this well, the entire human civilization may be destroyed. Her voice was unquestionable, and Yige had no choice but to comply. Yige said, "General, I don't know why you thought of me. I don't know much about the subterranean silicons. I may not be able to help you with this matter." Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded. What did he mean by not knowing much? Hadn't Yige just said that he encountered the silicons in a game? How could he not know anything now? Lin Feng was speechless. Dr. Zhao then said, "Yige, you're still young. You may not see things clearly. Hurry up and apologize to General Lin." Yige didn't say anything. He walked to the holographic projection and rewound the video to the suspicious figure. "General, could it be that the subterranean silicon who was on the Allied Defense Force is more than just one? The silicons can even be around common people?" Of course, we thought about this issue. But the Allied Defense Force's review process is very strict. It's already unbelievable that one silicon could infiltrate us. How could there be other infiltrators? If that were the case, I don't even know about the United Defense Force anymore. Dr. Zhao clearly wasn't following the rhythm. He said, "Yige, you're still young. You don't see things that clearly. Quick, apologize to General Lin." Yige didn't speak. He walked to the holographic projection, rewinding the video to the suspicious figure. "General, this person is likely to be a subterranean silicon. If nothing goes wrong, the escaped silicon and he are together. Otherwise, the silicon couldn't have escaped so easily." Yige pointed at the screen. The image zoomed in. The person Yige was pointing at was David Sainer. Him? How is that possible? Lin Feng's face was filled with surprise. This person is the most trusted captain of General Meredith Paul. He's in charge of the entire security of New York headquarters. "Yige, do you have evidence for what you're saying? You know that if David Sainer is a silicon, then your Allied Defense Force's New York division may be completely compromised, which would be a serious problem." "It doesn't need to be that bad. I guess that less than 10 silicons should be an entire unit." Yige continued, "General, can you retrieve the video of the entire New York headquarters?" "Of course. The 5 of us have the same authority. This isn't a problem for me." As Lin Feng spoke, he projected all the videos from that day in front of them. Yige watched the videos very seriously, pausing them from time to time. Then, he paused the video, zoomed in on the person in the elevator, and said to General Lin, "This person should be the silicon you're looking for, right?" "Yes, his name is Ryan. He's a mailroom clerk in a certain office. He's a loner and rarely communicates with others. I didn't expect this guy to be a silicon. But David Sainer is a very social person, the complete opposite of Ryan's temperament. How could he be a silicon?" Lin Feng's meaning was clear. He didn't believe Yige's analysis. Dr. Zhao also said at the right time, "Yes, everyone makes mistakes. David Sainer was also disciplined for that. Isn't it irresponsible to suspect him like this?" Suddenly, Dr. Zhao realized that his persona might be collapsing. He had always loved Yige, but for some reason, after entering this orphanage, he was always at odds with Yige. Fortunately, he realized this early and still had a chance to make amends. So, Dr. Zhao hurriedly smoothed things over. "Yige, just like I'm the person you trust most in the Star Alliance, Meredith Paul most trusts David Sainer. So, there's no need for us to suspect him. Doctor, of course you're the person I trust most in the Star Alliance. I even regard you as a father. But you don't believe me." Yige wanted to express, "But you killed the person closest to me. I want to kill you." However, the words changed as he said them. Suing got up and poured a cup of tea for Yige. The rain was pouring heavily outside, which was very fitting. Yige said, "Forget it. Let's not bring this up and affect our mood." Yige rewound the video to a certain point. "Come on, look at this. This is Ryan's escape route. Now look at this. This is the video of David looking down. There are no traces on the street, but he leads the troops downstairs. Why is that?" As he said this, Lin Feng was about to call Meredith Paul, but Yige stopped him. "If the subterranean silicons break the treaty, I think your information transmitted through the internet may be stolen, which would make the entire New York even worse." Yige continued, "Why didn't you check the videos in the first place? Then Ryan wouldn't have escaped. David is Meredith Paul's most trusted person. We were all deceived by him." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to look at Dr. Zhao. Tianzhong Experimental City is the gathering place for the world's top scientists. Is there a quick way to detect subterranean silicons? If not, I hope Tianzhong Experimental City will develop one as soon as possible. Dr. Zhao looked troubled. Lin Feng said, the Allied Defense Force provides 30% of the Tianzhong Experimental City's funding. Also, I will expedite the ethical review committees. Approval of the projects involving human experiments for the AI body. Of course, Tianzhong Experimental City can make any other requests now. Dr. Zhao said, General, it's not that I'm making any requests at this time. It's just that our Tianzhong Experimental City is also very troubled. After all, even the landlords don't have surplus grain these days, so please understand. So, Dr. Zhao sent a secret order to the Star Alliance through quantum communication, instructing them to develop a detection method within 3 days, no matter the cost. In addition, Dr. Zhao also asked Lin Feng for information about the subterranean silicons. Of course, this was his main purpose. Dr. Zhao was reading the documents very carefully. Suddenly, the book in his hand fell to the ground, and he muttered something under his breath. Yige picked up the book. When he saw the silicon's records, he was also filled with shock. After the cage was destroyed, we came to New Earth under the guidance of a mysterious turbine aircraft. After New Earth was destroyed, the helicopter appeared again. So the remaining people and those invaders came to Earth. This is our third migration, and this time we chose peace. Yige now had a feeling that the game wasn't just a game. Chapter 56. The Secret of the Subterranean Silicons, 2. The information in the book was too shocking. Yige thought of the Silicon King in the New Earth world, Qiong. Qiong hated Yige because Yige had sown the seeds of civilization in the Cage world, triggering a world war between them and the Cage race. From the Cage to New Earth, this was perhaps the first migration mentioned in the Silicon's book. Could it be that the New Earth world will also be destroyed? Yige looked incredulous and directly snatched the book. Unfortunately, there was no record of that inside. Dr. Zhao stepped forward and said, Yige, are you okay? Did you discover something? Yige was about to say that he hadn't discovered anything, but he swallowed the words. He sat down at the tea table and unconsciously picked up the teacup, gulping down one cup after another. After drinking like this for a while, he said, I'm just surprised by the hardship of the subterranean silicons. How did they come to our Earth? Everyone knew that Yige was lying. Lin Feng said, the subterranean silicons have existed since the birth of Earth. I'm not sure how they came to Earth. I think there must be a major reason for leaving their homeland. Perhaps they encountered a disaster or a war of extinction. We have no way to investigate it now. Yige admired Lin Feng. He could even guess that. Seeing this, Suing said, I think the great disaster event 6 days from now. No, it should be 5 days now. Should be related to the silicons. Otherwise, why would the Earth's axial center shift? They must be the ones messing around. The most important thing now is to pass on the message and prevent some people from making disaster profits. That's what's most important. Lin Feng looked at Dr. Zhao. Doctor, connect the Star Alliance communication channel to this port now. Dr. Zhao nodded, manipulating things from the side. Lin Feng put his fingerprint on it, and the Star Alliance's communication channel was connected to the Asian communication port. Hello, everyone. I'm the chief scientist of the Star Alliance. I'm now broadcasting an important news item. The communication devices of all residents in the Asian region were opened, and everyone stared at the holographic projection in front of them. The Star Alliance has discovered, in its daily monitoring, that the Earth's core is seriously offset and the geomagnetic field is shifting, which may cause a catastrophic event. This time is estimated to be 6 days from now. Please prepare the whole population. The Allied Defense Force Asian region has announced temporary shelters. Please residents go to the nearby shelters as soon as possible and cooperate with the work of the Allied Defense Force. Dr. Zhao continued speaking. At this time, it was the Earth's stable period. How could there be a major disaster event? This was everyone's thought. Soon, this matter was treated as a joke and even forgotten. At the same time, after the Allied Defense Force saw that the Asian region had released this message, they all forwarded it one after another. This matter did not cause much panic on a global scale. People regarded this issue like a joke. After this matter was completed, Lin Feng and Dr. Zhao were invited out of the orphanage by Su Ying. In fact, Lin Feng was very reluctant, but he had no reason, just like back then. After Lin Feng and Dr. Zhao separated, They acted separately according to their respective agreements. Yige contacted Zhang Fengyan. Old Zhang, there was an accident at Tianzhong Experimental City? Yes, the entire operating orbit is shifting, but not by much. How did you know? Don't worry about that. Tell Taylor, Old Mo, and those scientists to leave Tianzhong Experimental City as soon as possible. Why? Didn't you read the Global Declaration? That's true. Zhang Fengyan was silent. Yige said, you should know what the consequences will be after the geomagnetic field shifts, right? Zhang Fengyan slipped away. Yes, if it was as Yige said, it would be too terrible. Soon, a space plane flew towards the lunar experimental module because Zhang Fengyan felt that it was the safest place. Zhang Fengyan left Yige a message. Yige, you are the most talented student I have ever seen. Thank you for your reminder. We will build a city on the moon that can accommodate 100,000 people. If the day you spoke of really arrives, welcome to take refuge here. Yige directly replied, get lost. Hurry up. Yige knew his teacher very well. This wasn't someone who boasted. Since he said so, then he would definitely do it, and he would do it well. After Dr. Zhao returned to Tianzhong Experimental City, he also acquiesced in Zhang Fengyan's actions and moved the Star Alliance headquarters to the moon. With the addition of the Star Alliance, the entire city's construction accelerated. Regarding the secret of the subterranean silicons, Dr. Zhao only convened a few core figures to discuss it. One day later, 5 days until the prophesied disaster. New York State. A tropical storm hit as usual, as stable as a woman's menstrual cycle. The only difference was that this time it was more violent. The rainfall in a single monitoring point has reached 500 millimeters, basically reaching the monitorable annual value. As a result, the entire New York State was flooded. Ryan's slum became the hardest hit area. Everyone's homes were flooded, but this scene didn't last long. The people in the slum discovered that the water was starting to flow backward. What on earth was going on? Many people didn't understand. They followed the water to the end of the alley. Perhaps it was this curiosity that saved them. The water was too strong, and the houses were dilapidated. All of these houses collapsed. Those who didn't come out were miserable. They wailed and cursed. Some people had just finished the night shift and were thinking of taking a rest during the rain. But who would have thought that they would be trapped inside? Fortunately, most of these houses were made of wood and didn't have as much reinforced concrete. Self-rescue wasn't difficult because these refugees were more humane than those who only pointed fingers. The ruins were cleared. The city management department came late, looking at the devastated scene, their eyes filled with anger, which greatly affected their urban environment. So these people issued tickets. This completely angered those who were homeless. The crowd charged angrily, and perhaps their feet slipped. The administrator who issued the ticket fell to the ground. At this time, anger had converged into an indelible torrent, and the administrator died. But the blood he was bleeding wasn't bright red or dark red, but a kind of blood that had never been seen before. This was a silvery white blood, similar to mercury. Everyone was stunned all of a sudden, which exceeded their knowledge. Soon, the Allied Defense Force received the news and rushed over. At the same time, this matter was immediately reported to Meredith Paul. Meredith Paul said angrily, "The subterranean silicon. It's the subterranean silicon again. Where's David? Let him come see me." Meredith Paul looked disappointed. "David, this isn't your level. Now you go investigate this matter." In front of Meredith Paul, David was as docile as a cat. At this moment, he only lowered his head and didn't refute even one sentence, no matter how Meredith roared. After leaving the office, David vented his anger on a colleague who was not observant. Soon, the people who were surrounding the underground pipelines were all transferred to the slum. On the road, David read the message sent from the front. He thought that the dead person was Ryan, and he felt much happier. David hummed a ditty, celebrating in advance that he was safe, and that his relatives who were being held hostage in the Genesis tree were also safe. The Allied Defense Force's vehicle stopped in the slum. The Allied Defense Force took over the scene, while the city management team was taken back to headquarters for questioning. The crowd was controlled on the periphery. David Sainer jumped down directly from the plane. When he came to the subterranean silicon, he was dumbfounded. This person wasn't Ryan at all. David's heart tightened instantly. Ryan wasn't dead yet, so he was in danger. David asked the team members to guard the area, and he walked alone to Ryan's home. At this moment, David really hoped that Ryan would die at home, but he was disappointed again. At the end of the alley, Ryan's house stood proudly. David stood in front of the door. He pushed the door open. The heavy door slid, and the ripples spread in an umbrella shape. The already gloomy weather was disrupted by a power outage. In the dark house, the furniture was washed to the side of the wall by the water. Now, David finally knew why the water was flowing into the house, because there was only a secret passage in Ryan's residence. This news was the best outcome for David. As long as Ryan fled New York State, he would be safe. After briefly collecting information, David Sainer led the team away from the slum. Those victims stood coldly in place, worrying about where to live tonight. No one cared about the lives of these people. They didn't even have human rights. This matter was soon covered up. However, Meredith Paul did not relax his vigilance. Why didn't other continents have silicon events, but North America exposed so many silicons? How did these people infiltrate? At this time, Lin Feng's team, after research, decided to tell Meredith Paul that David Sainer was a silicon. Meredith Paul, after receiving the news, smashed his office. Why? Who can tell me what exactly is going on? David is actually a silicon? Damn! Soon, Meredith calmed down. He walked out of the room and said to the secretary who had already collapsed outside the door, "You go clean my room. This matter is not allowed to be revealed, otherwise." Meredith Paul made a gesture of slitting his throat. In a secret room, Meredith Paul had already regained his composure. He looked at the silicon corpse in front of him. This is the silicon? But that's it. Come on, drag this corpse out and feed it to Ada. Ada was a dog. It was Meredith Paul's pet dog. In fact, Meredith Paul secretly transferred the silicon corpse to Tianzhong Experimental City to Dr. Zhao for research. A glass of red wine was shaking, and Meredith Paul looked at the dim sky outside the window, expressionless. David stood aside, reading the interrogation results. Meredith didn't look back. He said, "Regarding the subterranean silicons, what do you say that they're lurking in humans for?" David Sainer said that he didn't know. In fact, he was already in a panic, especially since so many subterranean silicons were exposed. There must be a reason for this. Meredith then asked, "I saw in an ancient book that the subterranean silicons are in pairs and have one-way contact. Do you think that if one of them dies, will the other panic?" David knelt down, as respectful as always. "General, I'll go find the other silicon right away." Meredith said, "Do you think the other silicon is Ryan?" David thought for a while and said, "General, the other person shouldn't be Ryan. I'll continue to investigate this matter. Give me 7 days, and I'll definitely give you an explanation." 7 days? Meredith didn't speak. The abnormal weather now was like a warning light. The entire Earth would face a disaster event in 5 days. Meredith Paul stood behind David and suddenly took out a rope, then strangled his neck from behind. "David, can you tell me now?" Chapter 57. The Past Between Lin Jing and Yi Xingchen. 1. Being locked up like this, David realized that he had been exposed. "General, what do you mean by this? I am loyal to you. Why are you treating me like this?" David Sainer pretended to be calm. "Is that so? Since you are loyal to me, I will see what kind of blood flows under your skin." "David, I don't even know what to call you now." Meredith Paul's face was ferocious. "General, are you doubting me? Then kill me." Having said that, David gave up resistance. David said, "General, I don't know why you treated me like this. I think you must have unspeakable difficulties. Since you want me to die, then I can do it myself to save you from getting your hands dirty." With that said, David's loose hands directly smashed into his chest, and a burst of blood spurted out of his mouth. The bright red blood was sprayed on the glass, exceptionally bright under the sunlight. At this time, Meredith Paul was completely dumbfounded. "Why is your blood red? You aren't a silicon?" "General, I am your most loyal guard. How could I be a silicon? I don't know who gave you this information. Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Tears instantly flowed from the corners of Meredith Paul's eyes. He hurriedly stepped forward and hugged David. "I'm sorry, my child. I misunderstood you. It was that damn Lin Feng who gave me the information." "The general of the Allied Defense Force Asian region, Lin Feng?" David asked in confusion. "What evidence does he have?" Meredith Paul said, "Yes, someone named Yige told him. Of course, the evidence is on its way to New York. So, There's no need for me to be in a hurry to take action against you. You know that you are my confidant. If even you are a silicon, then what face will our North American region have left? David hurriedly knelt on the ground. General, I'm going to die now. Regardless of whether this news is true, I will definitely protect your face. With that said, David was about to rush towards the glass curtain wall. This floor was 99 stories high from the ground. If he rushed down like this, everyone would die. Knowing that death was certain, David still wanted to jump. In Meredith Paul's eyes, he had ruled out the suspicion of being a silicon. Meredith Paul hurriedly stopped David. All right, I believe you now. In Meredith Paul's view, this was just a farce. He jokingly said, the Earth will face a huge disaster in 5 days, and you have 7 days to find the subterranean silicons. By the time you find them, the Earth will probably no longer exist. David said, General, I'm going to catch the subterranean silicons now. I will never let the subterranean silicons mix into our team again. Meredith Paul waved his hand, signaling David to leave. David was relieved and hurriedly ran to his car. Inside the room, only Meredith Paul remained. He dipped his finger in the blood on the glass and put it in his mouth, sucking on it. Outside the window, David drove away quickly after getting into the car. Inside the window, Meredith Paul smiled silently. Boy, you know that I'm a connoisseur of red wine. The moment the red wine came out of your mouth, I knew the year and origin of the wine. How can you fight me like this? Yes, David didn't go far before he was targeted. The news of the torrential rain in New York reached Yige's ears. At this time, Eastern Lu Province was still warm and sunny, a peaceful scene. Yige frowned. Dean, where is the nearest aid station from here? Binzhou, Lini, Qingdao. Which one do we go to? Yige was about to say Lini, but suddenly changed his mind. Dean, take the children to the southwest, preferably to the highlands. But the altitude is so high there. I'm worried that the children won't be able to handle it. Dean Su looked worried. They have to handle it. Yige said, the disaster event 5 days from now will definitely happen. Now the rain in New York State is already a warning, so we must hide there. But that area is in a volcanic zone. I'm afraid that it will be the starting point of the disaster. Dean Su said, let's take a gamble. Yige pondered. We are also in an earthquake zone and the starting area for tsunamis, so the aid stations in the entire region will be dangerous. You can communicate this with Lin Feng. What about you? Suing asked, where do you want to go? Yige said, tomorrow, I want to go to New York to meet with the subterranean silicons. I have something to bring to Cheong. I want to ask her where they come from. Suing said, okay, you are older now. I won't interfere with your affairs, but you must let Elena accompany you. Yige looked suspicious. Suing said, do you know who Elena is? Yige shook his head. Suing said, she is what your mother left you. To be precise, she isn't human, but she has all of human emotion. She is intellectual, gentle, but brave and invincible when dealing with enemies. Do you like her? Yige said, Dean, in my heart, there is only Mu Fei. Then let Elena enter your heart. Suing said, you should know about your mother. Yige was very excited and nervous at the same time. Dean, what kind of person was my mother Lin Jing? Suing said, your mother was an amazing woman. She was a computer genius, famous at a young age. Yige stared at Su Ying with anticipation. The next story was like this. That year, Lin Jing was 18 years old. She was already a senior and had received offers from 3 top companies, becoming a popular figure in the school for a time. And that year, Yi Xingchen had just entered the university campus. Your name is Yi Xingchen? Yi Xingchen looked up at Lin Jing, his eyes constantly dodging. The girl in front of him was too beautiful. Lin Jing said, I've heard of you. You are very thoughtful and dared to question international physics giants in high school. I really admire you. My name is Lin Jing. I am very happy to meet you. With that said, Lin Jing stretched out her hand. Yi Xingchen was very shy. This was the first time he touched a girl's hand. Lin Jing smiled and helped Yi Xingchen carry his luggage and made a decision that no one could accept or think of. Lin Jing applied to the school for a 4-year postponement of graduation. She and Yi Xingchen studied physics in the same class. Lin Jing's reason for repeating the class was simple. She fell in love with physics. Suing said, you kid also went to college. In fact, your mother's real purpose was to chase after Yi Xingchen. Everyone knew that back then. Yige asked, "What happened later?" Suing said, "Later, the two of them left school together. No one knew where they went. When I saw Lin Jing again, she was pale and had you in her stomach." Yige said, "Did Yi Xingqian come back with her?" Suing shook her head, "No." Chapter 58. The Past Between Lin Jing and Yi Xingqian, 2. Then who was it? Yige's voice was louder. It was clear to see his anxiety. This was the normal reaction of a child who had no memory of his mother when hearing her story for the first time. Knowing that he had lost his composure, Yige quietly listened as Dean Suing continued the story. Suing said, "It was Elena." "Elena? How could that be? She looks younger than me. How could she have appeared at that time?" Yige found this impossible. But the fact was just that. Elena accompanied Lin Jing to Suing. Suing felt very sorry for Lin Jing and hugged her tightly. She then hurried her into the house. "Lin Jing, drink a bowl of ginseng soup. This is something we cultivated ourselves. It is almost pure natural ginseng. Come on, try it." "Thank you." "Lin Jing, can you tell me what's wrong?" "I'm pregnant." Suing wasn't blind. Of course, she could see that Lin Jing was pregnant. That wasn't what she meant, so she didn't respond and sat quietly opposite Lin Jing. The two were close friends, and Suing was a good listener in college. After Lin Jing finished the ginseng soup, she quietly recounted her story. Yi Xingqian had chosen to drop out of school in his sophomore year. Speaking of this, Suing didn't forget to glance at Yige, meaning that you were better than him. At least you studied until your junior year. But your father actively dropped out, and you were expelled. Yige looked ashamed. He decided that when he saw Zhang Fengyan, he would have to teach him a lesson. Today's embarrassment was all thanks to him. Yi Xingqian had learned all the knowledge of physics, but he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find where it was wrong. Yi Xingqian asked Lin Jing, "What do you think is the problem with the knowledge we are learning?" Lin Jing calmly put down the book. "Assumptions. The assumptions about the future are problematic. Although we can verify some rules under the simulator, they cannot be applied in the real environment." Yi Xingqian seemed to have been enlightened. At this time, he had already been trained by Lin Jing, and he hugged Lin Jing and kissed her madly. "Ha ha ha, Lin Jing, you were so right. Nowadays, the physics community is divided into theoretical and applied factions. I think this is disrespect for the rules. Any theory is at the service of application. Just like we proposed the time hypothesis, our purpose is not simply to calculate time, but more importantly, to let people generate the idea of a time machine. If we invent a time machine one day, then I can take you to travel in the long river of time." Lin Jing didn't get excited with him. She knew that Yi Xingqian's ideas were correct, but how difficult it would be to actually implement them. However, she supported everything that Yi Xingqian wanted to do. So, no one knew where this genius couple went. Suing, "You know what? Yi Xingqian and I got married, and the child in my stomach is his. It's a boy, and we named him Yige. 5 years later, you go to this place to find him and adopt him to be by your side." "Lin Jing, can you tell me what's going on? Are you and Yi Xingqian having a conflict?" Lin Jing shook her head. "I love him very much. How could we have a conflict? But that place isn't suitable for pregnant women, so I came out to take a walk and relax." Suing looked at the young girl of the past, now with a dirty face, and couldn't help but sigh. "Is this marriage? It's really torturous. I don't want to get married in this life." Lin Jing said, "That's good. You can help me raise my child for the rest of my life. Don't worry, I don't dislike you." Yige suddenly felt a gaze looking at him. "Mom, is that you?" Suing looked in the direction of Yige. There was no one in front of them. Yige got up, brought a chair and placed it next to him, and then lay down peacefully on it. Suing didn't disturb Yige. Perhaps Yige really saw Lin Jing. She had heard Yige say that he had encountered this situation in the cage world. In Yige's words, when you miss an uncertain object, she may appear. Suing continued to tell the story. "I once asked Lin Jing, 'Where is Yi Xingqian?' Lin Jing replied, 'She didn't know either, but he would probably come when the child was born.'" Speaking of this, Suing clearly remembered that Lin Jing's eyes were so firm. Later, Lin Jing left. Before leaving, she said, "This is Elena. From now on, let her take care of Yige. If Yige meets her again after he comes of age, you tell Yige that he can marry her. If he doesn't meet her, then forget it. We won't force it." Hearing this, I was very shocked. Lin Jing seemed to see my shock and smiled. Don't worry, I won't mistreat my son. Elena is an amazing woman. Marrying her as a wife will only bring benefits and no harm. Speaking of this, Suing looked at Yige. Do you know why I asked you to accept Elena? This is actually what your mother Linjing meant. Do you understand? Yige got up and looked at the empty table in front of him. Mom, I have Mu Fei. Yige suddenly felt that the figure in front of him trembled when she heard the name Mu Fei, and then disappeared. No matter how much Yige missed her, the empty chair was still empty. Yige said, Dean, Mom is gone. You can continue. Suing nodded. Did you really see her? Yige nodded. He knew that Suing didn't believe it and thought that he had a nervous breakdown. So he took out paper and a pen, and Linjing's figure jumped onto the paper. Is that her? Suing stepped forward and stared at Yige in surprise. This is your mother. It seems that she really came. Will she come again? Yige shook his head. I don't know. Suing said, then I will continue to tell their story. After Linjing left, Yixingchen also came to my house. I was very curious at the time. You two are so interesting. Linjing just left, and you came again? What's going on? What? You said that Linjing had been here. Yixingchen washed his face and said, How is that possible? Linjing disappeared after we graduated from college. Did she really come here? I am a best friend with your mother. Hearing such words, I couldn't help but be angry. So I asked, Yixingchen, what nonsense are you talking about? Linjing said that you got married after graduating from college. Now she is pregnant with your child and asked me to go to that place to adopt your child. Oh, I finally know why now. It turns out that you, as a father, are unqualified. You have no intention of raising a child. Why didn't you use a condom when you were having fun, and now that the child has been made, you are pulling this kind of thing? Bah, men are all the same. But do you know what happened? When I finished speaking, Yixingchen was so frightened that he squatted on the ground. He murmured in his mouth, Is this true? Success, finally success. I didn't understand what Yixingchen was saying. Until that day, I met Yixingchen again. Chapter 59. The Secret of the First Scene. Dean Su, what do you mean by that? Yige asked. It means two Yixingchen appeared in the same space-time. Su Ying continued. However, one Yixingchen disappeared quickly, leaving only the later one. Yige asked, What did the Yixingchen who arrived later say? Linjing, she's about to give birth. Suing added, Those were Yixingchen's exact words. I was shocked at the time. So, I continued to ask, What exactly is going on? You're Yixingchen, and so is that one. But who is the real Yixingchen? Suing looked at Yige and said, Do you know how he answered? Yige pondered for a moment and said, We are both him. I guess that's it? Dean Su-ing looked at Yige with an incredulous expression. Were you there at the time? Yige smiled. Dean, I should have still been in Linjing's womb back then. I should be in the fourth timeline. Suing remembered that Yige had revealed to him that he had encountered number 2 and number 3 when entering the timeline, and that he was number 4. Then everything could be explained. Suing smiled slightly. Your family is truly remarkable. Suing continued, Later, Yixingchen gave me a notebook. Only the first page of this notebook had writing on it. The rest were blank. On the title page, it said, It seems our theory about the time machine is correct. We have also found a solution, so you will see 2 of me. For now, this theory still has flaws, so you will see 2 of me. The password to this notebook is Yige's birthday. You cannot look at it now. He can only open it after Yige turns 22. Hearing this, Yige asked, I remember the dean said that if I didn't come looking for you, you would come looking for me. Is it also because of this notebook? Dean Su nodded. Later, Yixingchen's words shocked me greatly. Yixingchen said, Linjing is about to give birth. Our child's name is Yige. 5 years from now, go to this place to pick him up. From then on, you will take care of Yige. I was incredulous, knowing that Linjing had said the same thing to me. Yixingchen seemed to see through me. Seeing my dazed expression, he asked, What's wrong? Knowing I couldn't hide it, I told him everything Linjing had said. Su Ying's eyes were filled with fear as he spoke. It was clear how terrifying Yixingchen's expression must have been at the time, which still filled Su Ying with lingering fear. Dean, what did Yixingchen say then? He didn't say anything, but his expression was too frightening. He just said, No need to pick you up in 5 years, and then left. He really is a heartless man. abandoning his wife and child. Yige said, resentfully speaking about his father. Yes, I thought so too at first. Suing comforted Yige. Yige said, could there be any twists and turns? Yes, I misunderstood him later. Dean Suing said, because what he said was truly not wanting me to go. Really not wanting you to go? Did something else happen? Yige asked. Yes, sure enough. I went to the place Xingchen said, and there was no sign of you. Su Ying's voice became hurried. I knew something bad had happened, so I rushed to the place Lin Jing told me about. Dean, what exactly happened? Yige said, I was 5 years old at that time. I clearly remember Xingchen leaving me. He was so cold-hearted. I can guarantee that no father in the world would be so cruel. Su Ying didn't consider Yige's emotions. She said, when I arrived at the place agreed upon with Lin Jing, the ground was covered in signs of fighting. My heart was in my throat. I was afraid something had happened to you. Thankfully, you were unharmed, just had a fever and passed out. Yige said, what happened then? I don't know. Su Ying shook her head and continued, the whole story is over. Do you have any other questions now? Yige was silent. Dean, I'm going to New York now. I need to take this computer with me because I need to enter the new Earth space at any time. I suspect that the current Earthlings are the same group as those from back then. Su Ying silently saw Yige off and took the child westward. On the fourth day, in the early morning, the entire American continent was shrouded in torrential rain. Of course, this was no different from a normal tropical storm. As the rainfall decreased, people thought it was just a once-in-a-century flood and didn't take it seriously. Yige walked out of the airport, and the rain was still drizzling. He walked straight out, but didn't get wet. Looking up, he realized Elena was holding an umbrella for him. At this moment, Elena was standing in the rain with a smile on her face. Silly, why don't you hold an umbrella for yourself? Brother, don't you not like me getting close? Okay, don't be so silly next time. Saying that, Yige pulled Elena under the umbrella. This time, Yige's goal was to capture Ryan. Chapter 60, Searching for Ryan, 1. A black Cadillac disappeared into the rain. No one could detect the existence of this car. With Lin Feng's ability, he could do this. It had been raining for days, and the whole world was in a panic. More and more people believed in the arrival of Doomsday. The American continent was the second to believe, followed by Europe. This was the fourth day of the countdown. Australia was even covered in snowflakes, resembling a scene from the end of the world. However, Africa didn't think so. The rain brought new life to the grasslands. Of course, the difference between the rainy season and the dry season was also gone. Even with civilization advancing to this point, they still devoutly believed that this was a gift from God. The camera gradually returned to the streets of New York State. The black car stopped in the slums. Yige jumped out of the car. This time, he took the initiative to hold an umbrella for Elena. That cold face showed a cute smile, a smile that could melt all the troubles in the world. Of course, the driver was also stunned. Elena glanced at the driver. The coldness on that face seemed to turn the rain into ice flowers. The black Cadillac shivered and quickly disappeared into the rain. Yige walked to the end of the alley in the rain. Strange. Strange? What's so strange about it? Rainwater flows to the lowest point, doesn't it? Seeing Yige looking down at the rainwater, Elena also squatted down. Apart from discovering the water flow and the reflections in the rainwater, she didn't find any other information. Yige said, the water flow should flow from inside the alley to the outside, so as not to flood the alley, but it's not like that now. Elena also noticed this, so she hurriedly ran into the depths of the alley. Yige followed behind. The two ran through the rainwater, unaware that a pair of eyes was staring at them. So, you're Yige. Hee, I wouldn't have been exposed without you. Now that you've come to New York yourself, don't blame me. Although the Earthlings were timid, they had a crazy sense of revenge. Yige had felt this in the new Earth world. Yige and Elena arrived at the end of the alley. They saw the rainwater swirling at the base of the wall and flowing into a house. The house looked very old, but it was very sturdy, because the surrounding houses were leaning and crooked, but this house was intact. That's right, this house was the slum where Ryan was staying. Elena kicked the door open. The door creaked, as if crying out in pain. Elena then squeezed into the house, and Yige followed closely behind. All the water in the alley entered the house, but there wasn't that much standing water inside the house. This must be the Earthling's hiding place. Elena, what are you doing? There's a cave there. Saying that, Elena jumped down first. However, she quickly jumped back up. I forgot you're physically weak. Such a deep pit. I'm really afraid you'll become disabled if you fall down. Elena, do you have to be so humiliating? Hey, put me down. Before Yige could react, Elena picked him up on her back and jumped down. After the two left, the person following Yige appeared. This person was David Sennel. David wasn't as smooth as Ryan. He lived a relatively tight life in the surface world, unlike Ryan, who sold gems from the underground world on the surface. After leaving the New York State United Guard headquarters, David lived a very miserable life. At this time, seeing Yige and the others leave the room and walk towards the cave, he carefully came to the room. When Ryan left here, he didn't expect doomsday to come, so the whole house was very messy, and even that letter hadn't left yet. David looked at the envelope on the table, knowing it was their earthly solution envelope. He was even surprised. Besides me, how does another earthly solution know about Ryan's situation? What exactly is going on? As soon as he finished speaking, Elena jumped down from the deep pit with Yige in her arms. This scared David to death. You, how did you come back? David, you finally admitted that you're an earthling. After saying this, Yige didn't forget to pick up the recorder in his hand and keep showing off in front of David. Didn't you already know I was an earthling? David rushed towards Yige angrily. Only now did he realize that he was being played by the person in front of him. Yige, you're too cunning. You dare to slander the commander of the United Guard without evidence. Are you tired of living? If you go to the United Guard to turn yourself in now, you can still have a complete corpse, otherwise you will be globally judged. Hee, don't we have it now? Yige sent the document in his hand to Lin Feng. General Lin, can you prove that what I said is correct now? Okay, the entire guard is gathering here. Protect yourself. David's face began to panic. Yige didn't intend to attack David. Elena tightly protected Yige in front of her. You heard it just now. Now I can give you a chance. Come on, can you tell me why your earthlings want to invade the surface world? Why should I believe you? Do you have a choice now? Okay, cunning human, I hope you can keep your promise. Of course. Yige, the word invasion is not accurate. We were originally the masters of this planet, and you are the real invaders. This shocked Yige, because Yige had heard the same words from the Earthling King Cheong in the New Earth world. Are we really alien immigrants? Are the stories from the Cage world to the New Earth world all true? Thinking of the ancient book in Lin Feng's hand, Yige couldn't help but shudder. If that's the case, everything adds up. While Yige was stunned, David chose to launch an attack on Yige. Fortunately, Elena had been protecting Yige, and David's attack didn't harm Yige. And David's real purpose was to leave here. David grabbed the envelope on the table, broke the window, and left the house. Elena didn't chase. Yige was also brought back to reality by this scene. Should we chase? Not for now. He's not our target. Our target is Ryan. As soon as Yige finished speaking, he found himself in Elena's arms again, so he entered the pit again in a roar. Yige, who didn't hold his breath, was flooded with water and almost suffocated to death. If it weren't for Elena's artificial respiration at the critical moment, his life would probably have ended here.